Today we're going to take a look at the Looney Tunes Golden Collection. These are all the official releases of all of the Looney Tunes cartoons, but we're really going to get into if it actually is all of the cartoons that were released. So, got my awesome little Bugs Bunny since I was a kid. This one makes sense, of course, because Bugs is the star. These began releasing in the early 2000s. We have the Looney Tunes Golden Collection, Volume 1. This is an amazing collection. If you love the Looney Tunes, then you will love this set. This has all the major classics that they rerun the most on the Cartoon Network back in the day, back in the early 2000s, before they released this. In my opinion, it's very possible that they were thinking to just make one collection, but since the Looney Tunes are so awesome, it made sense to do more. So what's really cool is that this is the only set that has this. It actually has all of the famous quotes from the Looney Tunes history that the characters say. That's Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd. Bugs said, "What a maroon a lot." That's Foghorn Leghorn. That's Bugs again. Tweety. I'll be 3.5 years old. That's the early version of Tweety that said that. What a way to run a railroad. Bugs said that line. Suffering succotash comes from Sylvester the cat. Pronoun trouble. That comes from Daffy. I hate that wabbit comes from Elmer Fudd. No, actually, I think that's Yosemite Sam. Beep beep. Of course, that is the Roadrunner. Rabbit season, duck season. Rabbit season, duck season. Of course, you know where that's from. Ain't I a stinker? That's Bugs Bunny. And that's all, folks. Porky Pig. So, as you can guess from this collection, and if you see my other videos, I've talked a lot about Space Jam. I absolutely love the Looney Tunes. I am a huge Looney fan. I'm a big Looney Tunes fan. So, like all these collections, the first disc is always Bugs Bunny cartoons. And these are all hilarious. All 5 stars. This includes The Rabbit of Seville, which is where Bugs is doing Elmer's hair. For those of you who are new to Looney Tunes, you're going to learn a lot from this video. Daffy and Porky used to be a duo, a comedic duo. They were like Abbott and Costello. And Bugs and Daffy and Porky were really hilarious. And this collection does have a lot of their cartoons together. But, and it's got Duck Dodgers. And by the way, a lot of people don't know this. There actually was a sequel to Duck Dodgers. It wasn't just the one original cartoon. There was a later one. There was actually a sequel, and it was made in the 60s, or I think it was the 70s. And I'm going to show you the collection that actually has it. But, yeah. They actually did make a second Duck Dodgers cartoon. There really wasn't just one. So, there you go. We're going to get into that, though. The Scarlet Pumpernickel is hilarious because it has Daffy encounter Sylvester, and that is extremely rare for that to happen, for those two characters to run into each other. So that's very cool. It also has Mama Bear in it, playing the flute or the harp in the background from the Three Bears sketches they did. You might remember those characters because Bugs encountered them a lot. This does not have every single time that Daffy and Porky were teamed up together, which were one of the best cartoons they did. It does have quite a bit of them, but in the later sets, they released like 2 of the others that they didn't put on the first set. So it's like they've been savoring up a lot of big famous cartoons for the later releases because they didn't release them in the first one. I think it's because of marketing, of course. Disc 3 is Looney Tunes All-Stars, they call it. Now, what that means is that it's like a mishmash of a bunch of ones. Got a lot of Sylvester and Tweety in here, and there actually is some random ones with some random characters. Volume 1 is probably the funniest of the collection. The theory that fans have, and this is mine as well, is that as the Golden Collection gets later and later, the cartoons are less and less, well, gold. Like, the best ones are in the first set, and then it gets less good as it goes on. Looney Tunes All-Stars is also Disc 4. It's the same thing. You got... This set had a little bit of Roadrunner and Wile, and a bunch of others. They include some Bugs ones in here with the rest of the Looney Tunes All-Stars, and I guess that's okay, but I feel a little mixed about that, because you'd think that Bugs getting his own disc would be enough, but I mean, I love Bugs, he's a star, so whatever. The discs are really amazing. Look how cool they look. Lots of color. Beautiful. So, Volume 1 is really something else. I remember they were promoting Volume 1 around the same time that Looney Tunes Back in Action was being released. So yeah, the Looney Tunes were back, baby. They were really back. Back and in charge. Here we have the Looney Tunes Golden Collection Volume 2. If you can't tell, this is like the 1940s Bugs Bunny, with like the Daffy Duck from the late 30s and the early 40s. Oh, these are both the 40s version of Daffy and Bugs. So, this is a really cool set, and we're really going to dig into it right now. Yeah, isn't that cool? See, it comes apart. And now, like, I like to experiment and put this cover in with these others and see how it would look. Volume 2 has some more goodies on here. Here's some more quotes. I know I said only the first set did that, but the first set has the most famous quotes. These are like whole sentences. So again, Disc 1 is always Bugs. You'll see that in all the sets. Hilarious. Disc 2 actually has all the Roadrunner cartoons. Now, there's been a ton of Roadrunner cartoons. And I could be wrong, but from all the releases, they may have actually released every single Roadrunner cartoon. Or at least most of them. This disc is awesome, because if you love the Roadrunner cartoons, then holy shit, you're gonna have a ball, because this disc has like 15 cartoons in a row that are all Roadrunner, except for this one, which is the Hypochondriac Cat. Well, a sequel to the Hypochondriac Cat, because they put the first one on Golden Collection Volume 1. Yeah, that's an awesome looking disc. Disc 3 is all about Tweety and Sylvester, which is awesome. Discs look beautiful. Okay, see? Yeah, so Disc 4, it includes One Froggy Evening, which is where Michigan J. Frog comes from. You may remember him as the mascot for the WB back in the day, the WB-11. And people always talk about how he only had one cartoon, which was that original cartoon, but actually, there was a sequel made to it. So, there was two. So he wasn't just in one. On these Golden Collections, by the way, they have these awesome bonus features. These people talk about the history of the animators and the cartoons and their history and where they came from. And they're really amazing. And as the sets get later and later, they get crappy. But in the first two volumes, or the first three volumes, they're really amazing. And I'm pissed off that they made them less good, like way less good in these sets. Oh, this has that famous I Want a Moona, I Want a Singer, which is hilarious. If you remember that scene from Looney Tunes Back in Action, where the owl's singing, and the villain, Acme, Mr. Acme. I love Volume 2. And by the way, there's a Marvin the Martian cartoon, where at the end of the cartoon, Marvin is actually singing with Michigan J. Frog. I kid you not. It is so weird, but it is so real. And I think it's on a set later on that we're going to take a look at. So technically, he was actually in 3 cartoons. Aside from being the mascot for the WB, he also, in the 1960s, appeared on the Bugs Bunny show on television. And his original name was Enrique. And they changed it to Michigan J. Frog a little bit later on. Yep. Here is my Michigan J. Frog stuffed animal. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Baby, my heart's on fire. Baby, my heart's on fire. All right, that's enough of that.
Darth Vader was inspired by Marvin the Martian. Yes. George Lucas had a lot of inspirations that helped him create Star Wars, the classic. One of these inspirations is a Martian from Mars. The classic cartoon character Marvin the Martian, one of my favorite Looney Tunes. Heavy inspiration of Darth being like Marvin is their helmets. Their helmets, aside from Marvin's brush, are near identical. You know, you got the curves on the sides, right? Marvin's helmet is green, Darth's is black, but they look the same. And Marvin's face is black, you know. So that also is similar to Darth Vader's face. You know, he has a black face, right? And you got the helmet around the face. Also, in 1977, before Star Wars was released into the movie theaters, George Lucas actually wanted to show Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century before the film began. And he didn't have the rights to do that or whatever, so it didn't happen. But that would have been amazing to see. And that's not all, folks. Now let's talk about some parallels I discovered between Star Wars and the Looney Tunes. In Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century, the original cartoon, Planet X explodes at the end of the cartoon, just like how the Death Star explodes at the end of Star Wars. Marvin the Martian appeared in other cartoons with the famed Bugs Bunny. Also, the destruction of the planet Alderaan in A New Hope was similar to Marvin saying how he was going to blow up the Earth in the cartoons where he encountered Bugs Bunny. In this example, Marvin would be like Tarkin. George Lucas wanted to make a remake of Buck Rogers, but couldn't get the rights, so he did Star Wars instead, and Duck Dodgers is a parody of Buck Rogers. There was also some story that before The Empire Strikes Back, George Lucas wanted to show Duck Dodgers in the return of the 24th and a half century. There actually was a sequel to Duck Dodgers. Most people don't know that, because it's a rare cartoon. And that's unfortunate because it's another great Duck Dodgers cartoon. Another thing that comes to mind is the 2003 classic, Looney Tunes Back in Action. At the end of the film, Bugs Bunny takes out his carrot lightsaber and fights Marvin the Martian. In this example, Marvin would be like Darth Vader. In fact, in the scene, Bugs Bunny says to him, what's up, Darth?
You tricked me.
What's up, Darth?
Now I must incapacitate.
Seeing this in the theater was phenomenal at the time. It blew my mind. And this is a reference to Star Wars. It's amazing, that scene in Back in Action. Also, the fact that Darth Vader was inspired from Marvin the Martian is the same way how the Looney Tunes were inspired by Star Wars. Both Star Wars and Looney Tunes pay an homage to one another. Also, there is actually a cartoon where Marvin the Martian is dressed up fully like Darth Vader, including a red lightsaber. It was on the cartoon known as New Looney Tunes. These cartoons aired during the 2010s, and they weren't really that successful. I have seen a whole bunch, and some of them are bad, and some of them are actually kind of decent, but most of the show is not really that good. It has problems. But this episode where Marvin is doing a parody of Darth Vader is probably the best episode of New Looney Tunes. Marvin the Martian was inspired by the Greek god Ares, who was the Roman god of war, and the planet Mars. And where does Marvin hail from?
I claim this planet in the name of Mars. Isn't that lovely?
Planet Mars. This is exactly where Marvin gets his brush on the top of his helmet from. Amazing connection that they thought of that stuff. This would basically make Marvin the Martian a Spartan, you know, and the titles are very similar. Martian, Spartan. In 1979, 2 years after Star Wars, came the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie, which was an amazing movie from my childhood. And in that movie, they show the cartoon Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century, which is absolutely perfect because after Star Wars, sci-fi became super cool. And what was one of the cartoons that inspired Darth Vader was Marvin the Martian, of course. This makes Marvin appearing in the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie in the 70s even more telling to me. Now, the Duck Dodgers cartoon, I believe, is from the 1950s, the original. And Marvin the Martian was received well. He was received pretty well and okay in the 1950s when he first appeared. But the character of Marvin really became way more popular in the 1960s and 1970s, all the way leading up to, you guessed it, Star Wars. All of a sudden in the 70s, Marvin the Martian became an icon, and he became an even bigger icon during the 1990s. Plus, both Darth Vader and Marvin the Martian are both misunderstood, complex, and mysterious characters. Marvin the Martian, for instance, is fully convinced that there's nothing wrong with blowing up the Earth, for example. And Darth Vader is fully convinced that there's nothing wrong with being the leader of a galactic empire and harming people and choking them to death and basically being evil. So both characters have something similar going on. I just love how one of the greatest Looney Tunes characters gave us one of the greatest Star Wars characters. Darth Vader and Marvin the Martian, two icons of cinema that are more related than you may have realized.
Volume 3 of the Looney Tunes Golden Collection. Now, I love it when DVDs do this. After all, I am the DVD king. When they have like images stick out and you can like touch it with your finger and it feels really cool looking. I love how the Looney Tunes logo is in like pure gold. After all, it is the Golden Collection. More Bugs Bunny. The second disc is Hollywood Caricatures, which means that Warner Brothers did a lot of cartoons back in the 40s and 30s where they actually would have animals portray famous celebrities, and they were really funny at it. And I noticed that Bugs Bunny does a Groucho Marx impersonation a lot. He does it in like a whole bunch of cartoons, and if you ever watch a Marx Brothers movie, Bugs actually acts a lot like Groucho. So it's like Bugs and Groucho are like the same, kind of. These are mixed. I remember watching some of these back in the day when they used to air on Toonheads on Cartoon Network in the early 2000s. This is like a cool little pamphlet that I kept that it came with, where they were showing off these new collectible figures. They're based off of some of the classic cartoons. Like that's Daffy as the Scarlet Pumpernickel. This is from What's Opera Doc. Disc 4, All-Star Cartoon Party, is a bunch of random cartoons. This one's pretty funny. I think it's called Daffy Gets Drafted, where it was made in the 1940s, and it's like this guy's trying to get Daffy. He's telling Daffy he's drafted to the army, and he keeps running away from him. That's pretty funny, because that was very relatable to the people at the time. Disc 3 has a lot of Porky cartoons, and this is when they started releasing some of the really early Porky cartoons, where his design was he was like a little fatter. By the way, all you Toonheads will know this, but when it comes to the Looney Tunes, the very first Looney Tune was actually Porky Pig, then Daffy, then Bugs Bunny, and Elmer. But the original was Porky Pig, by the way, just in case you know. But once Bugs got big, then Porky Pig got sidelined, and Bugs became the star. But the original was actually Porky. I love Porky Pig. Yeah, you can see that even by Volume 3, there's still a whole bunch of unreleased Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner cartoons, because by the time the dust settled, Warner Brothers was making Looney Tunes cartoons from the late 30s all the way till 1967, I think. 669, I think, is when they stopped their production on traditional animation. Well, not traditional animation, but the original line. By the time that dust settled, there were like over 1,000 cartoons that they created. And I did the math, and when you do the math, there's actually a shit ton of unreleased Looney Tunes cartoons that they didn't release. They never released ever on DVD. And I do believe a whole bunch of those probably don't feature the Looney Tunes. They may be the older ones before the Looney Tunes were created. However, there are tons of them that actually do have the Looney Tunes in them. So now they get to Volume 4. And by the way, I'd like to point this out as well, is that at the time that they were releasing all these in order, I did not buy them when they originally came out because they were too expensive. But now they've went down in price significantly, so now's the time to get them. look at this cover with the rainbow. Really, really awesome. Pretty cool. So I love the gold, the look on this set. The disc is Bugs Bunny once again. Bugs Bunny's so good that no matter how many ones you see from the earlier Golden collections, it doesn't stop getting just as great. It really is just still amazing. Disc 2, A Dash of Tashlin. So there were a lot of, there was a couple of famous animators for the Looney Tunes, and there was a lot of them. But the biggest names are really Bob Clampett, Chuck Jones, Tex Avery. And the three of them are talked about a lot. And then there's two others that are underrated, and I forget the name of the other one, but I'm sure he'll be listed. Tashlin was one of those underrated animators for the Looney Tunes. And this disc honors him, honors his cartoons that he created, which are similar in style, kind of, to Bob Clampett's. And Bob Clampett's my favorite, by the way. He was the man that claimed he created Bugs Bunny, but that's debatable. A Dash of Tashlin, these are really good cartoons. And in some ways, they made better cartoons than like Chuck Jones and stuff like that. And what I really liked about Tashlin and Bob Clampett is that they made more risky cartoons with the Looney Tunes. They weren't super strict with their formula like Chuck Jones was. And I like Chuck Jones's cartoons, but sometimes you do a little too much of the same thing and it gets a little dry. Disc 3 is Speedy Gonzales in a Flash. These are a lot of classic Speedy Gonzales cartoons, and what I have to say is that I really like Speedy Gonzales. He's a really cool character. I don't think he's a racist character, and I think he's a classic superstar. And he was a hero in the cartoons who always rescued the cheese. And he took on the bad guys, and one of his rivals was Sylvester the cat. So a lot of people don't actually know this, but aside from Sylvester, Daffy Duck was actually rivals with Speedy Gonzales in a lot of cartoons. But they're extremely rare, and they happen later on. They're like incredibly rare. Also, there was a lot of cartoons that paired Bugs Bunny against Wile E. Coyote. That was really amazing, because in those cartoons were the only ones where Wile E. actually talked. And it was really, really awesome. And I actually grew up watching those on Cartoon Network back in the early 2000s. Those are also extremely rare. I think Warner Brothers released a bunch of them on YouTube in like a compilation video, because those cartoons with Bugs versus Wile E., they never released any of them on DVD, ever. They only released one of them, and I think it's on Volume 3, that I forgot to mention, but it's only one single episode. They never released any of the other ones. But for some strange reason, you'll find them on reruns on Boomerang, and the same thing goes with Daffy vs. Speedy. But the Daffy vs. Speedy cartoons and the Bugs vs. Wile E. cartoons have never been released on DVD. There's a DVD over here that I'm going to show later, where there actually was like two. Disc 3 is completely dedicated to Speedy Gonzales, and you can get all your Speedy action there. It's really cool how every cartoon on the disc is a Speedy Gonzales cartoon, one of the original cartoon heroes of the 1940s. There's something else here I also love. When you take the discs out, you can see silhouettes of all the characters. And it's really, really pretty bitchin'. I just thought that was pretty neat. Just a neat thing you could notice, that they put effort into the design of the DVD case to give reverence to the Golden Age cartoon heroes.
When I say the name Looney Tunes, what kind of characters do you think of? The Tasmanian Devil, Tweety Bird, Wile E. Coyote, Elmer Fudd, Daffy Duck, Bugs Bunny, Cool Cat. Huh? Yes, Cool Cat. The other Looney Tune. This video is my analysis of one of the strangest Looney Tunes characters of all time. Cool Cat, introduced in 1967. He is the final Looney Tune, guys. He only appeared in 6 cartoons. So, That kind of makes him similar to Marvin the Martian or Taz, that only had like 5 cartoons or whatever. But Cool Cat never became popular. It's extremely rare if you ever find any, like, there's hardly, like, barely any merchandise of Cool Cat. Like, you'll never see Cool Cat with the Looney Tunes. Like, in merchandise, on t-shirts, toys, all that kind of stuff. Like, he's never, like, shown. Like, he's not there. Cool Cat is not in Space Jam. Cool Cat is like the cousin 5 times removed from the Looney Tunes. He's like the other Looney Tune, the one that never got to become popular, the one that tried to become a star but really never did. And it was at the very end of the original cycle of the theatrical run of the Looney Tunes cartoons. He is a commodity. He's really bizarre to me because when I first watched a Cool Cat cartoon, there were so many things dribbling in my mind like a basketball of what this character reminded me of. He seemed pretty lazy to me from just a writing perspective of what the character is. Now, each Looney Tunes character was charming and funny in their own way, and each of them had their own distinct personalities, but all the Looney Tunes have one thing in common together: anger. They all get angry at shit and take their anger out on each other. Cool Cat doesn't get angry, really. I mean, he does a little bit, but he doesn't really share that same kind of loony anger that the other Looney Tunes have. Also, Cool Cat's personality, he's not loony at all. Granny was loonier than Cool Cat. I think in order to be a Looney Tune, you need to act loony. And Cool Cat doesn't show any signs of doing that.
Oh, brother. I don't know if you guys are loony enough.
Cool Cat is basically, he has the lanky body of the Pink Panther, and he also, like, seems to have the same personality as the Pink Panther. So he's kind of a knockoff of the Pink Panther, and he also has Yogi Bear's tie and collar, and he sometimes has a green hat, and so does another familiar bear we know. And his skin also is like Tony the Tiger. Now, all 3 of these characters I already mentioned, Yogi, Tony, the Pink Panther, they all came out before Cool Cat. It just seemed like Cool Cat is a character that has all these ideas like stolen from other cartoon characters, and they just shoved it in a blender, threw it out there, and they were like, hey, look, there's another Looney Tune character. It's just fascinating watching his cartoons because the humor in it is like, it's just funny enough. It's just like barely funny. It just seemed like it was like the last gasp of attempting to create another Looney Tunes character. So it's really fascinating and interesting to watch. Now, I know I'm saying a lot of stuff here, but I really don't dislike the character Cool Cat. He is a little, I don't know if he's cool, he's just kind of an interesting character. I think he's the character that tried to be cool, but never got to have this kind of push. Kind of like a wrestler in WWE, like a wrestler that is interesting, but they didn't do enough angles with the character or storylines with the character, and then the character ended, and then the person stopped becoming a wrestler because they never gave him that kind of push. That's exactly what Cool Cat was in the Looney Tunes world to Warner Brothers. He had a smooth tone to his voice, which just kind of made him seem like he should be a mascot for cereal or like a cartoon character that's a mascot for a product. Kind of like Joe Camel. Like, he sounds almost as if, like, if Joe Camel spoke, you know, the character of Joe Camel. He's just, like, he's odd. He's the oddball of the Looney Tunes gang. And I know that's actually odd to say, because all the Looney Tunes were odd. So I guess in a weird way, he does sort of fit in, but even though the Looney Tunes themselves are odd, Cool Cat is even odder than them. So it's just, he doesn't fit quite enough in with them. Cool Cat is that bizarre. He's so bizarre, he doesn't even fit in with the Looney Tunes as characters. I don't know. Now, in the first Cool Cat cartoon, he has an antagonist that I think may have appeared in his other cartoons called Colonel Misfire. And his character's okay. He's like a hunter, and he's got a big honker of a nose. It's just that I found something so retelling about this character of Colonel Misfire. He's just way too much like all these other hunter characters we've seen before in old cartoons. And I get this is that era, right? So it makes sense to see this kind of hunter character again. But it's just been so overdone, though. There's like nothing to Colonel Misfire that makes him really stand out. Like, yes, Elmer Fudd was this hunter character, but he had another side to him that made him stand out as a character, that made him funny, other than him being like this hunter. Like, he wasn't just a stupid hunter, he also like stuttered a little bit, and he showed a very vulnerable side to him, Elmer Fudd. And same thing with Yosemite Sam. He was a hothead, so he just seemed like he also stood out too. But this Colonel Misfire character is just, I guess his character is a misfire. I mean, his last name is just so fitting for the whole series of Cool Cat cartoons, like, to begin with. Another thing that just I noticed right away at the speed of a bullet is his design, like his big nose. Doesn't he look like Inspector Clouseau from the Pink Panther cartoons? Like his big nose and his eyes? He has like the same look to him. And it's just, weird because I was already saying Cool Cat was so much like the Pink Panther, and then Misfire is so much like Clouseau, who appeared in a lot of the Pink Panther cartoons, and not all of them, but it just seemed like every time the Pink Panther interacted with another human being in his cartoons, they always had like a big honker of a nose. So then why introduce Cool Cat with his first cartoon with a character with this like exact same design? When they created the Cool Cat cartoons, were they trying to be unique, or were they just being lazy? I just can't figure it out. Another thing is, watching the old Cool Cat cartoons, it's a frustrating experience because I see so much potential in this character, so much untapped potential. To me, it bothers me because it just seems like the cartoons aren't enough. There aren't enough jokes, and most of the jokes are so flat and so safe, or just really overly simplified or something, that they just don't make you laugh. They just kind of make you smirk or chuckle a little bit. It's not like all the other Looney Tunes characters that will make you laugh a lot. Cool Cat just, I don't know. Despite his name, he's never been as cool as the other Looney Tunes characters. So Cool Cat basically disappeared completely after the 60s, right? And then like decades and decades later, in the Sylvester and Tweety Mysteries TV show that I used to watch on Cartoon Network back in like the early 2000s, he actually had like one or two appearances on there, but they were rare or something. And then I was watching the 2000 movie, Tweety's High Flying Adventure, and it's a pretty good movie. And then I noticed that Colonel Misfire is actually in the movie and interacts with Granny, which I was like, wow, holy shit, it's Colonel Misfire. We never thought we'd see him ever again. And then there's a moment at the end of Tweety's High Flying Adventure where one of the characters takes off a mask, and it's frickin' Cool Cat, and he talks to the camera. And I don't remember what he says, but it was like, I was so exhausted watching Tweety's High Flying Adventure, and it was a funny moment for me, because when that moment happened, when I was just trying to finish the movie, my eyes like bulged out of my head, and I was like, holy shit, it's frickin' Cool Cat. What the hell? That was a really interesting like shock to see that. To see him again, just wow. I have to give them credit for that. I did not see that coming. Because earlier in the film, when I saw the Colonel Misfire character, I just thought, well, okay, so that character's in here, but they're not going to show Cool Cat, right? And there he was. Interesting. I mean, just think about it, guys. Like all the Looney Tunes movies, in only one of them, Cool Cat appears at the very, very end in like a very short cameo. Cool Cat was never in the crowd at all in the original Space Jam with all the Looney Tunes characters in the crowd. I guess it didn't have every single one because Cool Cat wasn't there. Cool Cat would never be a member of the Toon Squad, but it would be cool, pardon the pun, if he was on the team. Cool Cat never appeared or was referenced in Looney Tunes Back in Action. He's just like not in all the stuff that the Looney Tunes are involved with. And he technically is a Looney Tune. He doesn't seem like he is, and he really doesn't act like he is either. He seems like a forgotten Hanna-Barbera character, kind of like Wally Gator or something. And I'm not throwing shade at Wally Gator. I liked him, but I'm just saying he just didn't. Well, anyway, you know what I was saying. Apparently, he also had an appearance in the new Looney Tunes cartoons on HBO Max, which is neat. He's like in the crowd or something. Another thing I noticed about his design is he sometimes looks like he has Mickey Mouse ears on the back of his head when he's not wearing his green hat. Tiny Mickey Mouse ears. I mean, I don't know. It's just something I noticed. Maybe I'm just overthinking that part, but, whatever. And also, apparently, he appears in an episode of the new reboot of the Tiny Toon Adventures cartoon, Tiny Toon's Looniversity. I have so many mixed feelings about that cartoon. I have to really give it more of a shot. That's a whole other video. I absolutely adore the Tiny Toons. Their original cartoon was one of the greatest cartoons literally ever. It was just phenomenal. All the episodes were amazing, and the animation and all that, and the concept too. Anyway, I'm going to give Tiny Toons Looniversity another shot because I only saw a few clips and I didn't like what I saw. I think it has some modern things to it that just irk the shit out of me, and it's not the golden masterpiece it was when I was a kid, so I don't know. That's a whole other video, you know. Also, this character has nothing at all to do with that weird PSA Cool Cat character that people have made a lot of YouTube videos about, that person that does those educational videos with his character Cool Cat, you know, that really unintentionally funny video series and stuff. It's just weird that he has the exact same name as Cool Cat, and also the logo of Cool Cat from the educational stuff is the same one that was used for the Looney Tunes character Cool Cat. They have the same logo. Really? Like, Cool Cat is so weird, the Looney Tunes character, and then you have the Cool Cat from those educational videos, and he's weird too, so it's like weird on top of weird, and that's just fascinating. I mean, the same name, same logo, really? Same color too? It's like, what the hell is this? Another odd thing that's a connection between both Cool Cats is that they're both characters that tried to become popular and both completely failed miserably, and they're both oddities as characters and as series. I mean, the amount of connections both of these characters have together is like astounding, and they're not even the same character at all, but they have the same name. Now that's something that's pretty loony, but it still doesn't technically count as being loony for the character of Cool Cat. I mean, you know. The only piece of merchandise I can find of Cool Cat being with the Looney Tunes, like being paired with them, is there's this old like collector's glass of Cool Cat. That's the only thing I can find. And there's this one rare DVD from Europe or something, from the PAL region, with like Cool Cat on it with the Looney Tunes. I mean, that's probably the only thing. So 2 products. Yeah, Cool Cat, the other Looney Tune. Completely fascinating. And like I said, I think the character should have been worked on and developed better, and the character could have became a memorable classic Looney Tunes character, and we could have seen Cool Cat with the Looney Tunes later, but they just abandoned the character, kind of like how they abandoned their original animation division in 1969. But when you think about it, they brought back all the old other Looney Tunes characters, even the most obscure ones, they brought back in stuff like Space Jam or other stuff like the video games, but never Cool Cat. Cool Cat, he's a mystery. He is one of the most fascinating cartoon characters of all time, just because of all the like stuff that were ripped off from other cartoons to create him, to like why he exists and how he exists, and it's just so perplexing and very interesting. And I'm going to talk to you today about all the Looney Tunes movies. The Looney Tunes have had a long movie collection. It didn't just start with Space Jam, and we're going to take a look at all of them. Very, very special video. I already covered all of the original Looney Tunes cartoons releases, so today we're going to talk about the Looney Tunes movies. I just want to say how fascinating it is the more I think about it, how the Looney Tunes started off really like shorts, which were in the movie theater, and then they went to television, and then, you know, when you think about it, after the original era of the Looney Tunes ended at the end of the 60s, it's like the Looney Tunes became movie stars after that. Ever since the original series ended, they turned into movie stars, which is actually kind of fascinating when you think about it. But it's not all bad, you know. After the original era, they still had all these special people that really cared about the Looney Tunes to keep their image alive and what we love, what generations of people have loved about them for all those years ago. So they were kept in good hands. And there are some hardcore fans that don't think they were kept in good hands, and I don't agree with that. Before the Looney Tunes had movies that they called movies that they released theatrically, they actually had a lot of TV specials that aired in the 1970s and 1980s. I did a lot of research, and I think technically the very first Looney Tunes movie is actually Daffy Duck and Porky Pig Meet the Groovy Ghoulies. I don't know, the Groovy Ghoulies were a cartoon in the 1970s, and I really don't know much about them. I mean, I've heard of them, but this was the only time, literally the only time, where Warner Brothers loaned out, yes, that's right, loaned out their famous Looney Tunes stars to another company, Filmation, who was pretty big at the time. They were getting big. I think Filmation created He-Man, stuff like that. So that's kind of weird, right? So Warner Brothers were not involved in the making of that film. And yes, actually, I consider that actually technically a film, because it is 1 hour. An hour-long feature, that's a movie. It's weird to think that the very first Looney Tunes movie is a movie that wasn't made by Warner Brothers, starred the Looney Tunes teaming up with other less famous cartoon characters. That is so fucking strange and bizarre and, well, loony. Well, it's kind of got me there. And that was in 1972. When you think about the origins of the Looney Tunes movies, that's the very, very, very beginning.
All right, gang, we've got a real fight on our hands. This Phantom and his weirdo friends are out to stop us from completing King Arthur. But as you know, it has to be finished in time for the annual Ozzy Awards tomorrow night. Right? Right. You're right. When I described these guys to the police, they said I was nuts and hung up.
There's a lot of TV specials. Bugs Bunny, Thanksgiving Diet, Bugs Bunny's Christmas Tales, Bugs Bunny in Space. That came out in 1977 because of how big Star Wars was. But that film had no new footage to it, so that's more of a compilation. Well, in that example, a total compilation. I'm not counting all of the Looney Tunes TV specials as movies, because most of them were a half hour, and that's the length of a regular TV episode. They are TV specials, which is very cool, and some of them have been released. Actually, most of them, I think, have been, but a lot of the rare ones, you gotta find them on VHS to watch them. The super rare ones, that is. So I technically don't count them as movies, but I do count Daffy Duck and Porky Pig Meet the Groovy Ghoulies, because that is an hour long. But anyway, after that, we come to our first Looney Tunes movie, if you want to call it that. Bugs Bunny Superstar, released in 1975. It's from the Warner Brother Archives collection, and I do love this cover. This is a movie. It's a Looney Tunes movie. I technically consider it one. However, it's basically a compilation of Bugs Bunny cartoons from the 40s, mostly, and it's basically showing him rising as a star from his first official cartoon, Wild Hare, all the way through. And the footage on this DVD release is exactly how it was originally presented, possibly in theaters. The film has interviews with the original creators of the Looney Tunes that were still alive at the time, during the 70s, giving interviews about Bugs Bunny and about the filming process of working on him and creating him. And it also features a full cartoon that's very famous, where Bugs Bunny receives an Oscar award, which is funny actually, because during the 40s, and that cartoon's from the 40s, Bugs actually didn't receive an Oscar for any of his cartoons until Nighty Night Bugs, which I think was in the 60s or the late 50s. Yeah, but anyway, that's kind of ironic, but that's a great cartoon. And what's weird about that particular cartoon, where he's interacting with all the big movie stars from the 1940s, that cartoon feels like an expanded version of what a Bugs Bunny movie could be, even though it's just a regular Looney Tunes short. And when you think about that particular cartoon, basically, that's like the origins of Space Jam, if you really want to harken way back to the first time that's happened, where a Looney Tunes character interacted with real people. I mean, yes, it was the 40s, so they cut away the footage, Although technically, if you want to go back to that old black and white cartoon where Porky leaves Warner Brothers and is with Daffy, that's kind of the very first idea of Space Jam before that one. But so because this is just a compilation with no original cartoon animation added to it, and plus the interviews, it doesn't really feel like a Looney Tunes movie. It feels more like a documentary about Bugs Bunny. They were experimenting at the time, and I mean, if you could kind of call it the first movie. We'll just say kinda. Kinda, folks. I remember as a kid at Blockbuster, when I went to Blockbuster, I saw this on the shelf in Blockbuster back in the day, and it was on VHS, of course. The VHS cover for this movie, Bugs Bunny Superstar, it looked amazing looking. It looked so amazing looking. And when I was a younger kid, I think I actually rented it and watched it back in the day, but I think I only saw it once. So it's nice to have this again. Watching this again when I bought this on DVD from the Warner Archives collection, it was really nostalgic. The cover, the VHS cover, looks way better looking than this new DVD cover. I like this one also, but that cover was amazing looking. And there's also another one, the original cover from the 70s. I love that one also, which actually appears in the main menu on this DVD. I would say this movie is really for hardcore fans only. The peanut gallery of people might find it kind of boring. What I really love about this is the Golden Collection releases of the original Looney Tunes cartoons. They remastered all those old cartoons from the 30s, 40s, 50s, early 60s. They remastered them. And I do like the way they look, but I actually prefer the original version of the way they were presented in the theater, as opposed to the remastered versions of them. Yeah. Like the way they used to air the Looney Tunes on television, like back in the day on Cartoon Network. That was before they remastered it. That was before they released the Golden Collection. That was how they were originally made. And I find that original version of them a lot more charming than the remastered versions of them. I mean, the remastered versions, it basically retains how the cartoon was, but it looks a lot brighter. There's not, it's very crisp and clean looking. You don't get that old film grainy look to them. And that's what I missed when I thought deeper about the remastered versions of the Golden Collection cartoons. And what's amazing about this DVD release for Bugs Bunny Superstar, they didn't remaster the cartoons. They kept it exactly intact. So this is an amazing watch. Like if back in the day, if you loved watching Toonheads on Cartoon Network like I did, then this is for you, my friends. They kept all the original versions of them. They didn't remaster any of them. And that includes the entire special too. So the entire special is completely remained unremastered and intact, which is amazing. Maybe some of you skeptics out there would say, well, it's a Warner Archive collection, so of course they're not going to remaster it. The Archive collection of Warner Brothers is when they release all this stuff that people don't care about anymore, or it wasn't that big of a deal. And hey, you know what? You may be right. So if that's really truly the case as to why this is unremastered and they just like threw this out there, if that's the truth, then I'm glad it was a mistake. It's a happy accident for sure. In between Bugs Bunny Superstar and the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie, in 1977 came the Bugs Bunny Easter Special, which is one of those TV specials that I mentioned. And remember how I said I don't count all those because those were a half hour? Well, according to my research, that's the only one that's 50 minutes. And it does, I believe, it does contain new original footage as well. And it's 50 minutes, so that's almost an hour. So it's actually our, third Looney Tunes movie, if you count Bugs Bunny Superstar, and if you count Daffy and Porky Meet the Ghoulies. Thinking about this, I suppose it's debatable. What is the very first Looney Tunes movie? Well, Well, whatever. Anyway, I don't own that movie. It was released on this special DVD that was called the Looney Tunes Holiday Pack Collection, which included the Bugs Bunny Halloween special. It also includes Bugs Bunny's Thanksgiving Diet, which they renamed on the cover to the Looney Tunes Thanksgiving Special. And I wonder why they did that. They must have done that because they thought the title was stupid. I'm really not sure. Now we're going to move on to our next movie. The Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie. I fucking love this movie. This is a great movie. And it's actually my favorite of these 70s and 80s Looney Tunes movies. Overall, it's my favorite 70s Looney Tunes movie. Basically what it is that this was released theatrically at the movie theaters. That's a year after Star Wars. This is like the very beginning. We're experimenting where they took footage from cartoons, regular cartoons, and mixed it in with new footage. Well, at least as a full movie. I mean, yeah, there was the Bugs Bunny Easter special, like I said. It basically has Bugs Bunny walking around in his big fancy mansion, which you think would be boring, but he makes it work. I mean, Bugs is a star. And he's so cool and suave. I love it. And he's walking around in his mansion, his big mansion. And you see portraits of all the Looney Tunes stars, like all these characters he's had run-ins with over the years. And he's talking about his memories of all the stuff he's done with them. He starts reminiscing, and then he starts telling you a story about what happened with certain characters. And then they have flashbacks to his younger days with them, with all the adventures he did with all these Looney Tunes characters. They show footage of the old cartoons, and then it comes back to his mansion. Like I said, you'd think it'd be boring, but it's really entertaining, actually. What does it have to do with the Roadrunner? Well, all of the cartoons in this movie have to do with speed. So there's a lot of chase cartoons in this movie. A lot of running around. The ones including Bugs, there's a Pepe cartoon in here. I think it's the only one that received an Oscar, the For Sentimental Reasons. The cartoon that basically made Pepe a star. At the end of the movie, they show a bunch of Roadrunner cartoons, where it's like, that's the big finale, the big chases. It's just really cool. I do wish that there was a scene in the movie where Bugs is walking around, lounging around at the mansion, and Roadrunner just shows up out of nowhere, and he's just like, beep, beep, and then he zoops by. I wish that Bugs, like, talked and interacted with the Roadrunner in this movie. Like, he just shows up at the mansion, he's running around the mansion. I wish they would have done that, because that would have tied the two of the characters more together in this film. That would have been awesome, but other than that, it's great. And what's amazing is the first cartoon they show in this movie is Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century. Because this is 1978, baby. A year after Star Wars hit the silver screen. So space was huge and it was big. Sci-fi. Star Wars made sci-fi really hip again. Marvin the Martian was a character that was super sci-fi, super Star Wars-esque. In fact, because Star Wars has a lot of influences from older material. So when you think about it, it's like Darth Vader, he kind of reminds you of Marvin the Martian. Like the way he looks, his helmet, he's evil, or a villain. A misunderstood villain, like Marvin. It's similar. Yeah, so that's the first cartoon they show. I absolutely love this VHS tape. Another thing that's amazing about it is, I'm old enough to remember this, that back in the day when they released Space Jam on VHS, during the late 90s, they also released this movie on VHS that I saw when I was a kid. And basically, the artwork on the cover of the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie, it looks similar to the artwork that's on the cover of the Space Jam VHS cover. So it's like they gave the same dedication and hard work for the artwork for both of these movies.
The love scene, the comic relief, the rabbit in women's clothing. Yet of all these elements of filmmaking, none is more fantastic, more thrilling, or more exciting than the chase. It's an all-star cast in the greatest chase movie ever made, hosted by Bugs Bunny.
Eat your heart out, Burt Reynolds.
Cartoon Network's Cartoon Theater presents the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie, premiering Saturday at 7 on Cartoon Network.
So when I was a kid, when I watched the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie, I had no clue that it was from the 1970s. And you wouldn't even think that from the way the artwork looks on this cover. But yeah, it is actually from the 70s, and I do, even though I love this cover, the original poster for the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie is awesome. I love that poster. The Looney Tunes show from 2011 to 2013 was a disaster, and I really am very annoyed that people keep praising it and acting like it was this underrated gem of a show that got canceled too early, all this bullshit. And just hear me out. I'm going to explain why. The show would have been fine on its own if all the characters were literally replaced with a completely different looking character, and say it wasn't the Looney Tunes show, but all the characters were replaced with just other random characters, other random human characters, then the show would be perfectly fine. Then it would just show how it really is its own thing. It's nothing like the Looney Tunes. I mean, it's barely like the Looney Tunes. It was basically their attempt to change the humor of the Looney Tunes, like make them quote-unquote modern, and basically trying to reinvent what the Looney Tunes is. Like, reinvent the Looney Tunes. It had an attitude like, the old Looney Tunes stuff is so offensive, so it can't be around anymore, and it's not relatable to people anymore. So it's gotta go for the most part, which is ridiculous. The Looney Tunes are timeless because they were crude. The kind of subtle, silly, over-the-top, maniacal rudeness and sarcasm the old Looney Tunes had in the old cartoons, and even some of the sleaziness they had, all of that shit is what makes it relatable to people. All that, like, subtle, kind of dark and sadistic stuff about getting whacked with hammers, or, you know, getting hit with a boulder, and how the characters, you saw them in so many desperate situations, and because they all almost seemed like they were superhuman, they can just get right the fuck back up and, you know, whack someone in the head. All that anger they had, the angst, all that, like, subtle, dark shit about human nature, that's what's relatable about the old Looney Tunes. That's why people loved them. And I know, like, that stuff, some of that stuff is really fucked up. A lot of it was. And that's what's relatable about it. It's just, you know, it's entertainment. But there was subtlety to the original Looney Tunes that I think most modern people, most modern young kids don't understand. Because one of the criticisms towards the Looney Tunes show was that it didn't have the slapstick the original cartoons did. While that's true, the Looney Tunes show did have some slapstick, but it was just like a little bit. It wasn't nowhere near as funny or comedically timed like the old cartoons were. Plus, the old cartoons weren't all slapstick. That's what people who say this don't understand. Yes, there was a lot of slapstick, you know, people hitting people with shit and hitting each other and all that, but there was also subtle humor too. There was like word timing and like word play where the characters try to trick each other. There's also like a really interesting subtle like idea going on in the concepts of a lot of the cartoons. Like the episode where it's Bugs versus the opera singer. Like he's trying to practice singing and Bugs keeps playing his like guitar by his rabbit hole, and then he gets annoyed, and then he walks over to where he is, and he like beats him up with it. Then Bugs does it again, and then Bugs is basically pissed off, so he gets revenge on him, makes him like sing like a madman until he's like blue and green in the face, and then the rock hits him, and he whatever, which is hilarious. But what people don't realize is that the beginning of the short, it makes you wonder who's actually wrong there. Was it Bugs? Or was it the opera singer? I think his name was Giovanni or something. It's like, yeah, Bugs, you could say Bugs was being an asshole because he was playing music when he was practicing. But then again, you could say the opera singer was a douchebag because instead of going over and asking him, hey, can you please stop, I'm trying to practice, he just beat the shit out of him. So it's like, who's really wrong? That kind of stuff was in the Looney Tunes, the old cartoons, all the time. Where it was like, who was wrong? Was it Elmer hunting Bugs? Was he wrong because he's hunting him? Or was Bugs wrong because he was doing something else to Elmer or whatever? It's like they were always trying to like take advantage of the situation, and like the lines were blurred It was like gray area of who's wrong and who's right. And that's the kind of subtlety that was in the old Looney Tunes. So it wasn't just all slapstick. The people just assume, they just say like the typical thing of what like most people just think the Looney Tunes were. But no, the longer you watch them, you see that kind of shit. So people compliment the Looney Tunes show and think it had something interesting that was different or even better than the original shorts because they say the Looney Tunes show had the Looney Tunes be more relatable, more down to earth. Yes, but like I explained a second ago when I gave examples, the original Looney Tunes were already relatable. They already had things that made them weird, quirky, down to earth. They had all that shit. Just because they were silly doesn't mean that there wasn't any layering to what made them so special. So the Looney Tunes show does have the characters be down to earth, but it's fucking boring. And yes, I have to admit, I will give the Looney Tunes show 3 compliments, even though I think it's a bad show. I do actually like the version of Lola Bunny in the show. I thought she was entertaining. I thought she was cute. I prefer the original version of Lola, and it is kind of interesting that the version of Lola in the Looney Tunes show is so different from her original version. But I actually enjoyed Lola in the Looney Tunes show. And then I liked Tina Duck, I think her name was. It was Daffy's girlfriend. She becomes Daffy's girlfriend. So the show had a new character they introduced that was pretty good. One new character that was pretty good, and then Lola was interesting. She was like fun and interesting. At least it was like an interesting idea to do with Lola. But all the other characters are terrible. All these other new versions of the Looney Tunes in the show. And then the third compliment I'll give it is that it is pretty clever in quite a bit of the episodes. Like in some of them, quite a lot of them, there are clever things that happen to the characters, and the writing is actually kind of clever. But that doesn't mean that it's funny. Like something could be clever but not funny. Just because it's clever and, nuanced and has all this like political humor about society and what went on in the 2010s is still going on with everyone being uptight and, who's wrong, who's right. Yeah, like that's clever and it's a little interesting, but that doesn't mean that it's funny. And like the jokes in the show, for the most part, they're pretty poor. Just like there was so much more focus on the down-to-earth stuff, the political stuff, that the humor just, fell to the wayside. It's almost like the show assumes that when it's being clever and political, well, that's all you need. That's the joke. You don't need any more than just, this comment on society. Well, there has to be subtlety. There has to be comedic timing. There has to be things that, make something funny to audiences. The Looney Tunes all had their hilarious comedic quirks in the original versions of them, but they're stripped away in this new one. And even though there are differences to say how Bugs acts in the Looney Tunes show and how Daffy acts and the other characters, like Porky, they're only a little different. They're all not that much different than one another. There's plenty of episodes where Porky would say something that Bugs would say, or Marvin would say something that Daffy would say. Maybe not Daffy, but no, even Daffy. But they're all too similar to one another. And that's the problem with the show. They're trying to make it seem like all the characters are all mostly the same, so it's kind of like real life where most people are kind of typical but have little things that separate them, but that's not what made the Looney Tunes special. The Looney Tunes all had their own distinct personalities. Yes, like the original versions of them are all silly. That's one thing they have in common. After all, they are the Looney Tunes, but they're all loony in their own way. Taz would spin around and he'd, yell and eat anything. Well, Porky was silly, but he didn't do any of that shit. He would stutter, It's just like Witch Hazel in the Looney Tunes show is very boring. She's not silly and over the top, and like she's nothing like her original version. And, you can't completely recreate a character. Like, there has to be some essence of that original character so that the fans, feel like they're watching the same character. They fail on a lot of levels with most of what they did with the Looney Tunes. The only character that's a little bit like the originals is Daffy, because Daffy was always an asshole in the original Looney Tunes. Arguably, somewhat more of an asshole than the other Looney Tunes in the originals. But, again, like, so much was added to Daffy in the Looney Tunes show that was, again, like I said earlier, with the writing and being, interesting. It was a little interesting, but Daffy was not charming as like he used to be. They're all just too calm and subdued in the Looney Tunes show. That's not what the Looney Tunes are at all as characters. They like rarely have moments where they will like freak out and do whatever. But it's only when they're like pushed to their very limit. But in the original Looney Tunes, they were very silly a lot of the time. Like Daffy in the old cartoons, he would bounce around and he would screw with people. And even when nothing bad was happening to him, he would just do it anyway because he's like crazy. Well, part of himself is crazy, as a character. And even when they matured Daffy as a character, when he encountered bugs and they kind of altered him and made him even funnier, because like there was subtlety to Daffy now as opposed to him just being silly. When he encountered bugs, with all the wordplay and all that and the subtlety of like, all that. Even then, they still kept a little bit of his silliness from his earliest cartoons. They still kept it. So they didn't completely redo his character. He was still the same character. They didn't do that with any of the Looney Tunes in the Looney Tunes show. Another complaint by people that didn't like the Looney Tunes show was the animation, and the people that didn't like it said the animation was very poor. And, I think it was okay. I'm not going to be as harsh as other people that disliked it, but I don't think it was just like people who loved the show and thought the animation was good. Like, you guys got to understand, animation was one of the things that made the Looney Tunes so special also. It wasn't just their humor. The old Looney Tunes cartoons, they were so masterfully drawn, and there was so much more effort done into painting the backgrounds, and the animation was better. So they were a spectacle to watch, and it just looked nicer, the older cartoons. The animation was better. A lot of praise was given to the animation of the Looney Tunes. The whole history that they've been around. So, like, to reboot the Looney Tunes and to have it be nowhere even near the kind of animation quality as the ones from the past, it's just, it's kind of jarring. It's pretty jarring. It's also being a little cheap. These are your signature characters for your company, right? So you'd think you'd care more about how they look. It just seemed like they tried to change how they looked to match how this popular art style for cartoons happened in the late 2000s and was going on during the early 2010s. And still going on with like the way the animation looks. It's not as good, especially when you compare it to the original way they looked. The Looney Tunes show is not like Star Trek and Arrested Development, two shows that had like 2 or 3 seasons and they were canceled, and they were so good that they came back and they had like millions and millions and millions of fans. The Looney Tunes show is not like that. It was never that good, and it actually went on a little too long. If you can't get your shit together by the end of the first season, at least, then, you're almost proving the point that the show is not succeeding and it's not reaching the audience that it wants. And then you have the second season, and it's like, it's still pretty much the same thing. I can't remember, but I think the second season was a little more slapstick, but again, there's some people that say the animation improved from the first season to the second, but it looks pretty much the same to me. The only difference they changed in the animation was changing the skin color of bugs from the first to the second season. That's really about it. So, another style of humor that got extremely popular during the 2010s was like cringe humor, and I do think some of that stuff is funny. But it has to be, like good comedically timed. Not everything that's just cringe is just automatically funny. That's laziness. Like, sometimes it is, but it's not just a guarantee just because it's cringe. Like, there has to be a subtlety, and, like, it's like a nuanced way to make a cringe joke actually funny, Like, they had all these, like, music videos for each of the Looney Tunes on the Looney Tunes show, I remember. There was a song where Elmer was talking about how he wants to make, like, a cheese sandwich, and it's like, okay, what's funny about that? Like, where's the joke? Like, the way he talks? Like, I don't really understand, like, why is that supposed to be funny? It's almost as if, like, Elmer's music video of him making the sandwich, it's supposed to be cringe. Well, it's so cringy that he's obsessing over making a sandwich. Yeah, but that's not... Okay, where's the joke, though? There's no joke there. I will say, out of all the music videos, and I hated it at the time, but looking back, like, actually, Marvin the Martian's music video, I'm a Martian, it's pretty good. It's the only one that was decent. The only one that was passable. I mean, it's kind of fun to listen to, and it makes the most sense, and I don't know. Like, it's still Marvin being Marvin, and it's nice to see Marvin get, like, a cool music video since he's, like, treated like almost like an underrated Looney Tunes star. Another thing I hated about the Looney Tunes show is what they did to Speedy Gonzales, who is one of my favorite Looney Tunes characters. In the Looney Tunes show, they made Speedy an asshole. In every scene, he's always, like, talking shit to Bugs Bunny or the other characters, but it's not like the way kind of that the Looney Tunes talk shit about each other in the old cartoons. It was just kind of like extra mean and just like very cynical and political too. Like, it's cool he owned his own restaurant or whatever, but it's like Speedy is supposed to be, he's like really fast and he's a hero. In this show, he just owns a restaurant. That's not that exciting compared to someone who is a hero, rescues the cheese, rescues the other mice. It's boring, man. Come on. It's like nothing humorous or funny happened in Speedy's restaurant or with his character. So now it's just some random guy owning a restaurant. It's like there's fucking nothing there, guys. The problem was not the Looney Tunes living in the real world. We've seen the Looney Tunes do that even in the original show, but if you guys remember the Looney Tunes Back in Action, they were in the real world in that, and that movie was fucking amazing. It wasn't that they were in the real world. It was just that they changed the characters. So the Looney Tunes can work great in the real world. We've seen it be funny in like the old commercials from like the 90s and the 2000s. Even when it was like a phone commercial and Bugs and Daffy would be there or something. Like, they would still be themselves and they would be funny in the real world. They're funny in the real world because they're so different, but relatable at the same time. The Looney Tunes and the Looney Tunes show, they're just like too relatable that they become boring. There's always like a side of someone that's like a crazy nutty side that people are embarrassed to show, that's really like in their mind. That's the part of your brain that relates to the Looney Tunes characters, the original ones. The ones in the Looney Tunes show, they don't do anything that's that interesting. Cecil Turtle was actually kind of interesting and a little entertaining in the Looney Tunes show because he put a gun on Bugs and Porky and he was like evil or whatever. It's interesting because he was always like the nice guy in the old cartoons when he versed Bugs in all the races. So it's interesting to see him make that switch. But that's because, you know, a character being evil is like someone who's kind of crazy. You know, like a psychopath kind of character. You know, like the Joker in Batman. So again, that's being nutty. So Cecil acting like that in the Looney Tunes show, that's how some of the characters would act in the old Looney Tunes cartoons. So Cecil wasn't a boring character in the Looney Tunes show. But it was kind of weird, like, when he puts the gun on Porky and Bugs in that scene, it's like you don't see it coming, so that's interesting, but it's just a gun. The Looney Tunes fire guns at each other all the time. Why would that be like like something that they're afraid of or whatever? It's like now the Looney Tunes and the Looney Tunes show, they're just human beings. They're not like, they don't have any special abilities anymore. Now they're just like you and me, and they're basically like the boring side of you and me. You know, they sometimes complain, but they don't really do that much. And it's like, no, that's not, I don't really like that kind of idea for my life. I want to feel like a Looney Tune. I want to feel like I can just do anything I want and try to get away with it. And that's a little screwed up, and that's why people love the original Looney Tunes characters. Morality is important. I'm not trying to say something wrong in this video. Yes, it was wrong that Bugs and Daffy and the other characters would beat the shit out of each other in the old cartoons. But there was something about it that touched you. It was relatable. Kind of like Ren and Stimpy. Ren and Stimpy was such a dark cartoon at times, and it was disgusting, and it was a really angry show. That kind of shit's relatable to people. Like, Ren and Stimpy is fucked up. But people loved Ren and Stimpy. Ren and Stimpy, the Looney Tunes were rebellious. That's another thing. Like, they were courageous and rebellious. And even though they got smacked around a lot, they didn't give up. Fucking Wile E. Coyote is still trying to eat the Roadrunner. After the 300th time he's tried to kill him, he doesn't give up. That's relatable. There's people like that we all know, and some of them are us, that work their whole lives trying to accomplish this one thing, and just, you know, just how life kicks you in the balls, you just can't accomplish that one frickin' thing that you've been trying to do. That's relatable. See, there's subtlety in the Looney Tunes old cartoons. It's not just some stupid Roadrunner trying to eat. It's meant to relate to you. Now, there's some people that think the Looney Tunes show now is becoming more popular or something. Like now it's getting the respect it deserves because it was canceled too soon. And I already explained how that's pig shit. Porky shit or whatever. Warner Brothers been posting some clips from the Looney Tunes show on their, Warner Brothers channel. That is not a sign that the show is becoming popular. That is just them. They're just posting those clips on their channel because it's the only new thing they did with the Looney Tunes in, the past, 10 years or whatever. It's the only reason. That's really about it. There's nothing special. There's no special reason why they were posting those things as if they heard the cries from the fans that watched it, so here you go, remember this? It's not like that. No. Because they also post the classic clips, too. So be aware of that. Another complaint about the Looney Tunes show is that it's like a 20-minute episode. And I've heard people say, well, you can't have all the silliness of the old cartoons in a 20-minute episode. It won't work. I disagree. Back in the day, they used to have reruns of the Looney Tunes on Cartoon Network. Back in the 2000s and stuff. And they would probably air 3 or 4 or 5 episodes in a row. And that's 20 minutes. And if you love the Looney Tunes, you'd watch all 5 of them. So this argument that it's it can't last 20 minutes, of course it can. Ridiculous. The Looney Tunes show was an epic fail, just the same way the new Star Wars trilogy by Disney was an epic fail. They're both the same, they're both similar because they're both trying to flip Star Wars or the Looney Tunes on its head. They're both trying to reinvent the Looney Tunes and Star Wars. Now, I know you could say, oh, well, the Looney Tunes show is in, a different universe and stuff like that. I know, yeah, it is, but at the time they were making it, it really seemed like they were trying to reinvent the Looney Tunes. It's called The Looney Tunes Show. It doesn't have, a weird name or something. And, and that's another thing, is, what kind of a title is that? The Looney Tunes Show. There's zero creativity there. If it's its own thing, then why isn't it called Suburban Looney Tunes? Or, I don't know, something, that makes it different. No, it seemed like they were trying to get rid of the old Looney Tunes characters and try this new idea. As if the old characters are, bad or not relatable. The actions Looney Tunes have in the old cartoons, yes, they are morally apprehensible. But I would actually argue the actions the Looney Tunes have in the Looney Tunes show, they're even more morally apprehensible. Why? Well, because even though I explained that there's subtlety in the old cartoons, that's relatable, even though that's true, the Looney Tunes, for the most part, in the old cartoons, they're pretty naive, and they're really immature. So the actions they do in the old cartoons, it's kind of like giving a little kid, some sugar. It's it's not as bad as a mature person, but the Looney Tunes and the Looney Tunes show, they're all mature adults. So when they're mean to each other on the Looney Tunes show, it's just them being mean. They know what they're doing is totally wrong. In the original Looney Tunes, they don't know what they're doing is wrong. They're really insane. So, that's what made them lovable, is that they were silly, misunderstood children in a lot of ways. But the Looney Tunes show, since it's even more based on reality, they're even worse. They're not funny assholes, they're just assholes. And it's that's not funny. Again, there needs to be a joke there. You can't just say this person's an asshole. It's no, you have to show why they're funny that they're an asshole. Like Red in that 70s show. Red was an asshole, but he was a funny asshole. I'll stick my foot up your ass. And all the lines that he said, it was hilarious. But he was a douchebag. He was an asshole, Red, on that 70s show. But there was humor to him being an asshole, and that's why he was a lovable character. There's no humor in the Looney Tunes show when they act like assholes. It's just, what is this? I think the Looney Tunes show works more for the younger kids who never grew up with the Looney Tunes, because you guys didn't grow up with the Looney Tunes. You're seeing, these characters that they're not misrepresented as the icons they are to you guys, because you guys barely grew up with them. And there's a lot of people who love the Looney Tunes, but there's most people in society are just kind of oh yeah, I know them. That's really about it. I may have seen 1 or 2 Bugs Bunnies, but that's about it. And a lot of those people, they like the Looney Tunes, they like them, but for some reason they think that the Looney Tunes show is this upgrade to the Looney Tunes. It's not. It's a downgrade. I also think that people that understand humor better, or people that are funnier people, really understand the Looney Tunes better as characters, as legends. People that aren't that funny or whatever, they don't get the Looney Tunes like we do. And those are the same kind of people that love the Looney Tunes show. You know, people that are afraid to make certain jokes, people who they're not as rebellious as the original Looney Tunes characters. Like, there's people that relate more, I think, to the Looney Tunes show characters than the original Looney Tunes. Like, more modern people relate to the portrayal of the Looney Tunes in the Looney Tunes show than the original Looney Tunes. Sorry guys, like, the Looney Tunes in the Looney Tunes show, that's not what the Looney Tunes are made of. They're supposed to be rebellious. They're almost like anti-society, craziness, rebel without a cause kind of characters. That's what makes them timeless. In terms of the success of the Looney Tunes show, it was not close but no cigar. It was just not close at all. It didn't even get half of it right. You know, it just wasn't the Looney Tunes. It wasn't what made everyone love the Looney Tunes in the first place. Thuffer and Thuckatash! The Looney Tunes show is despicable! And that's all, folks!
Next we have Volume 5. Just like Volume 3 and 4, it's got this really cool image of how, when you put it up against the light. A little lazier with the design of this set, but the cartoons that are in here are pretty cool. When you take the case off, you get Daffy losing once again, that wascally wabbit. Disc 1 is Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck when they're put in cartoons together or when they are both separated. Disc 2 is a bunch of parodies of fairy tales, and that's pretty funny. Disc 3 is all these on these sets they dedicate certain discs to certain animators. Disc 3 is putting a Bob Clampett on it, or a bunch of special Bob Clampett cartoons, the history of the great Bob Clampett. And I think he created the best Looney Tunes cartoons, actually. They may not have been the funniest ones. Other animators had funnier ones, but his were more abstract, and wackier and crazy things happened in his cartoons in particular. And his animation was amazing. Or his team of animators, rather. You got these really cool designs on the discs. There's Daffy as, like, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, that's right. Disc 4, Early Days, includes the super early Looney Tunes cartoons, the original. Like, that's an early version of Tweety right there, where her skin was tan instead of yellow. His skin, rather. And like I said, Porky was the first Looney Tunes star, so that's why they include an image of him right here next to Early Days. For hardcore fans only. And we have Volume 6. Now, the reason for the cover is because this collection in particular shows all the wartime cartoons. That's right, the rare, controversial wartime cartoons where a lot of them were just shown to the U.S. Army and Navy. These cartoons were created during the 1940s, during the big boom of World War II. And they used cartoon characters such as Bugs Bunny, Daffy, and a bunch of others and Elmer, to promote the United States Army. They're very funny and they're very dated, and it's just fascinating because if you want to look historically, those would be some of the most controversial Looney Tunes cartoons, and I guess it makes sense that it's the final volume that would include it. Unfortunately, they never made a volume 7, 8, 9, or 10, or anything like that for the Looney Tunes Golden Collection. They said that the 6th collection would be the final. So that's very sad because, like I said earlier, there are tons and tons and tons of Looney goodness that has not been released ever. And I do wonder if it ever will be. Probably not because of nowadays. But like I said, a lot of the ones that weren't released are not controversial. They're just regular Looney Tunes cartoons, so it's a shame. But I do think the reason why they do that is because they want to keep some of the rare ones and the special ones for later releases, just in case anything happens. Now, this set doesn't just include the wartime cartoons, the World War II cartoons. It doesn't just include those, it includes a whole bunch of other regular ones. So the cover is awesome, but it's a bit misleading. It makes you think that all the cartoons on the disc, on the collection, are going to be those ones, but it's not all of the collection. I think it's the coolest looking set, one of the coolest looking sets they ever made. Now, this little guy down here, and you also saw him on the cover on the side, this is Bosco, the Talk Inc. Kid. And he was the first Warner Brothers cartoon character they ever created. He wasn't a Looney Tune, he was like a little bit before the Looney Tunes, but he was created after Mickey Mouse was created, and they were trying to, all the animation studios were trying to get characters that were anything like Mickey Mouse. So Bosco was kind of a rip-off of Mickey Mouse, and Bosco was a little boring, but he's okay. For some reason, some people actually like him a little bit, but most people think he's pretty boring. But he's very special to Warner Brothers because he was the very first. He's a monkey, and he's really weird. Despite the fact that he has nothing to do with the wartime episodes in this set, they gave him a hat and everything, and this 6th volume actually does include a bunch of Bosco cartoons on it. Some even the hardcore fans would say that it's a bit much that they're on here. And I've read reviews that say, oh, we don't care about Bosco. Why is he even on here? I don't know, it's Warner Brothers, and I guess it makes sense because he was the original, and he was Looney. Maybe if they redid him a little bit and then did more with him later on. But Porky and Daffy and the rest of them just kept getting bigger, and then, Bosco just got rambled in the dust. So one thing that's really cool about this set is that it includes a very rare and controversial cartoon where Bugs Bunny impersonates Adolf Hitler. It also includes a cartoon where Daffy hits Hitler with a mallet. There were other wartime cartoons with famous cartoon characters during the 1940s. One of them was famously Donald Duck. A bunch of others as well. Also, Bugs Bunny was the only cartoon character that was officially drafted to the United States Army. The discs are pretty cool. And, I hate war. I'm against it completely. There is something kind of neat visually about seeing famous cartoon characters beat up Nazis and things like that. I mean, these were propaganda cartoons, but hey, it was the 40s. What do you expect? Some of them they are funny and they are worth watching today. Oh, by the way, all you Looney fans out there, do you remember one of Bugs' most famous catchphrases? I knew I should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque. He said that a bunch of times, right? He famously said it in the episode where he fights the bull. What's weird is that the first time he ever said that line was in the episode where he impersonates Adolf Hitler. He digs a hole and he winds up in Auschwitz, and then he actually says that. Aside from the wartime cartoons, though, the other discs, the cartoons aren't as good. So really, the World War II cartoons are a highlight of this collection.
I just got finished seeing Looney Tunes, The Day the Earth Blew Up, starring our favorite hamburger, Porky, and our favorite ducky, Daffy Duck. I just came home from the movie theater. It was released today. It was very exciting. And of course it is. We've been looking forward to seeing this film for such a long time, right? It was a very good movie, I will say that. I won't give away any spoilers. This is exciting. This is my out-of-theater reaction. I'm going to keep my movie ticket because this was a special thing, this movie, and it will always be special, this movie, because it's a throwback to the 1940s version of how the Looney Tunes look, like visually. This is kind of like the movie version of the new Looney Tunes cartoons show they had on HBO Max. They had for a couple of years. And Petunia Pig is back. She's, entertaining. It's great to see Petunia again. They've always underutilized her. It's great to see her again in an important role in the film. So, Daffy, Porky, and Petunia are the only Looney Tunes in this film. And for others, that might be disappointing, but I kind of like that idea, actually. We've always seen the Looney Tunes all together, and Porky and Daffy are one of the greatest comedic duos of all time. They've always gave me a chuckle. They've always made me laugh. Porky and Daffy are amazing together. And now we have a whole movie of a Porky and Daffy adventure, and that's great. Like in the past, we always had them team up when they had cartoons where Porky and Daffy were detectives, like Sherlock Holmes. They had one where Porky and Daffy were police detectives. And of course, they had Duck Dodgers Porky and Daffy. They also had Robin Hood with Porky and Daffy, with Porky being Little John. They always did stuff that was comedic with Porky and Daffy as like a duo. And by the way, like now that this is a thing, I want to see a Duck Dodgers movie next, right? I mean, who wouldn't want to see that? Duck Dodgers should have always been a movie when I think about it. But anyway, so the plot of the film has to do with an alien invasion. There's one alien in the movie, and he's pretty entertaining, the character. I don't think he has a name, because I don't remember them saying his name in the film. I recall in the credits that they list his name as just the Invader, but his design looks very similar to the aliens in Mars Attacks, which was also another Warner Brothers movie. And Mars Attacks was a live-action Warner Brothers movie, but it had a lot of Looney Tunes humor in it. And also Gremlins 2, which was also made by Warner Brothers, had a lot of Looney Tunes humor in it as well. And if I remember correctly, I think Bugs and Daffy introduce the movie in Gremlins 2, the new batch. But anyway, there's a really great twist in the film later on, and I don't want to reveal it, you know. No spoilers. I will say something that's not really a spoiler. It's just something that's funny to look forward to. In the film, they show Porky and Daffy as like babies, and you get to see them grow up together, kind of like brothers. They were adopted by this farmer guy, and this farmer guy who acts as their father is hilarious. The way he looks, like his animation, and he's so, he's like a farmer character, and he has really funny moments in the film. And the film's plot is kind of like Chicken Little, I'd say. They even play the same song, It's the End of the World, and We Know It, or whatever. It's a fun, you know, wild animation ride. There's lots of explosions, and their faces being stretched, and it felt like you were back in time. It's a throwback movie for all the old school animation fanatics, right? And in that regard, it's great. Also, like, I noticed a lot of the references to other Looney Tunes stuff in the film, and those were really a thrill to see. Porky and Daffy even wear the same hats they wore and the uniforms they wore when they worked in that factory in that old Bob Clampett cartoon, and they were doing the same thing with the conveyor belts. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, yes, yes, oh my god, they made their hats look the same. This film is kind of a tribute to Bob Clampett. A lot of what this film is, animation-wise, is feels very Bob Clampett-y, if I can say that. Unexpected things happen in this film from time to time. Daffy and Porky go in places emotionally and character growth with Porky and Daffy that we have never seen before, probably ever, maybe, in the Looney Tunes. And that was really neat to see, and it was nice to see because that's a refreshing thing to see the Looney Tunes do something different like that, and different in a good way. I also can't help but feel a Space Jam connection with this one, folks. I noticed to me, it reminds me of Space Jam. An alien invasion, aliens being the main villains of the film. I mean, it makes me think of Space Jam, you know? I feel reminded of that. And also the first shot of the film, you see the moon in the sky, and then the camera pans down, you know, to like a factory or whatever. And that's like the first shot of Space Jam, if you guys can remember. The first shot in Space Jam is the moon. And it goes down, the camera tilts down, and you see, you know, little Jordan practicing basketball in his backyard. So, yes, this film has that Space Jam feel at times, which is very cool. And it fits. And, you know what's weird is, like, all these main Looney Tunes films that were in the movie theaters, they all have to do with aliens, pretty much. You have Space Jam, right, with the aliens. Space Jam 2, A New Legacy. There's Marvin's UFO, very alienish. Then in Looney Tunes Back in Action, there was the Area 52 place that they were at with Marvin and all the other famous movie monsters, right? Well, the ones that Warner Brothers owned. Not all of them, you know. And also there was the fight with Marvin in outer space at the end, in the climax of Looney Tunes Back in Action. That was Alien-esque, or Star Wars-esque. Then you have the day the Earth blew up with the alien invasion. Also, for all you people out there who aren't old school movie fanatics, if you don't know, this movie's title is a parody of the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. But now it's the day the Earth blew up, which is great. I give it 3.5 stars. This is a joyous occasion for all Looney Tunes fans out there. We should be rejoicing right now, and this is like Christmas for us right now. As Looney-Tics fans, we should all be very happy because at least something came out of these, canceled Looney Tunes movies. We finally have the Looney Tunes back on the big screen again. See it tomorrow, see it when you guys can. Let's make this a hit. Let's bring back the Looney Tunes again. Let's keep going. It ain't over yet. That's not all, folks, The Looney Tunes still have legs as characters, in my opinion. Also, at the end of the credits, and this isn't really a spoiler, I promise. In the end of the credits, Porky and Daffy appear out of the rings, and Porky's like, that's all, and then Daffy's like, no, Porky, maybe we can appear again in a sequel together. And they're like, ding! And, I really wouldn't mind that, right? As a Looney Tunes fan, wouldn't it be cool to see a couple of Porky and Daffy movies together? If that's what keeps the Looney Tunes alive, then I'm all for it. And the whole film is 2D animated, which is great. That's amazing to see. Finally, a full 2D animated movie. I'm a little bothered that some Looney Tunes fans out there they're really complimenting this film for being the first fully 2D animated Looney Tunes movie, and I don't agree with that premise. Like, all of the Looney Tunes films were all fully animated. Yes, I know the Looney Tunes movies that I reviewed on this channel, because I reviewed all of them, by the way, in my marathon. The ones from the 70s and 80s, they used a lot of old animation recycled and spliced it in with new animation. But still, those movies are still fully animated, though. So I don't really agree with this kind of notion that the whole film is the first fully 2D animated Looney Tunes movie. That's not true. I don't agree with that statement. It's great. I love that it's like that, because we haven't quite had a Looney Tunes movie like this before, but that doesn't mean it's like that thing with the animation that people mention. That's not a whole new thing. It's not a brand new thing, really. It is, but it really isn't, though. It's another Looney Tunes movie. I just kind of don't like that people say that, because I feel like it's kind of insulting. It's insulting to all the other classic, good Looney Tunes movies that we've already had in the past. There's nothing wrong with what they did with the other Looney Tunes movies in terms of animation. I didn't mind that Looney Tunes Back in Action and Space Jam, for instance, mixed in the live action with the Looney Tunes being 2D animated. I didn't mind that. To me, I didn't view that as like a negative. I thought that was a thrill ride to see how the human beings would interact with the Looney Tunes in real life. That was amazing. So I don't really take it as a negative that it took them this long to make the whole film being 2D, or compliment the film, but don't insult all the other great Looney Tunes movies that we've had. We've had about, 20 Looney Tunes movies already? And they're all great in their own way. And also, there's Tweety's High-Flying Adventure. Did you guys all forget about that film? That whole film was 2D animated from start to finish. So, we actually already had something like this prior, but it's just the first one in a very, very long time. And it's great. It's all great news. I hope that this does mean something more significant to the Looney Tunes other than just high reviews. Because I noticed that they don't want to market this film. They're so cheap. Warner Brothers being so cheap right now. They don't want to market the film. Does the average person know about this movie? I would say no. And that's sad. And it shouldn't just be the Looney Tunes fans. This should be a film that anyone could watch. For any person who's a fan of 2D animation, check this one out. You don't have to be a Looney Tunes fan. You will laugh. There are moments that are funny. You know, and it might make you like the Looney Tunes if you never really liked the Looney Tunes before. This is a love letter to the Looney Tunes. But again, with that little stipulation of mine, it's not the first fully 2D animated Looney Tunes movie. That's a bunch of bullshit. But anyway, it's a really good movie. 3.5 stars. Check it out. Let's save the Looney Tunes. That's not all, folks. And hopefully the Looney Tunes will still be around the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and another 100 years from now. And now we finally talk about the Looney Tunes in my favorite decade, the 90s. The greatest decade of all time. This is the first Looney Tunes movie of the 90s, Tiny Toon Adventures, How I Spent My Summer Vacation. For those of you old enough to remember, Tiny Toon Adventures was a cartoon in the 90s that aired on Kids WB, and it featured the Looney Tunes as like little kid versions of them. And they all had different colors and different names, but they acted similar to the original Looney Tunes characters that we grew up with. And this was actually a trend that Warner Brothers was doing at the time in the 90s that I started to notice. They did it with Scooby-Doo. They did it with the Flintstones, I think, and some other Hanna-Barbera cartoons. You know, trying to like change them up to make them young for like the 90s generation, like people my age. And when they were starting to do all that stuff, the most successful one and the best one was Tiny Toons. I fucking love Tiny Toon Adventures. It was an amazing cartoon. And I also love the Tiny Toon video games as well. But yeah, this is a great movie. So the Tiny Toons go to school, and it's like Acme Academy or something like that, where the Looney Tunes are their teachers because they're the adults. So it's like the legends teaching the young kids how to be loony, kind of like the Jedi Council in the Star Wars prequel trilogy with Anakin Skywalker. But yeah, it's like the Looney Tunes in this show are like the Jedis, and they're teaching the young generation of the new Looney Tunes. The Tiny Toons wind up going on vacation. Well, it's really Hamilton and his family, and then Plucky Duck comes along. This movie has some really funny moments in it, and it also has some really creepy and scary moments as well. But it's a lot of fun, and just thinking about the Tiny Toons, like growing up, watching them on the Kids WB is very, very nostalgic to me. I remember there was a scene in this movie, because this movie is hilarious, and it's fucking crazy. So many crazy things happen in this movie. The animation as well is also top-notch. It's better animation, a little better and a little more impressive than it was in the show. I mean, it's pretty much the same, but it's all just a little bit better for the movie. This was made into a big deal at the time. I remember they aired this movie on television. And it also kind of reminded me of that Rugrats vacation special they aired on Nickelodeon at the time. So yeah, like, that was a theme in 90s childhood movies where summer was such a big deal. And I remember they also did that in Recess School's Out, that Disney, the Recess movie. But here it was done before that. But anyway, yeah, there's a scene where Hamilton's family pick up this hitchhiker on the side of the road. So he's sitting in the back seat with Plucky and Hamilton, and this guy is like really creepy. And they do a parody of Friday the 13th where he puts on Jason's mask, and then he brings out like the chainsaw, and like that scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. That scared me. Holy fuck. Rewatching this movie is so much nostalgia and like all his memories and feelings of me being like scared and stuff like that. But you notice that they do that sometimes when they make cartoon movies based off of TV shows. Like they try to make them more exciting, maybe a little scary, a little this, a little that, trying to like broaden the series or the or whatever it is. Also, I really love Babs Bunny. Like, she's a great character in this cartoon. She's probably the best character in Tiny Toon Adventures. I mean, I love Buster as well, and Plucky Dog. They're all great in their own way. But especially Babs, like, she steals the show. There's a lot of moments where she's actually much funnier than Buster. She is funnier than Buster, actually. In fact, something that's interesting about Tiny Toon Adventures is that when people look back at the show, they see Babs Bunny and they think, oh, she's supposed to be like the little kid version of Lola Bunny. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what's interesting about it, is that this show and this movie actually came out years before Space Jam. Yeah, so actually Lola Bunny was inspired by Babs Bunny. The other way around. But if you didn't know that and you see this show, it's like, oh yeah, well, that would be like the little kid version of Lola. Even though Babs and Lola are different personalities, they're both spunky though. They're both like tomboyish, I would say. So that they actually do have that in common with one another. This is a great movie. I also love the VHS cover. Great times, great memories. This DVD cover is okay looking. I much prefer the VHS cover. I thought looked cooler than this cover they made for this. This cover doesn't give the movie justice. If you haven't seen this movie, check it out, and it'll be a way to introduce the Tiny Toons to you if you didn't grow up watching it. Moving on, in 1995, 1 year before Space Jam, they released this, cartoon called Carrot Blanca, which is the Looney Tunes doing a parody of Casablanca, famous movie from the 1940s. Don't be surprised if you never watched it. If you went to some film classes in college or something, you may have been forced to watch it. I do like Casablanca. I think it's a cool movie. I think it's classic. And it's owned by Warner Brothers, Casablanca, so they really like to market it. And they also did that in Space Jam too, when you see the Casablanca planet. This is, it's a Looney Tunes short, and it's kind of a little bit longer, just like a tad longer than a short. But it's still pretty much like it's the length of a Looney Tunes short, and I think that's a mistake because, like, am I counting this as a Looney Tunes movie? Like, to me it is, though. Like, even though it's not long enough to be a movie, it pretty much was a movie. Like, it was like a short movie. And yeah, I know you can say that about the old Looney Tunes cartoons from the 30s and 40s and 50s, and the 60s, but the animation here is stunning. Of all the decades the Looney Tunes have been around, the 90s, the animation they gave them in the 90s was the best they've ever looked, in my opinion. You can see that in any time they ever appeared in the 90s, whether it was TV commercials, Carrot Blanca, any new short tunes they made, and Space Jam, whatever. I fucking really, really, really wish that this was longer. Like, this could have been the whole movie before Space Jam came out. Like, this could have been that first. And I guess, like, Space Jam was being developed and it was on the horizon, so they didn't want to fully dedicate themselves to this kind of project with the Looney Tunes as a full movie. But they made it anyway, and I just think they really should have made this like a full-length movie. And at least make the short a little longer, because there's so much potential and so much great stuff that happens in this short, and it feels like there's stuff that's missing. Like, you just feel like, well, we want to see more. We want to see what goes on there, because I saw this when I was a kid and I fucking loved this, and I was like, where's the rest of it? I was shocked. I couldn't believe how short it was, because, you know, like, this tape makes it look like, oh, it's a whole Looney Tunes movie. You know, it's not fair for me to call this a movie, but honestly, I give this a pass. I'm gonna give this a pass and say that Carablanca is a Looney Tunes movie, even though it's too short. But because of the presentation, the animation, the dedication, the cover, like, all that shit, I give it a pass, because what they did was, the way this tape plays out, it's the Carablanca feature, and then after that they have like 5 Looney Tunes cartoons, like regular cartoons. So watching the whole tape, I mean, it feels like an hour, or like it feels like a 2-hour experience. Now, what's interesting is that Bugs in this movie is portraying Humphrey Bogart, of course. They actually, come to think of it, in the new Space Jam movie, Space Jam 2: A New Legacy, they kind of do a parody of Carablanca again, now that I'm thinking about it. But anyway, Penelope Pussycat appears in this feature, and Pepe hits on her, of course, as usual, but Bugs steals her heart, and they become lovers in this movie. Yes, it's surprising, right? Bugs and Penelope Pussycat were an item in this film. How weird, how interesting. I like the pair-up, I like the pairing. It kind of reminds me of the couple in Cats Don't Dance, which was also released by Warner Brothers, which is an underrated movie, by the way. Cats Don't Dance was also released around the same time as Carablanca and Space Jam, or I think it came out 1 year after Space Jam. So you can see the influence in Cats Don't Dance from this film, too. Because it's just the animation and like the romance between Bugs and Penelope. I know it's taken from Casablanca, but still. You know, people don't talk about this. People don't talk about Carablanca, and because back in the day when this came out, it just like it existed. Like no one, like they didn't promote it. It was, like I said, like Space Jam was looming on the horizon, and I just think maybe they should have gave a little more time to this and make it longer and present it on Cartoon Network's Cartoon Theater, and like this could have been like a whole movie, and I really, really wish it was longer, but I mean, I'm glad we got what we got. I mean, this could have been like a whole new series of movies they did, where each movie was a parody of something of another movie. I mean, yes, I would want the Looney Tunes to make their own kind of movies like we've already seen, but, I mean, with their own original material. But they could have done this as a trend for a little bit. They could have had like 2 or 3 of these ideas. Yeah, so in the film, Sylvester is like her boyfriend, I think, at the very beginning, when they go into the bar. Which is interesting because even though Sylvester's a cat, well, they're both cats. Yeah, that's interesting because they both have the same color scheme, the black and white. And it's like, that's pretty cool they did that. Pairing Sylvester and Penelope together, and also having Penelope and Bugs fall in love together. This is really, like, just awesome. Like, the creativity here. Like I said, the animation is great. Tweety has a great moment where he does like a parody of Peter Lorre, and that's a really funny highlight for Tweety Bird. Now, what's interesting is that one of the cartoons they show after this movie, well, after the feature, is I think it's the first one, maybe. It's a new Looney Tunes cartoon they made. That's a Looney Tunes short, and it features Bugs, Daffy, and Elmer. And they're all hanging out in a movie theater. And it's like, wow, that's fucking perfect. And it's new 90s animation cartoon, Looney Tunes short. And they look amazing. And like I said, the animation for the 90s Looney Tunes. And it's like, wow, like, watching this tape, it's like, well, they should have played that first before they showed the feature. When this tape begins, you show the Warner Brothers logo, right? It sets up the scene, and then they first play that Looney Tunes short where Bugs is at the movie theater, and it's like, and then after that short, however it ends, whatever, after that short, then you show this, Carablanca, and it could be the movie they watch at the end of that short, actually. They could have edited it like that, where it's like, oh yeah, so Bugs is at the movies and now he's going to watch himself in the movie. Like, that should have been the beginning of this tape. So plus that other tune where they're at the movies, it expands the length of the film. It could have been part of Carablanca. They could have made it like attached to it. So it's weird that they show it after this. I think that's a mistake. Maybe I'll do a fan edit. Would you guys like that? Give me a thumbs up and a comment if you want me to make a fan edit for Carablanca. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll slow it down a little bit, expand it, release it on BitChute, something cool like that. Yeah, so Carablanca. It's great. Watch it if you haven't seen it. If you're a Looney Tunes fan, if you're a Looney fan, it should have been longer. What a shame, but it's great that we have it. And yeah, I'm gonna consider it a Looney Tunes movie. I don't care. This is an example where I just don't care. Like, it's this good. Plus the fact that it was released 1 year before Space Jam. It's like you could tell like something special is brewing. Something special was coming. In 1996, we have the biggest Looney Tunes movie yet. Space Jam. Starring Bugs Bunny and Michael Jordan. Space Jam's my favorite movie ever. And I've made a lot of videos about it. And I have a lot of posters for it. I still have my old toys for it. This movie inspired me to make my own cartoons. It inspired me to just how creative this film is. Space Jam has been a divisive film ever since it's been released during the late 90s. Space Jam is both loved and hated by fans and critics alike. You know, I just don't see what the big deal is to put the Looney Tunes with a celebrity in a film. I just don't see what's so sacrilegious about that. I don't see why that's bad. I don't see why, like the film really likes Michael Jordan, yeah. But that's like part of the plot of the film. I mean, I think some people are annoyed by the film because the characters in the film praise Michael Jordan. I guess that could be annoying, but that's never bothered me because I'm watching a Looney Tunes movie. I mean, it's supposed to be kind of silly and over-exaggerated. And, the animation, like the way the Looney Tunes look in this movie is so fucking phenomenal. All hand-drawn. And, like, people seen Roger Rabbit before, but people never saw someone playing basketball in the Looney Tunes world with a giant Looney Tunes crowd. Like, no one ever saw that before. Yeah, I mean, to me, Space Jam is phenomenal, but I don't know, I just... Like, so what? They paired the Looney Tunes with a celebrity. Oh, what a big deal. Like, give me a break. Give me a break, Doc. The way the Looney Tunes act in the movie is not different than the way they act ever in like their old cartoons. They're still hilarious. I believe and feel like these are the same characters we grew up with. They don't act too different to me. Technically, on the Looney Tunes soundtrack, Bugs Bunny does a rap song that was written by Jay-Z. I mean, I like that song, but it just... I'm sorry, I love Space Jam. And there's like this whole movement now where there's all these big Looney Tunes fans who make videos and they talk about how they hate Space Jam. And it's like, if you're a big Looney Tunes fan, how could you not love Space Jam? How could you not at least love the animation in the film and some of the jokes in it too? Oy vey. While we're here still in the 90s, let me show you guys my Space Jam collection. Well, some of it. Here is the Space Jam soundtrack. It's the 20th anniversary re-release on vinyl. But what makes this different than the original release? Well, it has like very cool looking outer space vinyl. How cool is that? You know, this like all these dumbass critics that talk about Space Jam and they're like, well, it has nothing to do with space. That isn't true. Like, the villains from the movie are from outer space. They're from Moron Mountain. Space is very prominent in the early part of Space Jam. So, it's like the whole fact that they're aliens is technically why space is in the title. Also, the title Space Jam is a pun. The Looney Tunes are in their own jam, like they're in a mess. And it's a mess from outer space, so hence the Looney Tunes are caught in a space jam. It is a pun. My God. I don't know why people can't figure this shit out. And then I heard people say, oh, and Space Jam 2 has nothing to do with space, though. Well, yes it does. Space Jam 2 has to do with cyberspace, because the Warner Brothers serververse is kind of like cyberspace with all the digital planets. So yeah, sorry people, Space Jam 1 and 2 both have to do with space. Dumb fucking people. Christ. Space Jam's had like a plethora of releases, and I do actually own all of them. This I got at Walmart, and it's like a new exclusive Walmart release. And it's like, I've never seen a cover that just showed the ball from the movie where it has all the powers from the NBA stars. It looks so cool looking. Look how awesome that is that they thought of this. And then they have the quote from Michael Jordan. That's cool. Back's a little dull, but it's still cool. This is like a special release, I think, from Europe or something. And it's meant to look like a VHS tape, but it actually isn't one. And I do own Space Jam on VHS. I have a bunch of videos about that. I have the original. But this is like a recreation of a VHS tape. It's pretty neat. And it makes it look old on purpose with all these scuffs on the side. Very nostalgic. Look at that. Like, that's a purposeful coffee stain right there or something like that. It's actually part of the fabric. You can't wash it off. What nostalgia. You see, when you take the tape out, it's got this. As you can see, it's just a plastic recreation of what a Space Jam tape would be. And when you just simply open it up, there's a Space Jam poster in it, which is pretty damn cool. And there it is. I mean, it's just the DVD, the Blu-ray of Space Jam. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? I also have this new Space Jam Blu-ray they released, which is interesting. You got, Swackhammer and Bumkiss on the back. So 2 villains on the back and 2 heroes on the front. When you open it up, it forms a court with Space Jam written in the middle. I mean, it's very creative, so it's pretty cool, but it's just a little bland. Cool though, nonetheless. Inside you got this awesome picture of Bugs, and you have the Blu-ray and DVD. Underneath those discs, you have a play right here. Now, because I'm a huge fan of the film, it's my favorite movie. This reminds me of the play Daffy secretly makes with Bill Murray to win the game at the end. I mean, it kind of looks like these are the positions that they were in. Like, I don't know, that's Daffy over there. He's about to do the gut check thing. But I don't know. That's probably not intentional. It's just in my mind. Oh, and this thing over here is like something that the Blu-ray came with. It was like glued to the back. I think you guys know this is like the new stuff they do. But because I love the description here and the art they made for it, I don't want to get rid of it, so I kind of like cut the logo out or whatever and just keep it inside. This is a special Space Jam Blu-ray release they released from Europe. It's very cool because it's got this outline going on here. Now, this is taken from the older Blu-ray, if you fans follow DVDs and Blu-ray. But I put it in the back of this because I like that outline in the background better than what's originally in here, which is this. This is actually supposed to be the outside. This is the outside case for it. And this is very cool, right? You got bugs right here. I like that it's simple. It's pretty... I know it's simple and it's a slightly dull, but... Like, it's dull, right? But I like that it's presented like it's legendary. That's pretty cool, though. Now, the reason why you want to get this Blu-ray from Europe instead of the one we got in the United States at Best Buy, get this online at this European version, but you have to have a European Blu-ray player to play it. But the reason to get this is because it comes with 2 stickers exclusive with this set, a Toon Squad sticker and a Monstars sticker. Very cool. But the inside, other than that, is the same as the other one. It also includes a He's Okay pin, which is, it's a pin from that scene in Space Jam where Daffy slaps the A-OK on Michael's forehead. It's really cool. I don't remember where my pin is, so I'm sorry. Now, one thing that's interesting, and it stands out to me, I don't know if it stands out to you guys, but this logo for the Monstars is pretty interesting, isn't it? It's not the same logo that appears on the scoreboard as the official logo for the Monstars in the movie. But because I'm a huge fan, I go through all pictures of Space Jam, like the merchandise and all of that stuff. I've actually seen this logo before. They used to use it on some of the old trading cards for Space Jam, like back in the 90s. Like some of the old promotional stuff, the merchandise for Space Jam, this logo for the Monstars appeared. But this is not the logo they use for the Monstars in the movie. So yeah, there's actually 2 Monstars logos. I guess it's debatable which one you think is cooler. But yeah, whatever. Even though there was only 3 Looney Tunes movies released during the 1990s, all these other things like the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie, this tape was released on VHS during the 90s. Same thing with 1001 Rabbit Tales. Daffy Duck's Quackbusters aired on Cartoon Network's Cartoon Theater, and so did Daffy Duck's Fantastic Island. All this stuff aired on Cartoon Network's Cartoon Theater during the late 90s and re-released in the 1990s. So growing up, I thought these were from the 90s, but they're actually older. They're from the 70s and 80s. And so the 90s was a phenomenal time to be a Looney Tunes fan, because growing up I thought these were also 90s movies, but they're not. They're much older than me. So for a long time, these felt like they were 90s Looney Tunes movies. But they're not, and that's okay, because I grew up watching them during the 90s. Long live the 90s, and let it live forevermore in our hearts and our memories. Especially for the good old-fashioned Looney Tunes, who were resurrected in the 1990s to bring us more amazing, phenomenal fun and inspiration for generations to come. Not just through Space Jam, but through all the animation they ever gave the Looney Tunes during the 1990s. The hype, the commercials, the toys, the artwork. used and created for the Looney Tunes in the 90s. Even today, we still see re-released artwork, old artwork of the Looney Tunes from the 90s in t-shirts, underwear, socks, men, I don't know, male stuff, whatever. The 90s was an amazing decade for the Looney Tunes, and I do wish we got a sequel to Space Jam back in the 90s, but hey, we got one eventually. I do love the sequel, but yeah, I have to say, it does have a little bit of things in it that bugged me, but, well, get it? Bugs me? Oh, okay.
This is the soundtrack to Space Jam. Not only is Space Jam the best movie ever made, but it has the best soundtrack ever made. So many great songs on here. R.I.P. to Coolio. It's really sad we lost another member to the Space Jam family. Seal, Salt and Pepper, Monica, R. Kelly. I'm still always going to love I Believe I Can Fly. I know R. Kelly is a controversial figure nowadays. I'm sorry. I'm always going to love I Believe I Can Fly. Basketball Jones. Yeah, this is one of the greatest albums of all time. The greatest movie soundtrack of all time. This is the new soundtrack to the new Space Jam. Space Jam 2, A New Legacy. And yes, I'm always going to call it Space Jam 2, A New Legacy. You gotta remember that too. This is a sequel, and it does reference the events of the original, so it is a sequel to Space Jam. Like, I picked this up not just because I love the movie, but actually I love the soundtrack to A New Legacy. I do. I actually think it pairs up well with the quality of the first soundtrack, honestly. The first soundtrack is better, like the first movie is better, but this has really great songs on here. We Win, Control the World is decent. It's not that good. Let Me Fly is not that good. Hoops is good. Pump Up the Jam, the remix, good. Just For Me, great. Crowd Go Crazy, no. That's not good. Mercy, good. Game Time, no, that's bad. About That Time is great. MVP is bad. Settle Score is great. Going Looney is good. Shoot My Shot is amazing. My Guy is great. And The Best is great. We Win is amazing. And I love this back cover. Water Tower Records. I love Sylvester here. That you can see him. And Bugs over here. By the way, this Eiffel Tower right here next to the Casablanca planet, the Eiffel Tower here is meant to reference Pepe Le Pew. Rest in peace to him as well. Hopefully he'll get out of jail. Great soundtrack, honestly. Check it out if you like. Maybe you'll like the soundtrack if you don't like the movie. For some reason, there's another cover of this where the background is purple, which is a Target exclusive and a Walmart exclusive. I don't know why. I guess they just thought it was neat to do that, but whatever.
1996 gave us Space Jam. And then, 25 years later, in 2021, we got Space Jam, A New Legacy. But what about in between Space Jam and A New Legacy? Was there anything there? Why, yes, there was. Behold, this is a comic book released the same year as A New Legacy, 2021, and it was just simply called Space Jam 25th Anniversary. This is very rare to find. This is a digital comic book, so it was only digital, so it was only found online. It's rare to find the link, and I'm really proud that I was able to print these before I lost the link. This was not promoted. And what's extremely fascinating about this is that this is basically the real Space Jam 2. This is basically a Space Jam movie, just in comic book form, with the events that happened in it. And it's the Toon Squad versus the Monstars again. Like, the Monstars return, and they have a rematch. And Swackhammer's in it, too. So this is pretty amazing. It's not a very long comic, but it's good. I just wish it was great. And I wish it was way longer, and I wish it was promoted. And wouldn't it have been better if this was the actual movie? Now, since this is technically, I consider the real Space Jam 2, that would make Space Jam: A New Legacy Space Jam 3. And since the title of Space Jam: A New Legacy doesn't have the number 2 in it, this actually fits perfectly in with the timeline. So you got the original Space Jam, then you got Space Jam 20th Anniversary, then you got Space Jam: New Legacy. So there is actually a Space Jam trilogy already. And if you want to go by the timeline, you could actually say this takes place right before the events of A New Legacy. Because according to the comic, the events in this comic do take place 25 years after the first Space Jam. I do think it's kind of stupid to make a digital comic book. I mean, what is the point? Because no one really cared about this, and like I said, this was not promoted. So I did get to read the whole comic, and it's basically about this guy who has no face, no name. He's minding his own business, and a giant UFO lands, and you got the Nerdlux coming out. This comic has a lot of digital inspiration in it, from like cell phones, NFTs, all that crap, all that modern, overrated, overhyped stuff, which is annoying, but it's still an entertaining comic, and it still actually has a classic vibe to it, especially that it has the Looney Tunes in it, with the Monstars again, and Swackhammer and all that. Now, I cannot find the damn videos, but on Instagram at the time, yes, on only Instagram, they had little videos of this UFO, and it was like a CGI, crash landing into a local basketball court in like the city. And it said something like #Monstars or something like that. And it was really neat because they had a whole bunch of clips that were like that. And those Instagram clips appeared at the same time that this comic came out. So basically those little Instagram clips, those were basically video footage of this comic, because there's certain things in this comic that were in those Instagram clips. But I can't find the clips. But if someone's able to find the clips, tape them all together, digitally, of course, and then this comic, this is basically the real Space Jam 2. Not a fan of this person having no name and all that. I think that's kind of lame. So this has its own unique plot, just like A New Legacy had its own unique plot, where the Toons talk to each other about digital stuff, and then all of a sudden, the UFO crash landing in the city. It's pretty much the Monstars are returning, and that's their warning to the Looney Tunes that all these people saw the UFO. And here's Daffy talking about the stuff of the past. Like, here you got Tweety in the snow globe. I think that's probably supposed to be a reference to the original Space Jam snow globe from the 90s. You got the Space Jam, you got the Taz cup. I remember that cup back in the day. You even have Beaky Buzzard right here, who actually was a member of the Toon Squad back in the day, so that's pretty cool he's there. And then Marvin appears in this comic, and he has a really interesting role in this, just like how he had an interesting role in the original Space Jam and also in A New Legacy. Bugs gets to talk to Marvin. Marvin is talking to them about stuff that's important. Marvin's talking about blowing up the Earth again, his typical shenanigans, right? But then Marvin says, I'm hanging out with my old friend Swackhammer, Mr. Swackhammer, that they were gabbing with each other. You remember him, of course. And Bugs is like, Swaggy? Oh, of course. How is the old boy? Still hate us Toons with a passion? Gee, I love knowing somebody cares. Oh, he cares all right. He cares that it's been 25 years since your Toon Squad humiliated him. Swackhammer wants revenge, and his plan is already underway. Excuse me, blah, 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 blah. Oh, goody! An interruption from an even less interesting Earther. What I find interesting about this little moment, it's cool, but it still doesn't make sense. As we know, Marvin was the ref in the original Space Jam. A lot of us have theorized that he was pretty much neutral in the battle between the aliens and the Looney Tunes, and the fact that he's a ref means that he's a neutral party because he's both an alien and a Looney Tune. But there's a moment in the original Space Jam where, if you guys can recall, when Swackhammer calls the time out, he calls Marvin a little bug, and then he squashes him in his hand. That was like a memorable childhood moment for me. So clearly, Swackhammer wasn't nice to Marvin back in the day, but now in this comic, all of a sudden Marvin says that they're friends? When did they become friends? See, they seem like enemies to me in the original Space Jam. The fact that Swackhammer crushed him like a bug and called him a little insect or a little bug, like Swackhammer is such a disrespectful alien, whereas Marvin is actually, he's a typical evil alien, but he's a polite evil alien. Whereas Swackhammer is just evil. So they are definitely different. Maybe they became friends after Space Jam, 20 years later or something, that they started to talk to each other on the screens because they're both aliens, so they both have that in common with one another. But back in the day, like in the 90s, no, they were not friends. Pretty interesting that they did that, because now this is canon. This is canon to, like, this comic is part of the timeline, the Space Jam timeline. A comic that pretty much no one knows about and no one ever talks about or even cares about. This comic is like completely under the radar. And here we have Bugs, being Uncle Sam, having a patriotic moment, kind of like how in the original Space Jam when Bugs was standing in front of the American flag as a general to the Looney Tunes. Bugs was always like being patriotic. So they have sort of a rematch of a basketball game. I mean, I say sort of because it's kind of unclear. Because it seems like Bugs zaps him inside the computer or something. So now he's like digitally in the game or whatever. But how are the Looney Tunes and the Monstars? Are they digital or no? It's kind of vague. I mean, whatever, it's still a rematch. And Daffy's the coach in this comic. So this is before A New Legacy. So he was the coach twice. So it's like this comic foreshadows what's going to happen in New Legacy. Because this comic did come out before New Legacy. Here we got the return of the Monstars. So the events in this comic are really quick. Here you got a little thing of Naught transforming. So it's like the Nerdlucks are transforming again into the Monstars to get their revenge on the Looney Tunes. But what happened to the Nerdlucks? Because they became good at the end of the original Space Jam. So why would they now be under the reign of Swackhammer once again? I think it's cool that they would do this like as a rematch, but why can't it just be explained in the plot? Since this takes place after the first Space Jam, why isn't it just explained to us? That's the only thing, really. Because we want to see the Monstars again. I mean, everyone who wanted a Space Jam sequel, I mean, it's few people, I did. But we all wanted, anyone who was a big fan of the original Space Jam, we all wanted to see the Monstars return. They did return in some Nike commercials in 2016, during the 20th anniversary of Space Jam, but it wasn't quite, and they had like a hashtag Monstars are back and everything. It was really cool. But they never came back to face the Looney Tunes. But this comic, they do. So, then you got Granny having an argument with Swackhammer. Pretty cool. They never talked to each other in the original movie. Lola's still there. And now this, unnamed player who is basically the Jordan or the LeBron of this comic or this movie. Ironic that this is a digital comic, and it's basically another Space Jam movie because it's a comic, so it's not digital, it's physical. It's odd. It's like ironic. Yes, I understand the comic's digital online, but if you print it, it's not. And this is real, artistry they did to make this comic book. They didn't use digital stuff to make it. I mean, probably some stuff, but not the whole thing. So here we got the scoreboard. It's actually pretty bland compared to the one seen in the original movie. It's just too bad that this comic was not promoted, A, and B, it's not longer and it's not more elaborate and they don't explain everything. But if you did want a rematch of the Monstars and them returning to face the Looney Tunes, I mean, it does happen. It happens here. It did finally happen. And again, this is a comic no one cares about, no one talks about. It's just, it exists, but this is like the holy grail of Space Jam. And it's part of the Space Jam timeline. But I guess no one really gives a shit because people don't talk about a Space Jam timeline. People just think the first movie that's it. But there was other stuff that happened after the first movie, and here it is. I mean, you can't forget about Swackhammer and the Monstars. To me, it seemed like they were going to be the new Looney Tunes characters, but then they didn't do anything else with them. But they finally did eventually, but, you know, like here we have Swackhammer saying this stupid lame stuff like these influencers. They're trying to say that his followers on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, this guy's followers, they're causing the Monstars to lose. It's kind of like the fans on Instagram or something from the Monstars versus the Instagram fans of the Toons. They're influencing them digitally in the game, but I mean, I don't like that idea. I mean, doesn't that sound so lame? So I don't know. It's just stupid. So here we got the same thing. The score is now higher, 88 to 90. So the score is higher than the original, which was 77 to 78, I think. Crowdsourcing, oh god, so lame. Now here we got an awesome moment where Swackhammer talks to Bugs Bunny, and then Bugs responds to Swackhammer. How cool is this? Because in the original Space Jam, the only moment where Bugs and Swackhammer appeared on screen together was when Michael shakes Swackhammer's hand and makes that deal, that deadly deal. And before they both walk away, like Bugs and Swackhammer they like stare at each other. And they give each other an angry look as they both walk away from each other. And that was it. They both didn't say a word to each other, not a peep. But here we got Swackhammer, who's basically the leader of the Monstars, talking to Bugs Bunny, who's basically the leader of the Looney Tunes, or the Toon Squad. And here we got them talking to each other, very briefly. But it's really cool that it actually happens. It would have been cool if they spoke to each other in the original movie. I think this comic should have been the real Space Jam 2. And of course you could have made it way better than this. Then the third movie could have been this. This is my fan-made VHS tape, and I added the number 2 to it. I have another video where I show it off. This is fan-made, and I wanted it to look like, you know, a classic 90s movie. So that's why it looks like this, because nowadays they don't make VHS tapes anymore. So that's what this is. We got this. See, like this moment right here is so, like, dorky. My social media followers are a smart bunch. They knew the best chance to beat the Monstars. I mean, so like I know like they're trying to think of a new plot idea, but why does it have to be a digital plot idea? Why can't it just be like in the original Space Jam where there was nothing digital about it? The original Space Jam, it was all a magical thing. What's wrong with that? But still, what happens in the comic itself, despite the digital dialogue, what happens in the comic itself is still cool, though. So you could really kind of ignore this stupid bullshit. Here they lose again. The Monstars lose again. So the final score in this movie, the real Space Jam 2, is Toons 91, Monstars 90. Yes, so they made the score higher, which is really cool, right? I really love that they changed the score. You know, Swackhammer yells at them. Looks like us winning somehow turned him and his goons into NFTs, whatever those are. Remember how shitty these were and how obnoxious they were and how people thought they were going to be the biggest thing ever and now they're a giant embarrassment? Yeah, that stupid bullshit. Like, why is this here? It feels like an endorsement to NFTs, but it's kind of not, I guess. I guess but it's still a reference to it, so I don't like that. But I do like what Daffy says after, though. He says, that's easy. It stands for Never Forget the Toons. I guess that's what it stands for. But he's forgetting the part, so then wouldn't it be NFTT? This is also kind of like the end of New Legacy when LeBron defeats Algae Rhythm, and then Algae turns into the poster, and he's trapped inside the poster. This is like the same thing where now... So I guess now in canon, the timeline, the Monstars and Swackhammer, they're all stuck in NFTs. I guess that's where they were in the New Legacy. But why did it have to be that? Why couldn't it have been something else, like the poster in New Legacy? That was way better. See, and then you got these guys taking them away, you know? And then it ends with like kind of a lame joke, but I just think this is a really cool thing. There you go, guys. This is the real Space Jam 2. The true one. Like I said, it's hard to find this comic, and they never even released it physically. Oh, because everything now has to be digital. Every fucking thing ever. So annoying. So let me know what you guys think. Is this a cool thing that they did this, or is it kind of lame? I think it's really cool they did it. I just wish it was way better, but it's still good, you know? But it's just a shame that it's not a movie. It's just a shame that we never got to see the Monstars return in a movie or a cartoon, a regular cartoon, not a comic cartoon. But still, it did technically happen, though. I mean, here it is. Coming from the number one Space Jam fan out there, you get all the real info, the real deal on Space Jam from me. So I leave no stone unturned. Here you go. Always wanted to have that kind of Space Jam movie? Here it is, in all its glory. Space Jam 25th Anniversary.
So some years after they released the Golden Collection, they released the Platinum Collection. These are the Blu-ray release of the Looney Tunes classic. Since most of the cartoons were released on DVD, well, tons of them weren't, but like I've said, but the most famous ones were released on DVD. What was the Platinum Collection to do? Well, most of the cartoons on the Platinum Collection have been released already on the Golden Collection. So the reason to get this, it includes this really cool book inside, and it shows the episode list. You got the complete Tasmanian Devil, you got the complete Witch Hazel, and the complete Marvin the Martian. Now, Marvin the Martian and Taz became big Looney Tunes stars during the 90s, but back in the day, they both only had like 5 cartoons to their name. They were both from the 1950s, and by the time they stopped producing the original shorts, after the original theatrical cartoons, they put Taz and Marvin in a bunch of other stuff later on. They wound up doing more with them after their golden age. Now, most of the cartoons with Taz have him pairing up against Bugs Bunny as an enemy, but there was only one where he encountered Daffy, and it was called Ducking the Devil, and it was really cool. And most of the Marvin cartoons, he encountered Bugs Bunny. But then in one, he encountered Daffy, which was Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century. Remember how earlier I mentioned that there's actually a cartoon with Michigan J. Frog and Marvin the Martian singing together? This collection actually includes that cartoon, but only this Platinum Collection. So the reason to get this collection is the remaining Taz and Marvin cartoons that they didn't release on the Golden Collections, and because it also includes the remaining episodes of Witch Hazel, and it includes that Marvin cartoon where he's singing with Michigan J. Frog. And it's only the ending of the cartoon, but it's really weird. It's like in that moment they're both the same size, even though technically Michigan J. Frog is shorter than he is. But anyway, they were just fooling around. Also, remember earlier I mentioned that there was a sequel to Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century. This collection includes that second cartoon, Duck Dodgers in the Return of the 24th and a half century. Their outfits look a little different, and he does encounter Marvin in it, and the animation is different because Chuck Jones changed his animation style in the 1960s. You can see that in his animation version, 60s version of Tom and Jerry. Whereas in the 50s and the late 40s, his animation looked different. And that's another thing I would like to mention is that there was a lot of fathers to the Looney Tunes. Don't just think it's all Chuck Jones. That's something that needs to be said, for sure. Yeah, so the Platinum Collection's pretty cool. They actually released a set where you could get a Bugs Bunny shot glass in it. From what I've been able to gather, Collection 2 of the Platinum Collection, 2 and 3, they really don't have anything unique or special to their releases. But the first Platinum Collection definitely has some cool stuff in it. And like I said, it includes that booklet inside.
Today I'm going to be talking about who I think are the underrated Looney Tunes in all of Merry Melody's history. These are the Looney Tunes characters that could have been icons if they just used them more. I love all the Looney Tunes, not just the main ones. And I just noticed that there's certain specific characters that should have gotten more spotlight, and if they just did some more things with them, then maybe they could have been icons just as Sylvester, Wile E. Coyote, Elmer Fudd, Daffy, and Bugs, and the rest of them could have been as well. Anyway, let's get started. Number 1, Charlie Dog. Now, anyone who's watched the old Looney Tunes cartoons should recognize this character, but they may not remember what the character was or what he did, but he was frickin' hilarious. Oh my god. Charlie Dog is underrated as hell. To me, he's just as funny as Porky Pig, Daffy, Tweety, Sylvester, Granny. Charlie Dog really doesn't have any Looney Tunes merchandise. He was in a couple of cartoons, usually with Porky Pig, and he was just like frickin' batshit insane in his cartoons. He was really a wild dog, and he was very silly and very perfectly fitting as a Looney Tune character. I was thinking maybe his design is a little generic, and that's what makes him not memorable to people. But then again, if you look at characters like Foghorn Leghorn and Barnyard Dog, they look fairly generic as well. So what is it about Charlie Dog that did not make him a superstar? I'm not so sure. He was the dog that passed the basketball to Lola Bunny in Space Jam. And he's had little appearances over the years, but his best stuff was his original appearances in the 1940s and 1950s. He really was something else. He also has a really creepy and eerie moment where Charlie Dog has a moment of predictive programming of
The city. The city. I can see it all now. Its high towers, cold, cruel, ominous, closing down on you. From every side till you can't breathe. Closer, closer. You can't breathe. The traffic. You can't think. Beep, 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 beep. Look out for that truck. Honk, honk. Look out for that taxi. Boing. Beep, beep. Honk, honk. Beep, beep. Honk. What's that? Look! It's the towers! They're falling!
But anyway, let's move on to number 2. Pete Puma. Pete Puma is hilarious. So many people have made Pete Puma keep living on as a character because of his one and only cartoon, Rabbitskin, with Bugs Bunny. His catchphrase, "a whole lot of lumps," was hilarious.
There's nothing as sociable as a nice cup of tea. I always say. How many lumps do you want?
Oh, 3 or 4.
It's amazing how Pete Puma was only in one cartoon. Unlike Taz and Marvin, who had fan letters come in where the fans demanded more cartoons of them. Unfortunately, Pete's stardom really happened much later as this very underrated character, and unfortunately, we didn't get to have more cartoons of him during the golden era of the Looney Tunes. He did have some appearances later on in like the newer cartoons, and he was also apparently the janitor in Tiny Toons, and I don't remember him in that, but I mean, Pete Puma was really, really frickin' funny in his original old cartoon that he was in that I think is from the 50s. And there really isn't much merchandise of Pete Puma out there. Yeah, he's just another underrated character. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say, but he is one of the funniest Looney Tunes characters of all time. Number 3, Crackpot Quail. Even though this little character didn't do much, I just remember him being frickin' hilarious. He was just wild And he used the phrase Doc a lot in his old cartoons, because I think they were considering about making the crackpot quail to be the new star of Warner Brothers. But then this was before Bugs Bunny became the star, because Crackpot Quail acts a lot like Bugs in his old cartoons where he counters other animals. It's just interesting because it's almost as if it's Bugs, but in like a less appealing looking character. When you think of classic animals, the furthest thing from your mind is the quail. Maybe something about the image of the quail or something that it just didn't quite catch on with audiences. But that crackpot quail was so damn funny. An underrated Looney Tune, the crackpot quail. Other than his old Merry Melodies cartoons, we have never seen this character ever again. Number 4, Playboy Penguin. Who doesn't love the adorable Playboy Penguin? With his top hat and bow tie. It may seem silly to say he's underrated because what else, is he useful for as entertainment? Other than crying tears of ice cubes and being cute? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they could have done a little something else with him. He only appeared in 2 cartoons with Bugs Bunny back in the day. And other than that, they didn't do too much else with the character. But in terms of merchandise, Playboy Penguin could have made a little bit of a comeback. And like I said, maybe they could have teamed him up with other characters and just tried to do some other things with the character, because it is a very appealing Looney Tunes character. Because you remember that scene where he encounters Bugs Bunny in the Arctic, and then he gets all upset and starts to cry, and Bugs is like, all right, I'll help you. There's something about that penguin, that one classic particular penguin. Another classic cartoon character that became the popular penguin was Chilly Willy, who later became friends with Woody Woodpecker. He became more iconic and more memorable to people than maybe the Playboy Penguin. But Warner Brothers had a little star on their hands, but they just didn't really use him that much. And number 5, K9 the Dog. K9 the Dog is Marvin the Martian's trusty sidekick. I don't know why I find K9 so underrated. His appearance is very charming. I mean, I've never seen a green dog before in like the old cartoons. He was very funny when he talked and encountered Bugs Bunny in Marvin's first cartoon. They brought him back a couple of times, but they never really had him speak ever again. And this is kind of like my Playboy Penguin critique or suggestion of these underrated Looney Tunes characters. What else could they really do with K9? Maybe that was their mindset. And again, I don't know, but perhaps making K9 appear even more with Marvin. I was amazed to see K9 again in Space Jam: A New Legacy. When I saw him, I was like, holy shit, I haven't seen K9 in so long. And I was like, has it really been this long? And it has. I think the last time we've seen K9 was in that Duck Dodgers cartoon in the 2000s. I think he appeared in 1 or 2 episodes with Marvin. But yeah, K9 is underrated. And even though I'm saying what else could you do with him? But then again, when you look at Pluto the dog from Disney, they did a tremendous amount of hilarious things with Pluto. So why can't they do that stuff with K9? I don't know. And number 6, Gossamer. Everybody who loves the Looney Tunes loves Gossamer, the big, red, hairy monster. He's most famous for encountering Bugs Bunny in the castle and stuff. Gossamer did appear in a lot of 90s Looney Tunes video games. Gossamer also encountered Daffy Duck as Duck Dodgers also in the old days of the cartoons. I was really pleased to see Gossamer be a member of the Toon Squad in Space Jam: A New Legacy. That was really exciting to see that, because yes, finally, let's give Gossamer his due. This is awesome. Even though people think New Legacy is a terrible movie, but they're wrong. And Gossamer is a great Looney Tune character. He's not underrated because people love him, but he's underutilized. He was not in more cartoons, and I think he should have been. They could have done some more things with him, because his design is very appealing and there's something very charming about Gossamer. For some reason, when you think of Gossamer, Marvin the Martian always seems to come to mind for some reason. Other than him appearing as Marvin's monster in that Duck Dodgers cartoon, even if that didn't happen, there's something about Gossamer that feels very alien-like and feels like he belongs with Marvin and K9 and whatever. Like other green monsters and stuff belong with Marvin the Martian as like the aliens or, the monster characters and stuff like that. Anyway, so when I think about all the Looney Tunes in history, these Looney Tune characters in particular, I think are the most underrated Looney Tunes characters. Yes, there's lots of other characters as well, but if we talked about all of them, we'd be here all day, and I wouldn't mind that. But when I think about all of them and trying to narrow it down as much as I can, I definitely think Charlie Dog is probably the most underrated Looney Tune character of all time. And who's in second place? That's tough to say. Anyway, let me know what you guys think. Today is the next part of all the Looney Tune movies, the 2000s. Who still remembers the 2000s and reminisces about the 2000s? I sure the hell do. I think the 2000s was like an extended version of the 90s. The early 2000s were. Anyway, the year 2000, Tweety's High-Flying Adventure. This movie is often forgotten, and by myself also. I recently just rewatched this. You can actually watch it like on demand, and it's Tweety's first movie. Tweety goes around the world basically in 80 days, and it's like a challenge for him. And Granny's in it, and Sylvester is trying to eat him again. What's interesting is that in the late 90s they had the Sylvester and Tweety Mysteries cartoon. This movie feels like a movie version of Sylvester and Tweety Mysteries, basically. There is comedy in it that's very good, the comedy. I think the backgrounds are pretty lazy looking, though. What's great, though, is that they all look like they're supposed to. It's like the original version of the Looney Tunes. Tweety runs into the Looney Tunes and they make like cameos through his adventure. Bugs is like snowboarding in it. Daffy makes a joke when he runs into Daffy, and he mentions how he's making a cameo, and he's like, I wish this was my own movie. It was some joke like that. Daffy actually already had his movies. He had 2 movies, Daffy Duck's Quackbusters and Fantastic Island. So Daffy already had 2 movies. It's all about him. It's all about himself. This was Tweety's big movie. I remember it aired on TV at the time. It's funny how Marvin is here on the cover, because he does have one scene in the movie, and it's kind of weird. It's very cool to see him, though. Tweety's in like New York City. Marvin's on stilts, and I think because they don't explain what Marvin was doing in that scene, but I think he was pretending to be a human or something. It was weird. He was like walking around on stilts, and then the cloak is pulled from underneath him. Cool, though. I wish he was in the movie more, but whatever. The funniest scene in the movie is with Taz interacting with Sylvester and them riding the bike together. That was good. That was like funny, really funny. Tweety meets a new friend in this movie that basically becomes like his girlfriend, and it's like a pink Tweety. Her name was Auga. It's like I forgot about this movie and I started reminiscing, and I saw this logo and I was like, oh, I think I remember that. And it was funny because the only thing I remembered about this entire movie was the pink Tweety bird, was the girl Tweety. That was the only thing I remembered about this entire movie. And tell me in the comments if you relate to that, because everything else about the movie just seems like it blends in with all the other Looney Tunes cartoons, so I just forgot about the entirety of the remainder of the film. I guess Auga just really stood out to me. Auga basically makes a sound, and when she does it, she like yells, and it basically sounds like a boat sound, which is weird because you'd think it would make the sound like Auga, but no, she doesn't do that. So that's weird. This Auga joke kind of, I think it's been a long time, okay? But I think I've heard this Auga joke in like the older Looney Tunes cartoons, or maybe like Tiny Toon Adventures, or like the Animaniacs. But when I heard it in those shows, like in the past, like in the 90s and shit, I remember for some reason, and maybe it's a Mandela effect, or maybe I'm just getting old, but I remember hearing that Auga sound effect before. So it's kind of weird that in the movie when she does her famous thing, it's like she doesn't actually she doesn't say the phrase auga. She just makes the sound of a boat. Kind of weird. But anyway, it's a pretty good movie. So it kind of reminds me of that Jackie Chan movie, Around the World in 80 Days. And that came out in 2004, so this was the year 2000, so it does remind me of that. It's like because it was both in the same era. And I think the concept of Around the World in 80 Days is like older than this movie. It's like an older thing. But this is the Looney version of it. Yeah, it's kind of a forgettable Looney Tunes movie. Like, it's cool, but I don't think there's enough jokes in it. And like I said, the backgrounds seem pretty lazy. I mean, the movie's well done, but I don't know. It's a pretty damn decent movie, and it could have been way better. What I have to say about the 2000s is that the 2000s was like the final decade where they kept the Looney Tunes in their original version, in like their classic version. It was the final decade where they kept them the same. Anyway, moving ahead to one of my favorite movies of all time. Yes. Looney Tunes back in action. Getting a little emotional talking about this. I've never made a review about this film before, and that was very, very exciting to see it with my friends in the movie theater. It felt like a sequel to Space Jam, even though it wasn't. Although the film does reference Space Jam in like one scene where Michael Jordan appears, and Daffy's just like, well, this doesn't make a lick of sense. That was pretty funny. I mean, at the time when I was a kid, like, I wish that this was Space Jam 2 instead. I think the director of this film, and I forget his name, he was great. He did an excellent job with this film, but I didn't like his attitude when I heard him talk about this film. In the behind-the-scenes footage, he was saying how he wanted this film to be the anti-Space Jam. I mean, does it really have to be? I mean, like, in Space Jam, like, the Looney Tunes are acting just how they normally are anyway, so Space Jam ain't like some weird overhaul of the classic Looney Tunes characters. So I find that comment strange. I mean, it is similar to Space Jam. I mean, this film actually feels like a remake of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and it contradicts the premise of Space Jam with the Looney Tunes like living underground and stuff. Like, that was way more creative than this. This has already been done before. I mean, this is an excellent movie. It's hilarious. I love this movie. But, like, people underestimate, like, the magic of Space Jam. Like, I remember when I saw this in the theater for the first time, like, my first reaction to it was, like, I was thinking, oh, it was alright. Like, I thought it was pretty good. But then the more I kept watching it, I was like, wow, this is amazing. Like, my first reaction to it was like, well, it's not as good as Space Jam. And I mean, I still don't think it is. But it's kind of funny when people look back at this film, they always constantly, like, compare it to Space Jam. Like, whose side are you on? Like, do you want this version of the Looney Tunes or do you want the Space Jam version? And it's like, that's not how it should be. Like, I love both versions. I love both of these movies, and they're both similar anyway. I do like the idea of the Looney Tunes being secretly, like, underground or in a different location, because that actually made sense. Like, in real life, like, we don't think the Looney Tunes are real, right? But in this film, it's like they're real and they're walking around with them and everyone knows that they're real. And it's cool, but it's also weird. Like, at the time, this was 2003. Man, do I miss the 2000s. What an amazing time period. The early 2000s, actually. The late 2000s sucked. Like I said earlier, the early 2000s was the extended version of the 90s, so we had our golden 10 years of the best decade ever. 96 to like 2005, really. I mean, that's a different video all on its own. I really like the pairing also. You got Bugs with the girl and Daffy with the guy. Brendan Fraser was hilarious in it. Jenna Elfman was entertaining. And Steve Martin was Marvin Acme, and he was really funny in the movie. And his scenes actually remind me of Dr. Evil from Austin Powers. And when you think about it, Goldmember, Austin Powers, came out the same year as this, 2003. So when I rewatched Tweety's High Flying Adventure, the plot of this movie is actually similar to Tweety's High Flying Adventure. Like, in this film, they do go around the world. Like, they go to Paris, France, they go to, they're in the desert, Area 51, they go to outer space, they go to the jungles of Africa. They're going all over the place, so, I mean, it does actually feel like the plot of Tweety's High Flying Adventure. And like Bugs and Daffy, like, they encounter the other Looney Tunes through the adventure of the movie. So that also feels like the same thing. Yeah, so it's kind of like they took the plot from this and then like expanded it. Yeah, anyway. So like I was trying to say before, 2003, like, this was the time when a Space Jam 2 should have been made. I think everyone knows that. I do love Space Jam 2, but this was the time to do it. They could have done this afterwards. You know, it's just interesting. This is an amazing movie. This is the full screen edition DVD, and I also have a widescreen edition. Not an interesting story why I have both versions, but yeah, pretty cool. I always prefer the full screen version of stuff from back in the day because that's how the old TVs were. So I hated widescreen. And I still prefer full screen because I'm old school, so like, fuck that widescreen shit. But, you know, it does look pretty good though still in widescreen, but it's like, I don't know, there's something nostalgic about the full screen effect to me. Well, you know, for the longest time, it was like Space Jam and Looney Tunes Back in Action were the most special of all the Looney Tunes movies. Like, the highest budget, live action with animation, big time adventure film, heavy promotion. But now we have Space Jam 2, so now we have like a, well, I was gonna say a trilogy, but eventually they'll probably make Space Jam 3, and I support that idea. Now, the original title of this film was going to be Spy Jam, which was going to be fucking awesome as a title, which is what the title should have been, because this film does feel like a James Bond film, because his father in the film is played by Timothy Dalton, who played James Bond in the 1980s. I'm a huge James Bond fan. I'll do another DVD King video about that. Timothy Dalton's Bond films were so amazing, so I'm a big fan of him playing Bond. So seeing him be a spy in this film as his father was hilarious, and it was a great throwback for James Bond fans. I mean, as a kid I didn't know that, but looking back now I know that. So I think the film should have been called Spy Jam. They could have called it Looney Tunes Spy Jam, just in case people didn't even know the Looney Tunes were in it, because that would have tied it in more with Space Jam. Kept continuing this trend of making these jam movies, where it's like it has the spirit of Space Jam, but it's not a direct sequel to Space Jam, and it would have had more marquee value, because how exciting would that have been back in the day, right? So the title Looney Tunes Back in Action is cool. It's got like a movie vibe to it. It's basically flat out saying they're back. They're back, and also what I have to say is that Daffy is like the star of this film. Like, Bugs was the star of Space Jam, and Daffy was the star of Back in Action. So it's kind of like, since it's like kind of like the second Space Jam movie, they gave the spotlight more to Daffy. Bugs is there and he's excellent. More stuff is for Daffy in this movie, which is awesome. voiced Bugs Bunny back in the day when this movie came out, so rest in peace to him, because I remember he died like a year or two ago, and I was really upset, actually, because I thought he was such an amazing voice for Bugs Bunny. He was Bugs Bunny. Man, like, the nostalgia of his voice being Bugs, and I couldn't believe he died, because then it's like, wow, we just lost the last great Bugs Bunny voice actor, like, ever. These characters are so old that, yeah, you know, it's kind of hard to find other people to voice them nowadays, Doc. Yeah, so this was really like one of those final hurrahs of hearing that final good voice of Bugs. And Billy West voiced Bugs in Space Jam, and he was amazing, and I don't know why the fuck he wasn't back to do the voice for Bugs in Back in Action. Hell, I don't know why he wasn't back to do the voice for Bugs in Space Jam 2. I think I saw an interview with him talking about why he wasn't, but, still. So what about our boy Marvin? Does he have a bigger role in Back in Action than he does in Space Jam? Arguably. I guess so, you would say that, yeah. Because he's got the blue monkey, they fight him in outer space, all that shit. Yeah, like Marvin winds up being the last big villain of the film. I mean, at the end of the film, there's like 3 villains. You got the robot dog, which I think is a reference to some old cartoon. Someone told me, some obscure thing that most of us don't really know about. Then you got Marvin fighting them in outer space, and then you got Marvin Acme. Come to think of it, like, Austin Powers was a huge hit, right? 3 movies, and it was a James Bond parody. And this came out in 2003, right? It feels like it's taking inspiration from the Austin Powers films. There's an excellent scene in the film where I remember people clapped when I saw it in the theater. It was when Bugs takes out his carrot saber to fight Marvin the Martian in outer space at the end of the film, where he's like, of course you realize this means war. That moment was so amazing, and it was so fucking cool to see that as a damn kid. I loved that moment. What's funny is I remember when Star Wars The Force Awakens came out in 2015, there were all these, like, people commenting and saying that Bugs Bunny's carrot saber actually looks like Kylo Ren's lightsaber. So, actually, Disney ripped off Warner Brothers. That's right. Star Wars ripped off the Looney Tunes. That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, so anyway, one thing I want to comment about this DVD is that I don't know why it says the movie. I still don't get that. 20 years later, I still don't get why the DVD release says the movie underneath the title. The name of the movie is Looney Tunes Back in Action. That's it. It was on all the promotion, yada yada. You can look up the original poster for this, and it's the same thing as the DVD cover, and it's like, that's not there. That's not there. So why on the DVD did they put that? Did people really gonna be that stupid and they were like, oh, so the Looney Tunes are back in action, so it's not a movie? It's not the movie? What kind of dumb shit is this? Just call it Looney Tunes Back in Action on the DVD. What's with the movie bullshit? Like, we know it's the movie. And I also don't like the logo where it says the movie. I mean, it just looks like cheap looking. Like, it just kind of looks strange. That logo makes this movie look like it's like a C-rated film, and it's not. It's an A-rated film. It's just so dumb. Why the fuck did they do that? Now, by the way, when I watched this film for the first time in the theater, now this is getting very nerdy, okay? I hope I'm not going to bore you with this. But I can tell there was a moment where Daffy was going to become Duck Dodgers. You know, he's like sucking his thumb, and Bugs is fighting Marvin with the carrot saber, right? And Daffy's like, what would Duck Dodgers do? And I was like, oh, awesome, he's going to be at Duck Dodgers. And he was. It was amazing, right? Especially to see that in a live-action Looney Tunes film. Because the character of Duck Dodgers has always been a fan favorite of us Looney-Tics fans. A character that... a persona of Daffy... That's his most famous persona, and we always wanted to see more of that character, that version of him. And I remember at the time, I think it was a year or something, before this movie came out, they had the Duck Dodgers cartoon in the 2000s. And Daffy had a blue outfit in that cartoon, and I was actually disappointed that it wasn't aesthetically like the original version of him, where he had that green outfit with the red cape and like the thing on his head. That was really funny, and that was classic. Like, that outfit is what we know of Duck Dodgers. So I was actually disappointed with that Duck Dodgers 2000s cartoon, because I thought his outfit should have been like his classic Duck Dodgers outfit. I don't know why they changed it. That cartoon, that Duck Dodgers cartoon in the 2000s was cool. It was funny. But they gave Porky his same outfit in that cartoon with the purple. So why couldn't they do it with Daffy? So in this film, basically, coming 360 now, I can tell that moment was like he's going to turn to Duck Dodgers, and I was so worried that they were going to put him in his new blue outfit from the cartoon at the time to like promote the new Duck Dodgers cartoon. I was so worried they were going to do that. I was in my mind, I was like, no, please don't do that. Make it the classic outfit. Make it the classic outfit. And they did. They put him in his classic outfit in the movie. That is so awesome. But what I can't understand 20 years later, and I even thought about this back then, not just now, it's a mystery. Why did they decide... It's like they remembered to put Daffy in his classic Duck Dodgers outfit for the movie, but not for the Duck Dodgers cartoon. Does that make any sense whatsoever, folks? I was weary about making this video for a long time, because I know that once I start talking about Looney Tunes Back in Action, I can talk about this movie for like 20 hours. So I don't want to do that, so let's just move on. Amazing film, probably the second best Looney Tunes movie ever made. Yeah, it's phenomenal, but we're going to have to move ahead to 2006. The last Looney Tunes movie of the 2000s. Bah Humduck, A Looney Tunes Christmas. Now, at the time, in 2006, I did not see this film. I don't think I really knew it existed. And my memory is hazy if they even aired it on television. Now, let me know in the comments if you actually saw this movie back in the day. And maybe you're like me and you didn't see it back in the day either. So I recently watched it, like last Christmas, and it was pretty awesome. Like, the animation's great. The jokes are pretty cool. Daffy's like the owner of this mall, and he's like Scrooge. So it's another, cartoon, family-friendly version of a Christmas Carol. And what I find interesting about this film is that it's actually like the Looney Tunes version of a Mickey's Christmas Carol from the 80s. That was a great version of A Christmas Carol, and like Scrooge McDuck was Scrooge. It was perfect, and Mickey was in it and all that shit. And just like in that movie, like all the ghosts of Christmas past, like Taz and Sylvester, Tweety and Granny, they visit Daffy and try to make him a better person. And he's also a duck, just like Scrooge. So this is like the Looney Tunes version of Mickey's Christmas Carol. But it's like, Disney did it first. So that's what makes this interesting. It's like, which one of those two is better? Yeah, so I like the movie. Bugs in the film doesn't really have much to do in terms of the plot. He's like a shopper and whatever. But they still give him enough screen time where he's like still awesome in it. Porky is great in it. He's memorable. Pretty classic stuff. There's a memorable scene at the beginning where Bugs almost gets hit by like a truck and he goes underneath his rabbit hole. Of course, Daffy learns his lesson by the end. And there's like a scene where Daffy is shown as a little boy, and it's pretty sad because no one wants to adopt him. And the way he looks like the same version of him from Baby Looney Tunes. So that's interesting, right? This movie is underwhelming. I mean, I don't agree with that phrase, so I have to use something else, but I like the film. It was cool, and it had moments that made me laugh, but it could have been way better. Like, it's a decent Looney Tunes classic. Yeah, it could have been way better, honestly. Tell me what you guys think in the comments, too. But it's really cool they even made this. Also, I noticed the logo, a Looney Tunes Christmas. The Looney Tunes logo in green right here is the same logo as the Looney Tunes blue logo for Back in Action. Same thing. Weird, right? Now, aside from these three great movies, there was actually also another Looney Tunes movie in the 2000s called Baby Looney Tunes Easter Egg Hunt, something like that. And I used to watch Baby Looney Tunes all the time, and that was a good show, classic. But I never saw that movie. I'm sure it's just like the cartoon. Yeah, sorry I don't have a review for that one, but yeah, Baby Looney Tunes was pretty cool back in the day. It kind of had that appeal of like Hamtaro, and it was kind of like a Nick Jr. show that, like, we were too old to be watching it, but we also didn't give a shit because we loved all the cartoons they aired on Nickelodeon Cartoon Network back in the 2000s. So it's like we didn't give a shit. And it was like basically the Rugrats version of the Looney Tunes. The Looney Tunes had 4 movies in the 2000s, and they're all really good, classic stuff. Hey guys, I got a couple of cool plot ideas I came up with for a possible Space Jam 3 movie. Let's get started. Basically, the villain of Space Jam 3 would be the Undertaker, which I think would be amazing and badass. The beginning of the film, the Undertaker is minding his own business. He's relaxing, he's retired. Then Swackhammer shows up, the villain from Space Jam 1. Maybe he could be voiced by Danny DeVito again. That would be amazing. And he basically convinces the Undertaker to take over WWE once again with the Ministry of Darkness. So him and Swackhammer make a deal because Swackhammer says, well, I can get you the Looney Tunes. The Undertaker and Kane, they reformed the Ministry of Darkness. And it could be the same guys that were in the original Ministry of Darkness during the late 90s. But you can have some new guys that join the Ministry of Darkness, like Finn Balor or something. Like Moron Mountain has become destroyed. The theme park, it's abandoned, and Swackhammer doesn't have any money anymore. But he still finds a way to make a new plan with the Undertaker. So he can't make money off of Moron Mountain anymore because he couldn't get the Looney Tunes in the original. So it shows that the theme park couldn't survive without mascots. So he recruits the Undertaker to make a plan to make money. And the whole plan is that they're both going to team up. They're going to use the Looney Tunes to be the new mascots for WWE under the Undertaker's reign. But there has to be some kind of exchange of power. Like Swackhammer will say, well, I know where the Looney Tunes are. And we can use them to build your new WWE empire and use the Looney Tunes as influence. And Swackhammer will say something like, well, the Looney Tunes are crazy and wild. And that's exactly what you are, Undertaker. You are a rebel, just like the Looney Tunes. A perfect match. Because Swackhammer is really like the Vince McMahon of Space Jam. So it's kind of perfect. So they shake hands, they make the deal. Swackhammer finds some way of kidnapping the Looney Tunes and bringing them to this giant WWE factory. So now the Looney Tunes are in the real world. And the Looney Tunes are in this, big, dark, like WWE factory, and it's now like under the rule of the Undertaker and the Ministry of Darkness, the factory. So like inside the factory is like the Undertaker's new lair. It looks all creepy and stuff, and the Looney Tunes don't know what to do. This is like very, foreign to them. The Ministry, including the Undertaker and Swackhammer, they basically tell the Looney Tunes, you are our prisoners now, and there's nothing you can do about it to stop us, because we have these powers, and we're more powerful than you and your abilities. Kind of like the Monstars, what they did to the Looney Tunes in Space Jam 1. So Tweety Bird flies away, or something happens where one of the Looney Tunes finds a way to escape the factory and recruit a wrestler to help them defeat them. So they find The Rock, who's busy making another generic, action movie, and they basically tell The Rock, we need your help. You know, kind of like Space Jam 1, and The Rock goes to help them. He breaks into the secret factory of The Undertaker. Then the Looney Tunes, they train to become wrestlers under The Rock, of course. The Looney Tunes form their own teams and their own wrestling names. Who are the villains they're fighting in the matches? No, it's not going to be the Ministry of Darkness, but whatever. What it's going to be is there's going to be new Nerdlucks that still are around, that are under Swackhammer's control. These new Nerdlucks have never met the original Nerdlucks, and what they do is they steal the talent from other WWE wrestlers, and they become the new Monstars. And it could be 5 of them, right? And they could all have their own different colors. Instead of the colors of the original Monstars, they could be like white, brown colored, or like pink, whatever, just stuff like that. Like they're different colors than the original Monstars. Then they have all these matches, right? There's like 10 matches or whatever. Some of them longer than others. Well, actually, like you can have like the first 2 matches, the Looney Tunes fail, and they're devastated, right? 2 or 3 matches, and they lost all 3. Despite The Rock helping them. You know, Daffy and Bugs, they're like, we're too weak. What are we gonna do, Doc? So what they do is, the Nerdlucks show up. They show up, and since they became good guys at the end of Space Jam 1, they show up again, and then they devise a plan. Because the Nerdlucks want to help the Looney Tunes now to get revenge on Swackhammer to doing this to them this time. So what they do is, the Nerdlucks leave the factory. They kind of do what they did in the first Space Jam, where they steal the powers from other famous wrestlers this time. And now, the Monstars return. Like, they look the same that they did in 1996. They have the same kind of voices. They act the same. It's just that now they've taken on 5 famous wrestlers that they got the powers from. But they're still the same characters the Monstars were in the original. And so now, they're the Monstars, they fight and team up with the Looney Tunes in matches. And then when you have the matches, you could have old Monstars versus the new Monstars in the matches with all the muscles and stuff. And the Looney Tunes helping out in the battle. Amazing. It would just be so fun and entertaining. And this would take a lot of animation and a lot of money and a lot of time and effort and energy. But I think this is the kind of kick in the ass the Looney Tunes could use to help them become popular again. And it's a brand new idea, just like how the first Space Jam was a brand new idea. I do love Space Jam too, and it was different. But it was still kind of the same. But this new idea is so original and unique. These like fantasy ideas for another Space Jam sequel, it used to be just like a pipe dream in the past. Like, it seemed like it would never happen. But now we have Space Jam 2. So now I feel like everything is up in the air. Now it is possible. Now that we got a second Space Jam, they are open to coming up with another Space Jam idea at this point. One that could be more successful than Space Jam 2. The Looney Tunes as characters are fighters, and they're some of the greatest cartoon characters of all time, so this idea that the Looney Tunes would wrestle is perfect. They're violent, they're edgy, they're intense. You can bring some of that fun and spark of the manic craziness of the classic cartoons with the way they fought and stuff back on the silver screen. Bring it back to the Looney Tunes in the perfect way with wrestling. Then they start winning the matches. It's all about the build-up to the Warner Brothers Championship or something. Warner Brothers Championship belt, which means like as soon as you get it, like you become the ruler of WWE or something. So they have all these matches, and like the teams could be all spread out. It could be like Penelope Pussycat, Elmer Fudd, and Blanco. Or it could be like Bumkiss, Daffy, and Lola or something. Like, it could be great, like reminiscing about the Monstars returning, and the Monstars, like, they're good now, so they kind of tease the Looney Tunes because they're smaller than them, but at the same time, at the end of the match, they'll fist bump, and then it's like, yeah, we're still with you guys, even though we're kind of jerks still, because we're not used to being good guys, but yeah. And that'd be amazing. It'd be so hilarious. This is the perfect way to bring back Swackhammer, the Nerdlucks, the Monstars. All the matches build up to the final match. The Rock has to be involved in the final match, of course. The final opponent is Swackhammer. Like, you can have The Undertaker there, right? And he fights The Rock or something. But the final opponent needs to be Swackhammer because he's the villain from the first Space Jam, right? And we want to see him get his ass kicked like how at the end of Space Jam 1, where they put him in the rocket and send him to the moon. They can even make a joke about that. Like, before the final match, the Monstars are like, hey, why don't we send him off in space into a rocket to the moon? We did that already, remember, in the 90s? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. We got to do some other plan. Like, not the Monstar, the way he talks. Say it's a cage match or something really cool, you know? Like, the final 2 matches, it could be The Undertaker, Swackhammer, and The Rock and someone else fighting in the final match. The Rock and Undertaker are even, right? Both of them can't defeat each other. They're just as powerful as one another. But then, basically, the only way to get a winner is someone has to defeat Swackhammer. Like, Swackhammer has to verse one of the Looney Tunes. It has to be like a one-on-one thing. I'm thinking maybe Taz, because Taz is the most powerful Looney Tune. Either Taz or Marvin. Like, how amazing would that be? Marvin the Martian versus Swackhammer? Because, you know, Swackhammer crushed Marvin like a bug. He called him a bug, like an insect in Space Jam 1. Marvin can say something like, "You disrespected me as the ref in the 90s, as the referee in the 90s, and now I'm going to take my revenge." You know, like Alien versus Alien. It'd be perfect. Like Marvin could even mention how he was neutral in the 90s, but now he's seen the light. He's seen the terror of you, Swackhammer, and your evil plans. So it could be Marvin versus Swackhammer, or either all this or Bugs, because Bugs had that little standoff with Swackhammer in the first Space Jam. It was a very small moment, I know, but still, it could be like Bugs versus Swackhammer, because that'd be really cool, because both Swackhammer and Bugs are kind of like the leaders of both of these groups. So anyway, something like that, and then Swackhammer gets defeated, yada yada yada, you really get it, right? I think it's a pretty interesting idea. I think everyone would like this idea if they came up with this. Warner Brothers, if you're listening, just take this idea, I don't care. Because I love Space Jam as a series, just do this idea if you love it. You don't have to pay me a dime. I'm that much of a fan. By the end of the movie, The Rock learns to become a wrestler again and leave movies, because the Looney Tunes showed him that again, that this is where he belongs. Now, one extra idea that could be controversial, what if John Cena is in it? And John Cena is like forced to team up with The Rock this time to help the Looney Tunes. The Rock and John Cena, they both argue at first, then they like both compliment each other and they say to each other, we're both pretty witty on the mic, but the wittiest of them all is the Looney Tunes. And if we lose the Looney Tunes in this world, we've lost what made this world so witty and fun and loony in the first place. We have to team up to save them, to save the greatest influence of comedy and entertainment in the world. So like maybe the Rock and Cena could team up or something and have a match where they fight two of the other people or whatever. Oh, and one final idea for the movie. Have the New Day in the movie. And it would be funny, it would be hilarious to see them interact with the Looney Tunes. Say they were trapped inside the Undertaker's lair. They were running around trying to figure out what to do, and they were trying to help the Looney Tunes or something. They don't have to be in the matches, but they could be like there, you know, running around trying to figure out how to escape or something. It'd be hilarious to see the New Day interact with like Taz or Daffy or Speedy Gonzalez or, you know, Porky Pig. Man, that'd be great. And the Monstars with the New Day, oh my god, it'd be hilarious. And like the final match, right? The New Day are there and they play the horns and the musical instruments to start the match. Oh my god. So many amazing possibilities for this sequel. Anyway, these are my ideas. Let me know what you guys think. Am I crazy? Am I loony?
Remember how I said they never released every single Looney Tunes cartoon, especially in the Golden Collection? Well, in order to find the other Looney Tunes cartoons, you have to buy the separate packs. They create a special pack for each Looney Tune character. And these are 3 separate DVDs, but I got this special pack that includes all 3. They released them for all of them, including Pepe Le Pew, and there's another one where it's Sylvester and Hippity Hopper, the kangaroo. And those like a lot of these cartoons on these sets are not included at all in the Golden Collection. So if you want to get all of them, or like you got to get the separate sets as well. Like, there's a whole bunch of Bugs Bunny ones on here that are only on these. Now, this set, it never says it right here, but the Wile and Roadrunner cartoons on this set are the very rare ones, the last ones they ever made from the 1960s, where the animation was different. And the opening of the episodes were different as well. They used to air a lot of those ones on Cartoon Network. I remember seeing them when I was a kid. Pretty cool. This set right here is a bunch of collections that they released. Warner Brothers released these really cool, fancy sets. I mean, this could be a whole review on its own. But I thought about collecting them all, but this one is 1960s Volume 1, and they have one for the 70s and the 80s as well. These are a bunch of collections of the cartoons from whatever decade it is. And it's actually the way they presented them on television, in order, like exactly how they presented it. They kept and found some of in the archives, and this is one of the releases. So a lot of Hanna-Barbera cartoon characters are here, such as Adam Ant, not the music artist. A little bit of Space Ghost, Frankenstein Jr., the Jetsons. These actually include some Looney Tunes cartoons on them. They have some rare Porky cartoons on it, and they also, this set, I believe, is one of the only few sets that that actually include the Daffy and Speedy Gonzales cartoons. They're only on this set. You can't get them anywhere else, so you gotta get this exact collection. And I think it only includes 2 or 3 of them, which is a shame. You younger kids probably have no clue who this is. This is Quick Draw McGraw, and he became a superhero in his cartoon in the 60s, and he became El Kabong. They used to air his cartoons on Cartoon Network back in the early 2000s that I grew up in. However, most of his cartoons are now lost. So Warner Brothers have been trying to remaster them for what they have, and they're trying to find and collect all of them for him. They're still not released. Most of the Hanna-Barbera cartoons have been released on DVD, not his. So the fact that I think 2 cartoons of him are on this set is extremely rare. And I think at the time that they released this, they only had 2 or 3 of them that were lying around that they could actually release. So hopefully in the future, they will find a way to release them, because his cartoon was really good back in the day. Good old Quick Draw McGraw. So by the way, speaking of Looney Tunes cartoons releases, if you own some of your old Looney Tunes tapes, they actually do contain episodes that they have never released on DVD before. I do believe. Like, I think there's one in here that wasn't released on DVD. And you never know. Keep your tapes, because you will find other obscure Looney Tunes cartoons on your old VHS tape. Hey, so you guys like my Speedy Gonzales glass? I think it's really awesome. This is a rare glass. Got Speedy on there. Very, very cool. And this is a animation cell. Actually came with one of the DVDs. Rest in peace, Pepe Le Pew.
1996's Space Jam is my favorite movie of all time. So when I heard the rumors going around that there was going to be a sequel coming, I was extremely excited, and I couldn't wait to see the movie, and then I saw it, and I loved it. Sorry, I did. I loved the movie. Now, of course, come on. I didn't love everything about it. I'm going to talk about everything I loved and everything I hated about Space Jam 2: A New Legacy, and I'm going to try to convince you all in this video that it's a good movie, and the hate it's been getting is like insanely overrated, and I just want to try to explain my position, and I don't want to do an extremely long intro, because screw that. Now, before we talk about the very beginning of the movie, I just want to very quickly say that Space Jam 2 does have certain parallels and scenes that are nods to scenes and stuff that happened in the original, but I don't view them as exact copies. It's just inspiration, and really, I view Space Jam 2 as doing an excellent job of trying to make a new story that felt different than the original movie. But I just noticed all these like scenes when I was watching the movie that reminded me of that moment in Space Jam and that moment in Space Jam. So I'm going to be talking about all that stuff throughout this review. Let's just get right into the review. Grab some carrots, maybe some carrot juice, and let's hop right in to my review of Space Jam: A New Legacy. The film starts off with the new Warner Brothers logo that looks pretty cool, and we can faintly hear sounds of sneakers running on a basketball court and dribbling in a crowd, and the magic I felt in the theater hearing that. I was like, wow, get ready. I'm about to watch Space Jam 2. It was like it was a magical way to start the film. Like, finally, we are here. Let's rock and roll. So I like that intro. The first scene of the movie is we see a young LeBron as a kid talking to his mom, which makes me think of the original movie, how it parallels the beginning of the original, where young Michael is with his father, only this time young LeBron is with his mother. Then we get introduced to Malik, who later becomes his manager, and he's his best friend. And it's explained that the film at the beginning takes place in 1998. Already that made me excited because it's like, wow, okay, so 2 years after the events of the original movie. That is awesome. And I always thought that 1998 was like the greatest year of the 90s, so what a great way to start the film. I mean, it starts off with familiar territory of the original, because it's from that era, Malik gives LeBron his new Game Boy Color, and we get to see him play Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle. And I don't know why the graphics changed. I thought that was really weird and stupid. But, I don't know, whatever. And another, minor complaint was that it wasn't a Game Boy Color. I mean, all of us old schoolers know that. That was just an original Game Boy. You guys really couldn't get an actual Game Boy Color when Malik said he just got the new color one? Really, guys? Really? But it's just a minor complaint, Anyway, LeBron loses the game. Then his coach is talking to him outside. And this does remind me of the opening to Space Jam, the beginning, where Michael is talking to his dad, and his dad is supporting his future career for playing basketball. I don't know where LeBron's father was, but clearly there was probably some kind of issue with his real-life dad. So his coach was like his father at the time, supporting him. And then LeBron throws the Game Boy in the trash, and I know all of us who play video games are like, oh my God, how could you do that? Anyway, we all know why that happens if you've seen the movie. It's part of the storyline, and it's not a bad way to start the film. Next, we're brought to the intro of the film, the big intro where they show highlights of LeBron's career over the years and how he became like a superstar of basketball. And it is like the intro to the original Space Jam where they show the highlights of Jordan's career becoming a star. Sadly, in my opinion, this new version, this new intro of LeBron's highlights, the way it was done, I was disappointed with it. It was a letdown. First of all, let's talk about the song they play. This song is like whatever, but why isn't it the Space Jam theme? Really, guys? It's a new Space Jam movie. You should introduce the movie with the Space Jam theme song. At least do a remix of it from the original. The song has to say Space Jam in the song. That's what should be playing here. So that's a mistake. And another thing is the editing done in this new LeBron intro. It's nowhere near as cool or as awesome as the editing in the original. The original was like incredible. It like blows your mind. And even people that hate the original Space Jam, they love that intro of showing Jordan's highlights because of all the flashing and the colors and the different text they use and everything, Whereas this just seemed like, for the most part, it was just showing footage of LeBron's career. They had little moments, and I do emphasize little moments where they have some drawings of like LeBron and they'll like edit it into the real footage and they got some neon lights going on, and that was pretty cool. It was decently cool, but it's really not, it's not that good. Like that's kind of cool, but there should have been way more of that. It just seemed like they were trying to save money, and that pisses me off. So anyway, the montage of Jordan in the original Space Jam was better. Now this next part is an extremely minor complaint. I love getting nitpicky and talking about the stuff in films, but unlike other asshole critics, I'm not going to let it ruin the movie for me. I have to acknowledge when something is a nitpick or something minor. And other critics never do that. So I'm not going to be like those assholes. So when I talk about something that annoys me, I'm going to talk about how it's pretty minor, Anyway, this next thing is a minor complaint. When they show the logo for the new Space Jam, the background is just black. Come on. It should have stuff in the background of the logo. And when they showed the logo in the original Space Jam, they had like the sea of people, basketball fans in the background. And it made it seem more like an event. Like, oh, everyone's supposed to be watching this or something. It was just more exciting. But yeah, that's just something I didn't like to see. But I kind of like what the song says right before they go into the movie, where I think the person says, "We're clear to take off." That was pretty cool. Not bad. Now we cut to LeBron's mansion, where his two sons are practicing basketball. Well, one of his sons is, and Dom, who is one of the main characters of the film, is playing his video game he's created called Dom Ball. One, again, extremely minor thing I noticed, I don't know if any of you guys noticed this, but the device he's playing it on outside, it says Wii on it, but it's spelled differently. I don't know, it's kind of lame, but it's a little humorous. Again, it's nothing important, but just something I kind of noticed. So clearly we can tell that Dom is not into playing basketball. LeBron shows up, very stoic, pretty annoyed with Dom. He doesn't understand him. I think the way they told the story of LeBron and Dom's issue in the film, for the most part, it was pretty great. And it was also relatable. But I heard someone say that the original Space Jam didn't need to teach a lesson, and it wasn't preachy, really. It was just Jordan going on an adventure with the Looney Tunes and everything, and then it was him saving the day. And that was cool, and it's like it didn't matter that it was a kid's film. It didn't have to have some kind of big lesson. But the original Space Jam does have a lesson because Jordan taught everyone that it wasn't the secret stuff water that made them good. It was them that made them good. But still, even though we didn't need to have this lesson in this movie with LeBron and his son, it's still relatable, and it's still okay. And like I said, for the most part, it's done well. But here's the parts about it that bother me. LeBron's first scene is a bit problematic. I get that for the storyline, LeBron has to be the asshole father in this scene, right? Right. But they make him a little too much of a jerk. That's not good when you're trying to make one of the main characters of the film a likable character. I don't know. It just, we get it. We get that there's an issue between Dom and LeBron. They didn't have to make him this much of a jerk. They could have just made him like a little bit of a jerk, It just kind of came across as being, I don't know, a little too uncomfortable for a Space Jam kind of movie. I don't mind if that happens with other things, but yeah, I don't know, there's just something about it that it just went a little too far. But like I said, for the most part, I think it's done well. LeBron's wife and daughter come out, and she says, "Boys, I got food ready for you to eat." Now, I know, again, this is a minor thing, but for some reason it made me laugh because it reminded me, actually, of the original, where Jordan walks into his house with his wife, and his mother or their nanny or whatever is cooking dinner or lunch or whatever. Jordan's like, "What are you cooking?" And she's like, "Chicken." And he's like, "Chicken and what?" "Chicken and collard greens." And he's like, "All right, I could use a good meal." And then she laughs. Ha 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 ha. I don't know, I thought that was weird that I made that connection. Just that scene where she's like, "Boys, a dinner or lunch or whatever," that just reminded me of that moment in the original, where it's like it's kind of the same thing, because in the original, Jordan was with his wife in that scene, and here, LeBron's with his wife. It's a minor thing, but I found it kind of amusing that it just reminded me of that. And both of those scenes are kind of at the beginning of each film, right? So anyway, LeBron and his wife have a boring bedroom scene where she talks to LeBron about how he needs to be a better father, and we get that. We kind of got that from the last scene. The bedroom scene is pretty unnecessary, but it was very, very short, so whatever. Next, the camera takes us to the Warner Brothers lot, where it dives into the studio in the secret building, where it takes us into a computer, and we see the Warner Brothers serververse. Pretty cool the way it was shot, and it's basically like how at the beginning of the original, the camera takes us away from Earth, past the moon, and brings us all the way to the inside of Moron Mountain. They're basically showing where the evil villain's lair is for both films. Like the camera's zooming in, and here you are. Now you're going to see everything from the villain's perspective, and that's kind of cool. We come to the villain of the film, Al-G Rhythm, performed by Don Cheadle. Well, you either love this actor or you hate him, and that kind of makes me think of this character in the film. You either love this character or you hate him. I grew to love the character as the film went on. I think Don Cheadle is the best actor in this movie, by far. I felt like Al-G Rhythm's character had things about him that were interesting and a little bit relatable. He's just so dedicated to playing this character in this movie. He plays it very seriously, which is really cool. I thought he was awesome in the movie. And I can understand why people didn't like him in the movie, but I don't know. You have to work with the film a little bit, guys. Now it's time for me to talk about things that I noticed in Space Jam 2 that were improvements over the stuff in the original Space Jam. Yeah, that's right. Actual improvements. Even though I think Space Jam, the original, is a masterpiece, there are actually some things that Space Jam 2 does better. For instance, my first example is our main villain. Yes, we all love Swackhammer. He was funny, he was a greedy character. Then we have Algae Rhythm for the sequel. Algae Rhythm is a better written villain character. He has more things going on in his mind. He's a deeper character. He has a dark past, and it's led him to becoming the kind of person he is in the film. You can tell that there was stuff in his past that haunted him, and he was just a more written villain. Whereas Swackhammer in the original, even though he was charming, he basically just wanted money. He just cared about greed and everything. That's all he really was about. So, from a writing perspective, Algae was a better villain. They were both great villains, though. But anyway, that's just one thing I noticed. Algae Rhythm has these awesome monologues in the movie that I loved, especially the first time hearing them. Because again, it goes back to what I was saying before. You believe he's actually this character. Anyway, we see Algae looking at screens of LeBron, showing how important he is and everything. This is a parallel to the original where Swackhammer's looking at the TV screens and looking at the problem of Moron Mountain. Only this time it's futuristic hologram screens and not the old school 90s fat-back TV screens that Swackhammer is looking at in the security room in Moron Mountain. But anyway, Algae's just noticing how remarkable LeBron is. And this film kisses LeBron's ass way too much. And yeah, the original Space Jam kissed Jordan's ass a lot too. So, however, both LeBron and Jordan had their own, title, their nickname that the fans know them each by. With Michael Jordan, he was known as the Prince of the Air. Everything with air, whereas LeBron was known as the King. In both Space Jam 1 and 2, they say these phrases, these nicknames for both of them, multiple times in both movies. However, they call LeBron the King way more in Space Jam 2 than they call Jordan his airness or something air in the original. So LeBron is being way too full of himself, which becomes annoying to audiences. I get it that, this whole idea of them making a sequel to Space Jam was kind of his idea in the first place. The only reason I loved that he wanted to do this was because he said he loved the original movie. And anyone who loves the original Space Jam is a friend of mine. So, I don't really know what I think about LeBron as a person, but the fact that he said he loved the Looney Tunes and Space Jam as a kid, and he said he wanted to take time with Warner Brothers to make this a good movie, I respect him for that. But it's especially noticeable in this scene how many times they say the word king, where Algae is going through the screens and it says, King James, 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 James! King James! You hear the announcer. And then Algae holds the hologram in his hand and he says, he's more than an athlete or whatever, or a god. He's a king. And it's like, come on, enough. We get it, okay? He's the fucking king. You don't have to keep talking about how he's the king. That's one thing that the original Space Jam has over the sequel, is that whole nickname thing. It was overused in the second movie. Even still, though, even though it can get annoying throughout the movie, it's sort of a minor complaint. It's not that terrible, that is not something in the film that ruins the movie. It's not that terrible, okay? We're introduced to Pete, who is something. I don't know what Pete's supposed to be. He looks kind of like a light bulb. I think he represents like a computer circuit or something. Let me know in the comments if you are able to know or figure out what Pete is supposed to be, because it's never explained in the film, and I thought that after this movie there would be all these fans talking about what Pete is supposed to be, but since everyone hates this movie, no one gives a shit. Anyway, even though I thought Algae Rhythm was entertaining in this movie, there are moments where he tries a little too hard to be funny, and it just comes across as being cringy. While there are some things that are cringy that can be hilarious, but it's only funny if it's done well. And sometimes the jokes in this movie land, and sometimes they don't. But there are things that I found funny in the movie. And some of Algae Rhythm's jokes were a little bit funny, but they weren't like, oh yeah, wow, that was so funny. It wasn't like that. But they tried. Again, this is not something that ruins the movie. It's not. I did kind of feel like Algae Rhythm's character at moments, he was supposed to be so bad that he was good with his humor. He just seemed like a very memeable kind of character to me. Like after the movie, just like with Pete, I thought there was going to be all these memes about Algae Rhythm and people were going to find him so humorous and kind of charming in an ironic way. But nope. People hated the movie, and there is not a lot of memes for Algae Rhythm, and I really thought there was going to be. But whatever, anyway. Algae constructs a plan and sends an email to Sarah Silverman. We'll talk more about her later. The next scene, we see Dom working on his special video game called Dom Ball. LeBron walks in. He checks out the game he made, and it's kind of cool. It's extremely impressive that someone of this age is able to make this kind of video game. The game crashes, and it's a pretty decent scene. It's done pretty well. One thing I noticed that you only realize later on in the film is that the beginning of this scene, we see Dom using this new technology to create the Goon Squad, or it'll become the Goon Squad later. I thought that was a really cool touch because we see him with the spider, developing the brow and everything. It's just like showing the future villains of the film. I like that. It's a little thing in the film that was pretty damn cool. The only thing I didn't like about the scene was one little moment. It was when LeBron dabs when he leaves his room. That was like super cringe. That should have just not have been there. Other than that tiny moment, the rest of the scene was a good scene. We now come to what I would argue is the most important scene in the whole film. Basically sets up the rest of the film and what to expect. So they go into a board meeting room. They show LeBron this new video project they want him to sign off on. We see his manager there, Malik, who's now, grown up with him. Dom is there. Sarah Silverman, some other video game person. And they watch the video. I think it's kind of a cool, interesting video. And Dom loves it. He can't get enough of it. And LeBron hates it. He despises it. And then afterwards, so LeBron basically tells them this idea is stupid. This is a terrible idea. No one's going to like this. I really don't like this, and I don't want to have anything to do with this. But Dom is like the opposite. The real moment of this scene has been pulled over most critics' minds. People do not understand what the real point of this scene is supposed to be. LeBron's reaction to the video they show, where they put LeBron in all the Warner Brothers stuff they own, and the fact that he hates it, that's the cynical critic. Those are the people that hate Space Jam 1 and 2, especially the sequel. All these YouTubers, I hate this movie. A lot of the complaints about Space Jam 2 are about how LeBron is in the Warner Brothers properties, and he goes to each property, and people think that's really stupid and really sleazy and terrible. It's a terrible idea. LeBron's reaction to that is supposed to be all those critics. LeBron is basically all the people that hated the movie. What I love about the scene is that Dom loves it. Dom is more creative than LeBron. LeBron is too cynical in this scene. He's too adult. The whole point of the scene is basically trying to convince the viewer that don't take the rest of this film too seriously. Just enjoy the ride. Don't be super cynical like LeBron is. Don't be like that, because this is a Space Jam movie. This scene is trying to set up the premise for the rest of the film to try to convince you that this is going to be an enjoyable ride. It's not, don't overthink the fact that he's in all these properties and everything. That's what I think people don't get about this scene. I just hate that complaint that people make about this sequel, is that people are like, they shove way too many Warner Brothers properties in your face. And it's like Warner Brothers showing off what they own and everything. If you can recall, the original Space Jam did that too. It did that only with just the Looney Tunes characters, which you could argue makes the original cooler, because the original was all about just the Looney Tunes. But if you're like me and you love Warner Brothers, I don't just love the Looney Tunes, I also love Warner Brothers. And we already saw the original where it had every Looney Tune in it in the crowd. So this film is trying to be different. I think it was cool that they go to the different planets, and I know we're not there yet, but how they go to all the different series and we get to see the Looney Tunes in different environments. I thought it was fun. I thought it was cool. I thought it was interesting. And I thought it was done well. That's the thing. The original Space Jam, you can argue, has sleazy marketing stuff in it. And the same thing with the sequel. But I don't care if it's sleazy as long as it's fucking entertaining. And that's what it's supposed to be. It's a Space Jam movie. So the fact that this stuff is in it, it's like, the whole idea is that you're supposed to think it's cool. You're not supposed to be overly cynical about it like fucking LeBron. Because LeBron in this film is a dick. And you don't want to be like LeBron. You want to be like Dom and just have fun and enjoy the movie or whatever it is. The whole thing of the movie is that they're showing that LeBron has lost his way. He doesn't have that childlike wonderment in him anymore. And only through meeting the Looney Tunes, he starts to feel like a kid again. He starts to be happy again. This is basically what the film Christopher Robin was all about, too. Where Obi-Wan Kenobi was Christopher Robin, and throughout the film, he softens up and he remembers how to be happy through Winnie the Pooh and the Friends. Same thing happens in this movie. Sorry if that was a spoiler, and I think in both films, it's done really well. And it's a good lesson, too. Character development in the scene is awesome. When Algie gets pissed at hearing what LeBron has to say about his ideas, and then Dom loves the ideas, and then Algie relates to Dom. Because to Algie, Dom is something that he never got to have in his childhood. He never had someone who supported him. And now he has someone else that thinks like him. And that was always the problem with Algie, is that even though he was a super creative and interesting guy, he just didn't have anyone to support him in his life. And he let his creativity corrupt him from the inside. He was always a tortured soul. And so I think it's good character development. In this scene, we also see Malik being a little bit funny as a character. I'd like to talk about Malik a little bit here. I think that Malik is supposed to be the Stan of this movie. They're both the managers to the main basketball player, and they're both funny. I know, like, watching it especially for the first time, you may not think Malik is really that funny. And the truth is that he's not really that funny, but he's a little bit funny. There are moments throughout the film where he made me chuckle, and I thought he was a charming character. He was nowhere near as charming or nowhere near as hilarious as Stan was in the original. Every line and every scene with Stan Podolak in the original Space Jam was gold. He was hilarious, and he was on Seinfeld. He was a funny guy, Wayne Knight. Now, Malik was a little bit funny throughout the film, and I just think it's interesting that they tried to recreate that. But my problem with this movie, and now I'll go into this, is that it did not have enough comedic actors in the movie. The original Space Jam had so many great comedians in it that made the film hilarious. Bill fucking Murray, Wayne fucking Knight, Charles fucking Barkley, Muggsy, those 5 NBA players from the original were all hilarious. They all had their funny moments. And they had the actress who was Deborah on Everybody Loves Raymond at the basketball game with the voice of Homer Simpson, and that was a cool cameo for adults. Now, as a kid, I didn't even know that. But as I grew up and I rewatched the original Space Jam, I'm like, oh my God, that's Deborah! And oh, that's Homer Simpson. How cool is that? Patricia Heaton in that one scene where they're watching the basketball game and she's talking about the aliens in the raincoat, that she was funnier in that scene than Malik was in this entire sequel. And it's like, come on, you know? Where are the comedic actors in this movie? How come Bill Murray's not in it? Like you couldn't get Zach Galifianakis in it? No Will Ferrell cameo? No Shaq? Like, where are the comedians? They are, like, severely lacking in this movie. That's one of the things that made the original so great, is that it had so many funny talent in it. This film does have 2 comedians in it. Don Cheadle, who's a little bit funny, and then the security guard was the same guy who was Black Jesus on Adult Swim. He was a little bit funny in his scene later with Malik, but it was a very short scene, and again, it's like this movie has 2 comedians in it. It's supposed to be like 7 or 8 really funny, hilarious comedians in it, and we don't have that in the sequel, so that's a problem. Also, Sarah Silverman, right? She's in the film, but she doesn't say or do anything that's funny. I mean, I never thought she was funny. I mean, she's really cute, but she doesn't even try to be funny, though. So if they were thinking, oh, we'll just, Sarah Silverman is funny, and so we'll use her in the movie. If they were thinking that, then why didn't they have her try to be funny? What was the point then? Sarah Silverman's role in this movie could have been played by any female actress, if that was the case. So then why hire a comedian to just be just like a kind of a normal character in this movie? It kind of doesn't make sense. When Dom leaves the room and they have a big fight, father-son fight, Algie Rhythm screams, breaks the glass, or the digitized glass, and he's like, huh? Who does he think he is, huh? Mocking me? That was awesome. I felt that. It was good. It was really good tension. It was cool. I enjoyed that scene where we get some emotion from one of the actors in this movie. Like, Don Cheadle in this movie is not a piece of plywood. He is really into this character. So it's interesting. Even if you don't like him as a character, I do think it's interesting that they really tried that. Because that's what you have to have in a movie, that if you want a movie to be compelling. You have to have actors in the film that want to really do a job in the film, and they like show it in the film and with a lot of force and energy. And it's good. It's a good passionate scene that Algae Rhythm has in that moment. Continued in part 2. Welcome back, my lovelies, as we take a look at why people are wrong about Space Jam: A New Legacy. Subscribe if you want a pizza roll. Part 2. Space Jam 2. The second part. So Dom and LeBron walk around in the room with all the hard drives and the computers, right? Dom gets sucked into this ball, this generic-looking ball thing, and then LeBron goes in there, right? Their argument they have when they're walking around, he's trying to find his son. It's a little bit lame, some of the dialogue. Like when LeBron says, your mom's going to kill me if you get lost, and we got to get home on time. That was kind of lame, That line was just meh. Two things that bother me about this scene, and it's an okay scene, it's okay, but what does bother me is that, let's talk about these computers like the secret room, right? It's cool that they came up with that, but why do the computers have to look like regular computers in our real world? I mean, this is like a super secret room, right, in the basement of Warner Brothers, with these like secret high-tech computers, right? So couldn't they look creative looking and different? Why do they have to look like just generic computers you'd find in a real warehouse or at frickin' Best Buy? They should look like futuristic and secret looking and have like the Warner Brothers logo on them or something. That would have been way better looking visually than just them walking around with these like black towers. And it's like, come on, yes. Like, just make it a little more creative. When LeBron and Dom get sucked into like this ball thing, digitized thing or whatever, and it's sort of a minor complaint, but it also isn't exactly, but I guess it kind of is. I don't know. I didn't really like the way it looked. I know it's kind of minor, but it just looks so generic. It just seemed like they worked really hard on everything else in the film, except for this moment with the ball thing. I mean, what even is that? Like, why can't it look something better than that? That's what you came up with? And it's all like dark and everything. Like, why can't it have some color? It's just, I don't know. It's like way too generic. The thing that sucks them in. Come on, guys. You can do better than that. So now LeBron and Dom are walking around in the digitized realm. And it looks really cool looking. I like the room that they're in. It's got good color. It's interesting. It feels slightly lazy, but that's kind of a minor complaint because the rest of the film is not lazy. It's very creative. But we're getting there, right? Algae Rhythm shows up. He does a parody of Oz from The Wizard of Oz with the fire and everything, which is kind of a cool reference because I think Warner Brothers owns The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, they do, because LeBron goes past the Oz planet later. Then we have Algae Rhythm talking to the two of them, the boys, and I think the dialogue, for the most part, is done well. It's interesting. I think they do a good job of showing the differences between the mindset of Algae Rhythm, Dom, and LeBron. And it builds up the story. Dom disappears and all that. Now, here's another minor complaint. Again, guys, these are minor. There's minor things about the film that are a little bit off, but that doesn't make it a bad movie. These are minor complaints. Anyway, I'm not the biggest fan of silver jacket he wears in this scene. At first I thought it was kind of cool because he is, a silver jacket is kind of futuristic looking, sort of. It kind of reminds me of the Chrome world they go to in the future in SpongeBob. Future! Anyway, where everything's chrome. What bothers me about it, though, is that he just looks like he's just some guy on the street, walking around, like going to a club or walking around in New York City. It's like, you're this creative digital villain. He could have a silver jacket, but how come his jacket doesn't look futuristic looking or cooler? He's just wearing jeans. It's just, no, it's like, I don't like it. He should be wearing like some weird outfit, and weirder than that. You know, it's not good enough that he's wearing a silver jacket. Come on. He should have like just something really unique as a costume or something like that, where it makes him intimidating to LeBron and Dom, and he should look cooler than that. I mean, what villain walks around in just sneakers, jeans, and a jacket? Really, guys? Come on now. There's a great moment where we get to see the jealousy that Algie has with LeBron, where he raises how tall he is. And Algie Rhythm mocks LeBron, and he says, I thought you'd be taller. I thought that was cool. It was a really cool little moment. Now it's time for me to talk about one of the most interesting things about this movie, is the religious symbolism. Dom is basically Jesus Christ. His father, LeBron, is God. And Algie Rhythm is the devil. This film is basically a remake of the story in the Bible where Jesus is in the desert and he has to decide if he's going to stick with God or the devil. And the devil like tempts him to giving him riches and everything, and Jesus denies the devil. That's what this film is doing with these three characters. Dom is the chosen one. He's the one that created Dom Ball, and especially to God and the devil, he's the chosen one also. Or LeBron and Algie Rhythm. So I find that interesting. And also, LeBron in this film, he's called the king, right? Like God. God is the king. The king of kings, you know? Well, that's Jesus, but you know what I mean. Dom is the son of LeBron. So it's like God and Jesus, you know? And Algie Rhythm is the devil. He acts like the devil in the film, and he's jealous of LeBron. Just like how the devil is jealous of God. It's all there. It's pretty interesting. And the original Space Jam actually has some religious symbolism also. I'll quickly talk about what it is in the original. In the original, the little aliens, of course, the Nerdlucks, transform into the deadly, monstrous monsters. I think it's supposed to be like the Anunnaki in the Bible. They talk about the great giants that walked upon the earth in the book of Genesis. I think that's what the Monstars are supposed to be in Space Jam. Anyway, this scene sets up the stakes for the basketball game they're going to have later in the film. While the big game in the original Space Jam film was a big deal in the plot of that movie, the big game in the sequel is amped up. Like, there's more stakes to it because, you know, later on, Algie kidnaps people from the world and the world could be destroyed, or like Algie Rhythm's going to take over all of the internet, and the Looney Tunes could be deleted and all that stuff. That's higher stakes than the stakes for the original. Like in the original, the basic threat was that the Looney Tunes are going to become slaves to Moron Mountain, but they weren't going to get deleted. But in this film, the Looney Tunes could die, basically, if they lose this game. And that's a big deal. That's more terrorizing. It's a bigger threat to the Looney Tunes. So the stakes are higher in this movie for the big game. So it's a little bit of an improvement over the original, I would say. Then Algie says, Pete, send this guy to the rejects. And then Pete pulls this lever and it says Toon World. And LeBron falls through the floor. It's meant to mirror how Jordan got sucked into the golf hole. It's very important to talk about what Algie just said. Send this guy to the rejects. That's right. See, something this film doesn't explain, and it should, because I think it would help people realize how good the film is. You see, Algie hates the Looney Tunes. He rejects them. He views them as being losers. Because Looney Tunes these days, you know how they're not that popular, like how they used to be in the 90s? Well, Algie is an algorithm, right? And he sees this about the Looney Tunes. He does not care about trying to help the Looney Tunes become popular again. He views them as being old-fashioned, outdated, and out of touch with modern day. So that's why he's the villain to the Looney Tunes, basically. He rejects them. And he doesn't do anything with them as the algorithm to Warner Brothers. He does stuff with all the other projects of Warner Brothers, like all the other planets, but the Looney Tunes, he rejects them. And that's why later on in the film, well, not later, but earlier in the film, and they explain it later, how Algie separated old Looney Tunes to go to different planets. Because that is his way of trying to make the Looney Tunes popular again, is if he puts the Looney Tunes in other things that are more popular than them. Like The Matrix, or freaking Mad Max or something. This makes him more of an enemy to the Looney Tunes than Swackhammer ever was. So, it's a good character development. And I wish they explained that in the movie, but they don't. It's like heavily implied. And I really enjoy this rivalry that the Tunes have with Algie Rhythm. Like, the Tunes don't want to reject who they are. They want to stay loony. But Algie convinces them to leave and separate as a family. And it's sad. some people who reviewed this film rejected or didn't like the notion of the Looney Tunes being viewed as a family. And it's true, if you're strictly viewing just the old Looney Tunes cartoons from like the 40s and 50s and whatever, back then they weren't a family. But the Looney Tunes have done stuff later on in their characters that they had together where they were forced to become a family. Like in the original Space Jam, the reason why, to me, it's the ultimate Looney Tunes movie is because the Looney Tunes were all forced to team up against foes that were more powerful than they are, the Monstars. So in that first original Space Jam film, they do become a family throughout the film. Especially the original Space Jam, it just goes to show that there's more to the Looney Tunes than just them hitting each other all the time. They actually have some affection for one another. And we even saw that in the old school Looney Tunes cartoons, so it's like whatever. It's nostalgic to us to view the Looney Tunes as a family because for all those who grew up with them, we always got to see them as a group in the merchandise and everything, and the toys and the ads and everything. And they're all relatable to one another because they're all loony. Since they all have things in common with one another, they are like a family, pretty much. It's cool that this film really shows more of that being a real thing. It's interesting. They're a dysfunctional family, and we all have that, right? The only difference is that the Looney Tunes are not embarrassed to be dysfunctional. They embrace it, and they basically can't do anything about it because that's who they are, and they love it. So we see LeBron fly by all the planets of all the Warner Brothers series. The Game of Thrones planet. He flies by the Casablanca planet, which is an old movie for all you people who don't know what that is, which is actually a good old movie, by the way. We see him go fly by the Matrix planet, the Wizard of Oz planet. He flies by Harry Potter world. I mean, this scene does make me kind of think like you're in a ride. It reminds me of that old Hanna-Barbera ride they used to have at whatever park that was. But again, if you use intellectual properties in a film like this, if you do it in an entertaining way, then if it serves the plot of the movie and you do it in an entertaining way, then it's part of the plot. Then that's good. That's not something that's stupid. It's creative. It's being sleazy by flexing your muscles, by showing your properties, but you're doing it in a creative, plot-driven, interesting way. And that's what the first Space Jam did, and that's what the sequel did. If you hated that stuff in the original Space Jam, then it makes sense you'd hate it even more in the sequel. But if you love the original Space Jam, then this kind of stuff fits in line with what Space Jam is. You know, planets, digital, space, more of the Warner Brothers universe. The original Space Jam wasn't just a celebration of the Looney Tunes. It was also a celebration of Warner Brothers as a company. They're more awesome as a company, not just for the Looney Tunes, but because of everything they created. Now, I don't love everything Warner Brothers created, but they're an amazing entertainment company. And I love them more than Disney. I know this scene where he flies by the planets and when they go to the planets and stuff, it does kind of feel like a giant commercial for HBO Max, which Warner Brothers owns. And I get that. But once again, if it's done in an entertaining way, then that's not stupid. A storytelling perspective, it's basically a very loony thing to do. So to me, it fits in line with the spirit of the Looney Tunes. Now, especially later on when they go to the other planets and we see the Looney Tunes interacting with other characters from other things, it makes me think like this movie is basically the movie version of all those old Kids WB commercials that they used to have back in the 90s and in the early 2000s, where, you know, all those old Kids WB commercials where they would have the Looney Tunes and all the cartoon characters from all the different TV series interact with one another. And that was amazing to see that as a kid. So if you grew up with that stuff and you loved it, then I don't know why you wouldn't love it in this movie. That's what I don't understand. I mean, this is the same thing, guys, as those commercials. So it's actually kind of like the concept for the original Space Jam movie, where the idea started from commercials and they turned that into a movie. So they did the same thing with the Kids WB commercials and made that into Space Jam 2. And it's awesome, just like those old Kids WB commercials were awesome. Again, don't be like LeBron in this movie. Don't be super cynical. Enjoy it. Enjoy the Warner Brothers universe and seeing all these characters interact with one another from different dimensions and planets. It's interesting. I think it's a cool idea. So LeBron crash lands in Looney Tune World, and the Nike swish is engraved into the ground. A lot of people found this moment kind of cringy. I mean, it's product placement, but I don't know. I think it's supposed to be a little humorous. It's supposed to be kind of funny, even though no one thinks it's funny. I mean, I don't think it's funny either, but I think that they were kind of going for that idea that that's supposed to be a humorous moment. But it kind of makes sense, right? Because it's what he represents. I mean, when he also crash lands, there's a puff of smoke showing a ball going into the net. It's whatever. LeBron sees the clock going down, the timer, and we'll go back to the clock later. Looney Tune World is abandoned. No tunes are there. It's like unexpected. And I love that about the film. You expect all the Looney Tunes to be there and be excited to see him there and gather around him like in the original. But no, this time, no one's to be found. And that's different. And I didn't expect this to happen. I assumed it was going to be like the first movie where they were all there to greet him and they're all happy to see him and everything. The fact that all the Looney Tunes aren't there, it's like a metaphor for the state of the Looney Tunes in modern day, how they're like a relic of the past. They're not as popular as they used to be. This moment in the film where they're all not there, it's supposed to represent that. And I think that's pretty cool. I love the planet of Looney Tune World. And we know it's called that because there's a sign. All of the pieces of the parts of the old Looney Tunes cartoons, they're all blended together, which is very cool, like aesthetically. The fact that they're all blended together really confirms further this concept that the Looney Tunes are ultimately a family. In the original Space Jam in Looney Tune Land, you can see stuff from the old cartoons in the background, which I thought was amazing. But this time it's amped up even further, where there's even more specific things from the old episodes you can see in the background. The trees from Planet X, Pepe Le Pew with the Eiffel Tower, Speedy Gonzalez's stuff. It's more references to the old episodes that we loved that you didn't get to see in the backgrounds in the original Space Jam in Looney Tune Land. A lot of hardcore fans, such as myself, are pretty perplexed when we first got to see Looney Tune World, because all of us fans that love the original Space Jam, we all know that, well, the Looney Tunes live underneath the Earth, right? So if this is a sequel to Space Jam, and it is, because it references the first movie, it's not its own thing, the bullshit you heard a million times. It's not. It's a sequel to the original, which is why 2 should be in the fucking title. But anyway, I have a little interesting theory as to how both of these realms of the Looney Tunes can actually coexist together, where it fits somehow. You see, I remember little things, and in the original Space Jam, they were always referred to their place underneath the ground as Looney Tune Land. It's mentioned a few times in the film. They never call it world. It's Looney Tune Land. So it's a land, right? It's in like the center of the Earth. And this film, it's called Looney Tune World. And it's a planet. And there's a sign that says Looney Tune World, so we know that's what it's called. It kind of makes sense that they have their own planet in like a computer because they're animated. Warner Brothers owns them, so that kind of makes sense. My theory is that the Looney Tunes travel through a portal, like where their home really is Looney Tune World, okay? That's their real home, right? But what they do is they travel in a portal in Looney Tune World, and this portal takes them to Looney Tune Land, which is underneath the Earth. So they travel through the portal, and why would they go to Looney Tune Land underneath the Earth? For what reason? Why? Well, to film episodes of the Looney Tunes show for all the Earthlings. Because we know in the original Space Jam, MJ's kids are watching Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner cartoon, and Porky interrupts it. As soon as they leave, nothing happens. This is because the cable wires are not just, where they normally are to us. They secretly are underneath the ground, way underneath the ground, the cable wires, all the way into the center of the Earth, where the Looney Tunes are filming episodes, and then when they're completed, they're magically or whatever sent above to the Earthlings to watch. Okay? You with me so far? And they can't do all that shit if they're just on their world. So they travel through a portal to go to Looney Tune Land. See, there's Looney Tune World and Looney Tune Land. It's different. I don't know, it's just a little theory I have to make them both make sense, to coexist together. If talking about all this stuff makes you think about Looney Tunes back in action, like how does that make sense? Well, I can't answer that. Looney Tunes Back in Action probably takes place in another dimension. It's probably the same dimension that the events of Who Framed Roger Rabbit exists in, where the Looney Tunes are just part of society, and they live above ground and all that stuff. And everyone knows that they're real. Now, the fact that Michael Jordan made a cameo appearance in Looney Tunes Back in Action is fascinating. I might be able to explain that. Perhaps the Looney Tunes from the Space Jam dimension and the Back in Action dimension, perhaps they both are experiencing the same things in both dimensions. So in the Back in Action dimension, they also teamed up with Michael Jordan to defeat the Monstars. But it happened above Earth? I don't know. Something like that. Or like subconsciously, for some reason, the Looney Tunes in the Back in Action dimension have the same memories that the Looney Tunes in the Space Jam dimension also possess. So even though it may not have exactly happened, the stuff of Space Jam and Back in Action, perhaps the Looney Tunes just know it for some reason, because it's part of like their DNA or something. Like all the Looney Tunes from every dimension, they are connected all for some reason because they're all Looney Tunes or something. Like they share the same memories or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to my review here. We see the first appearance of our greatest star. Bugs Bunny appears, and him and LeBron meet each other for the first time. It's pretty cool. It's a memorable scene in the movie. And I love that LeBron feels emotional when he sees Bugs Bunny because he's seeing his childhood come to life because he loved Bugs Bunny when he was a kid. I don't know. It was cool. It was interesting. It was different than the original. Of course, I have to mention this. Big Chungus appears. I mean, it's okay. I really don't have a problem with Big Chungus making this, like, cameo appearance. But some people think it's cringy. I think it's just funny. I think it's cool that people think that Bugs being fat in that old cartoon from the 40s or whatever. I think that's cool that people like that because that's supposed to be a funny moment in that episode of the old Looney Tunes. So the fact that young people today like that, it's awesome. So why not have it appear in this movie? I mean, it's not for too long. But anyway, so Bugs chases him around. They're starting to get to know each other. You learn that Bugs misses Looney Tunes, and Bugs explains how they all got separated. They both see the clock. LeBron explains how he needs to get his son back, and can you help? All that kind of stuff. Bugs refers to the events of the original Space Jam, confirming that this is in fact a sequel, and they all know it. That was a really awesome moment. Honestly, the first time watching this movie, there was a few moments where I got emotionally choked up. The scene where Bugs has tears in his eyes or whatever, and he's looking at the portrait in the bar, and he says, "Yeah, family." And they show that old picture. I mean, I felt something from that. It's cool. This film has certain emotional moments in it that aren't in the original Space Jam, at least for the most part. Like, this film is more, it's deeper, it's more emotional than the original, I think. There's just more story going on here. Even though there was a lot of story in the original Space Jam, don't get me wrong. I love that we get to see Bugs trying to recreate the Looney Tunes in, like, sculpture form by having Porky being a pile of pumpkins. And you can even see Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote that he created outside of the bar. And you only see that for like 2 seconds, barely, when you watch the movie. It's super quick, kind of like the Roadrunner. Pause the movie in that moment because you can see them there. Also, the fact that the Looney Tunes split up, it's similar to Dom and LeBron. Even though they have disagreements and they fight, deep down they both still love each other, and that's just like the Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes have fights all the time. All the time the boys fight. But at the end of the day, they still love each other. So they're trying to make a connection between LeBron and Dom and the Looney Tunes. How it's a similar situation that both Bugs and LeBron are going through. Bugs wants the Looney Tunes to come back, and LeBron wants Dom to come back. Now, there's a really interesting difference they made in the sequel. You see, in the original Space Jam, the Looney Tunes needed Michael Jordan's help, whereas in the sequel, LeBron needs the Looney Tunes' help. That's different. That's a complete reversal. The way it's done and written, very well done. I know it's kind of the same, but it's still pretty different, I think. We now come to one of the greatest scenes in the movie. The appearance of Marvin the Martian, one of my top favorite Looney Tunes characters. I love this scene, and I wish it was longer, and I'm really angry that Marvin the Martian was not on the team in the movie. I think it's a great film, and I think they did an excellent job in making a sequel to the 90s classic. But it only has one big flaw: screwing over Marvin the Martian. Bugs steals his ship to rescue all the Looney Tunes, which is cool. And you know, the door got slammed on him twice throughout the remainder of the film. The first time it was a little funny, and it was funny. But the second they did it a second time, they show us him in 3D, beautiful, glorious 3D with all the other Looney Tunes for like a second. Then they slam the door on him, and Marvin's reaction was like, "Really?" I think he said "really" in the film. And that was exactly how we all felt. Really? Now, I don't know. The more I think about it, like Marvin had a small role in the original Space Jam also. He didn't play on the team in the original, but this is the sequel, and this is 20 years later, 25 years later, and they added other new members to the team, such as Gossamer, and, you know, it's like an improvement in many ways to the original. But without fucking including Marvin on the team? Now, what I'm really pissed off at Warner Brothers is months before the film, they had merchandise, new merchandise for Space Jam 2, and they had pictures, images of Marvin wearing the new Toon Squad jersey all over the place. They did it like 1,000,000 times. And that was making us fans think that Marvin's going to be on the team in this movie. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Marvin's actually going to play on the team with them. And lo and behold, they were all lies. It was a marketing gimmick. It was a lie. It's false advertisement to see images of Marvin wearing the Toon Squad jersey. I mean, look at this image right here. I mean, they have the balls to show him running. Like, they actually have him running with the team. Unbelievable. Look at this. Look at this. Bullshit. Fucking Christmas ornaments with him wearing the uniform. Fucking all this shit. And they even had this exclusive Target Funko Pop toy, Space Jam bundle, whatever the fuck. And it even includes a t-shirt with Marvin wearing the Toon Squad jersey. And he has the jersey on the Funko Pop. All this months before the movie came out. Lies. All lies. Now, they also had this Marvin the Martian toy with him in this giant robot, and which was also released months before the film. And I was thinking, oh, cool, okay, is that like a secret? Like, Marvin's going to have this giant robot, like, in the movie, and he's going to use it and play it in the game? Like, I thought that was why it's a Space Jam Marvin toy. But nope, never uses the robot once in the movie. Doesn't even play on the team either. And they have the balls to show the robot with the claw holding the basketball. What the hell? It's true, Marvin's role in this film is very significant. You know, without Marvin, the team wouldn't have been assembled. You know, and I noticed, like, in the locker room scenes that the giant red M was on the floor. So it was like Marvin was kind of with them, like, in spirit, because he was, like, underneath his own UFO. Yeah, but still. At least Marvin was the ref in the original. I guess they gave Marvin a significant role in both Space Jams, but you think 25 years later they would learn that Marvin is such a beloved character that now he belongs on the team with them. Do you guys remember the scene where they show the Toons running around in their original Space Jam jerseys before they turn 3D, and then Bugs and LeBron have their argument? Well, when that happened, then Marvin should have showed up with his gun, and he was pissed off at all the Looney Tunes. He's like, and then Bugs or whoever like convinces Marvin, hey, we're having a basketball game, and Marvin's like, oh goody, basketball, and he's like, I'll join, whatever. Or they have it like the digital thing, the clock shows up, and like eventually Marvin decides to be part of the team because the whole fabric of their world is going to be destroyed. I mean, Marvin is a Looney Tune. Yes, he's an alien and a villain, but he's also a Looney Tune. If you want to be technical, all the Looney Tunes are really, a lot of them are villains. Even Bugs have done, I mean, even Bugs and Tweety and Porky have done villainous things to each other. They're all kind of enemies and friends at the same time. So it kind of does not make sense that Marvin would not be on the damn team. Now, I'm not really sure what they did. There must have been a miscommunication between the people who made the film and the marketing people. All the marketing people must have assumed that Marvin was on the team. Then all the people who made the film were like, no, he's not. And then Warner Brothers was like, oops, we fucked up. So we gotta get all this merchandise of Marvin wearing the Toon Squad uniform before the film comes out. We gotta do it because all the fans are gonna be pissed off that Marvin wasn't on the team. But at least we got to get them to buy these toys before that. Bullshit. Now, you know what I was also thinking? Was this a marketing gimmick? not just in the buying the toys in a sense. Was it done on purpose? Did they purposefully screw over Marvin to get people to want and care more about Marvin the Martian? Was it done purposefully? But that's bullshit. It may be possible because some people have made arguments over the years that, oh, Marvin makes small appearances here and there, and that's kind of one of the things that made him so charming and big, is because you get to see less and less of him. And then when he does show up, you're like, oh my god, it's Marvin! Like, less is better, you know? But, even still, you'd think by now, it wouldn't be like this no more. Here's what I'm thinking. They made the entire film, and they forgot to put Marvin on the team. Either that, or they never intended for him to be on the team. And then they realized they fucked up, and it seems like there was no intention for him to be on the team. They made the whole film. It was already done already. That's it. They made it all. Then, at the last minute, they regretted it. They regretted that they didn't put Marvin on the team. They did everything else fucking right. Every fucking other goddamn thing. King Kong's in the goddamn crowd. Fucking, ugh. They did everything great. The humor, the references, the world, except Marvin. So at least Marvin was the ref in the original Space Jam. In this film, he gets screwed. He gets his fucking ship taken away, and then he gets slammed on the head 2 times. What kind of fucking shit is that? Now in this film, we have Pete as the ref. I mean, Pete, like, come on. Like, I kind of like Pete. Like, I was surprised he wasn't this obnoxious, overly cutesy character. He was actually a little funny. But at least Marvin was the ref in the original. And now we have Pete as the ref. What the fuck? So, of course, they actually released a little bit of Space Jam 2 books. And I noticed that when they list Marvin the Martian in the books, like, you see, this one says, Marvin the Martian, you see him there wearing the jersey, right? Marvin is on the team because Bugs took his ship to gather the others. Okay, but he's still not on the team. It's like they write things to, like, make excuses for their mistake. It's like they're kind of writing, they're trying to, like, pretend to people that he's on the team. So this is like them making excuses for what they did. So they have to say these things like, oh yeah, he's on the team because he helped them, or he's significant, but he's not really on the team though in the fucking movie. And then the next thing they say is, but he really loves the team jersey. Okay, he loves the jersey. He never got to fucking wear it in the movie. By the way, guys, do you remember that scene where Dom joins the team and Granny knitted an extra Toon Squad jersey, and she's like, just in case. Yeah, and it's for Dom. Great. I mean, I like Dom in the movie, but yeah, I was thinking in my head, yeah, what about Marvin? Is the other jersey for Marvin? Like, for Marvin, really? What about Marvin? Can he have an extra jersey? Oops, forgot him. A Looney Tunes legend? Now, there was this other interesting book I found that I bought. Lists Gossamer and Marvin. And let's see what this one says. Marvin the Martian. Marvin the Martian is in charge of the team's transportation. Okay, but, you know, once again, this is like the other book, right? They're, like, trying to, like, make up for him not being on the team. They're trying to, like, sort of, like, pretend and inch their way into saying he's on the team. He was, like, on the team, sort of. Sorry, bullshit. He wasn't on the team. We all saw the movie. So it's not the first time Bugs has stolen Marvin's UFO. We actually did it in one of the really old ones, like from the 50s or whatever, but it's from the original cartoon that they put in the commercial for early Space Jam, and now it's in Space Jam 2. So the biggest bullshit is that they even had a fucking McDonald's commercial with all the teammates wearing their jerseys, and Marvin's wearing a Toon Squad jersey. Check this shit out.
Introducing the Toon Squad and LeBron James.
Own your style like a champ with a toy from Space Jam, a new legacy.
Savor that animation, because that is the only time where you will see Marvin wearing the Toon Squad jersey in animated form. And it's not like Marvin hasn't played basketball before. You know, years ago, I think it was in 2016, when they were celebrating the anniversary of the original Space Jam, they had this commercial with Blake Griffin, and Marvin was playing basketball in the commercial. He had the ball, he stretched his arm, he did a slam dunk, his shoes shot out with rockets. It was fucking awesome. That's what should have happened in Space Jam 2, the fucking Blake Griffin commercial. So it's not like Marvin hasn't played basketball before. He did it there. Why couldn't they have put that shit in the fucking movie? And also, a year before Space Jam came out, there was this Super Nintendo video game called Looney Tunes B-Ball. And one of the playable characters on the team, you guessed it, Marvin the Martian. That's right.
Boom!
And even in the Looney Tunes B-Ball game, he was playing basketball with the Tunes. So this whole dumb argument that he's like not a Looney Tune, that he's just an alien, bullshit. He's a fucking Looney Tune. He's a Looney Tune and an alien, which is why he was impartial, why he was the ref in the original Space Jam. But this is 25 years later. I mean, it's time for him to play in the damn team. That he could have done some clever writing as to why he joins the team, you know. I mean, all these months, and even like a year or two, seeing all these images of Marvin wearing the Toon Squad, the new Toon Squad jersey, hyping us up, making us think that Marvin was going to play on the fucking team this time. Finally, Marvin's popularity has soared even higher since the 90s. Now he's even more popular, maybe, than he was in the 90s. So you have him be the ref, and now his popularity has grown. Now he's earned his right as a Looney Tunes star to now play on the team, instead of just being the ref. But nope. Never happened. So just like Marvin the Martian's famous catchphrase, of many, I'm very, very, very angry. And Marvin is too for being screwed. We've all been screwed. But other than Marvin, it is an excellent movie. Maybe they should make add scenes. They could do like a new director's cut of the film. Like if enough of us fans write letters and make videos about us being pissed off that Marvin wasn't on the team, if we do enough of that, write some letters, complaints, maybe Warner Brothers will release a director's cut where they can just add a couple of scenes of Marvin playing the game with them in the film. You know, part of me was also thinking, and I don't remember if I said this earlier, but maybe he was intended to be on the team, but they ran out of time. And they realized they fucked up. So maybe all this merchandise of Marvin being on the team, maybe it's like stuff that was intended to be in the film. Maybe the only time they were able to get him in 3D was that one moment where he stands up and then just before his ship the door slams on him. Maybe that's the only animation they were able to do, and they ran out of time. Honestly though, if Warner Brothers made some announcement, a press announcement where they said, hey, we need some more time so we can put Marvin the Martian on the team with the animation, I guarantee 100% of the fans would be behind that decision. I would rather, if this is really what happened, that he was supposed to be on the team, but they ran out of time, because, you know, this thing's a big mystery. We don't know what the fuck happened. Who knows? I hope Warner Brothers, some people worked for them, directors, LeBron, someone. I hope someone knows what really happened, and I hope we actually do find out eventually. Maybe it'll be a couple of years. Who knows? I mean, the original Space Jam has a lot of mysteries, which is awesome. But this mystery is even more fascinating because Marvin's a star. We all know that. And he's a Looney Tunes legend. And I just don't understand what the fuck happened.
Tricked me.
So anyway, it's awesome that we get to see K9, Marvin the Martian's sidekick, basically his doggy. K9 was only in a few things, really. So it was amazing to see K9 again after such an extremely long time. Really doesn't do anything, but it's just amazing that he's there. By the way, he's actually sitting in the crowd in the original Space Jam. But anyway, so Bugs steals his UFO, or his mothership or whatever, takes off and leaves Marvin behind to float in the air and be all angry once again. They're flying through the serververse. LeBron and Bugs are talking, trying to assemble a team, and I absolutely love the control buttons and stuff that are in front of Bugs Bunny when he's controlling that ship, for some reason it looks like 90s CGI. Like it has like that style to it. Like it's very colorful and weird looking, and it reminds me of like the vintage CGI in the original Space Jam you got to see. And I feel like this is a moment where it's intentionally trying to recreate that charm of that. It's the imagery of Space Jam that we all love and remember. And it's very colorful, just that whole operation desk he's at. And you can see like a basketball on it and stuff. It's just so, it's like a little thing that I think is really, really cool. So that's a nice touch. So LeBron starts mentioning all these players he wants to have on the team, like frickin' King Kong, Superman, whatever. We want, for the most part, the Looney Tunes to be the team in the movie, right? So it's alright. It's whatever, I guess, that the other Warner Brothers characters weren't on the team. But it would have been interesting if maybe one or two of them joined. And, I don't see what the harm of that would have been. But I do agree with other reviewers that this is a Space Jam movie, so the real meat and potatoes should be the Looney Tunes. But anyway, it's, it makes sense they're not on the team, sort of. But I don't like the explanation given in the film as to why they're not on the team. Bugs says something really vague about how, well, we need to pick players that are realistic to be on the team. It's like, really? He said something like that, and it's like, come on. What the hell are you talking about, Bugs? Bugs always makes sense, but this is like a throwaway line. Super quick, this whole explanation as to why they can't join the team. It's pretty ridiculous. I just thought it was kind of lazy. It was lazy and cheap the way they explained, oh, you can't do that. Come on now. If you're going to explain it, just explain it better. Anyway, the film cuts away to Algie and Dom. They're talking. Algie is trying to really hammer home this whole idea that LeBron is a bad father, because really, Algie, deep down, he's so jealous of LeBron that he's envious that he has a son, and he would like to have Dom as his son, because Algie feels like he relates to Dom more than the relationship that LeBron and Dom have, where they don't have things they connect with, really. Algie Rhythm does a parody of Steve Jobs, which I thought was kind of interesting. I thought it was entertaining, but it didn't make me laugh out loud like I feel like it should have. But again, this goes back to the problem I said earlier about how there's not better comedians in this movie, so at times they're just trying to do whatever they can to get the laughs going. It's just, I know I already talked about that, but that's ridiculous that they didn't get more comedians in this movie. Anyway, moving on. They zoom past the Harry Potter planet, and LeBron says, "All right, I'm a Hufflepuff, I knew it." And Bugs says one of the funniest lines in the movie where he turns to the camera and says, "Nerd alert." Yeah, so that joke was worth being there to have Bugs say nerd alert, but I think it's kind of cheap that they just zoom past it, the Harry Potter planet. They don't ever visit the planet. Really? Come on. Anyway, then we go to one of the next best scenes in the entire movie. They go to DC World, which is such a great scene in this movie. It's funny, it's visually appealing, there's so many cameos, and it's exciting. It's great to see Porky and Daffy together as a team. And what's fascinating is the fact that they made Bugs Bunny Batman and they made Daffy Duck Superman. In the past of the Looney Tunes, like the good old days that I remember, they always paired Batman with Daffy and Superman with Bugs. Because, I don't know why, it just seems like Daffy and Batman have something more in common. Like they're both underdog kind of characters. And then Bugs and Superman makes sense because they're both like the best, right? They got the powers and everything. They're usually the toughest and they can survive the longest. I thought it was neat though that they reversed it so that it wasn't predictable. I liked that. LeBron being Robin, I thought was kind of funny. Again, it's a joke that I think semi-lands. I mean, they're trying, and it's an okay joke. I really like that in this moment, LeBron finally gets taken down a peg, where he's not the big superstar, he's not Batman, he's frickin' Robin. Good. LeBron needs that humbleness in this film, which he does have, which is good, because a lot of people hate LeBron James, so you need to make his character in this film as humble as you can, and I think part of that strategy was to make him unlikable at the beginning of the film, and then as the film progresses, you start to relate to LeBron more, and he becomes more likable as a character in the film, at least. I think it's trying to make LeBron more likable to people in the real world, this film, kind of. Now, I know this is random to say this right in the middle of the video, but I think it was ultimately a mistake that LeBron James was chosen to be the main basketball star of the movie. Just because there's too many people that hate him, I'm not a basketball fan, so I'm not going to compare Jordan and LeBron. It's just that there was just too many people that hate him these days, so I think it was a mistake, and I think it hurt the film. It hurt the people. It hurt people from seeing it. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to who were Space Jam fans and they're Looney Tunes fans, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not seeing it because LeBron's in it." The basketball star in the film should have been Kobe Bryant or just another basketball player. Even Shaq. Like, I know he's old now, but man, Shaq and Space Jam, fucking amazing. Everybody and their grandma would want to see that movie. Unfortunately, we have LeBron in the movie. I don't know everything about him as a person because I'm not a sports nut, but he does kind of seem okay to me, even though he has his controversial moments. I don't know. I think he's okay in this movie, though. I found him okay in the movie. And if you hate LeBron James in real life, that's fine. I just think if you love Space Jam, you should watch this movie because of the Looney Tunes. And watch the film like just remembering how this is a character that LeBron is playing in a movie. He's acting. This isn't LeBron James, the basketball player. So I think people should view LeBron being in this film through a different lens. I mean, yes, I know he's playing himself in the movie as a basketball player, but he's still acting. He's still doing something different other than playing basketball. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just don't think, and this comes to any film, you shouldn't let one actor who's in the film, one single solitary actor that's in a movie, ruin the whole goddamn movie for you. I think that's just a little ridiculous. Because I've seen movies where I hated a certain actor that was in it, even if it was the main character, but I would love everything else in the movie. So then I liked the movie. And I think that's being a fair critic. Like, this isn't LeBron the movie. It's a Space Jam movie. There's a lot of characters in this film, so there's a lot of things to like in my opinion. Daffy is hilarious in his scene with the train. Porky is also hilarious, and the ending was super cool where we got to see one half of the Justice League for some reason. I don't know why it's not all of them, but also, even though it was amazing to see the 2000s version of the Justice League that we grew up with in the good old days of Cartoon Network, I just was disappointed that all they did was stand there. Really? And they don't even say anything either. They don't speak a single word. Come on, guys. Come on. Have them talk at least. And why is it only half of them? There should be a little more of them in the film if they're going to be on DC World. Their cameo is just way too short. Anyway, moving on. So now we know the montage. That's amazing. Well, not amazing, but it's good. It's cool. They go to all the different planets. It's fitting, I think, where certain characters belong in certain worlds, especially Roadrunner and Coyote on the Mad Max planet or whatever. It was awesome to see Elmer Fudd and Sylvester in the Austin planet. And one of the greatest scenes in the movie, also, Granny and Speedy in The Matrix. It was an awesome pairing. They wanted Speedy to have more of a role in the film, and he does. Speedy talks and does more in this movie than he does in the original Space Jam. And Speedy even plays on the team in this movie. Awesome. So, comparing both films, Speedy is done better in Space Jam 2 than the first one. That's something. I think they paired Granny and Speedy together because they're both underrated Looney Tunes characters, so they kind of pair well together. Speedy's speed, he is able to use that to his advantage in the Matrix world, where no one can stop him. Granny's skills, Matrix skills she learns, she later applies it in the movie to defeat Kronos. Bugs and LeBron show up. You know, what I miss. Hi, Granny. Hey, Speedy. And I think it's awesome they made action figures for LeBron and Bugs' outfits from the movie. I know this has nothing to do with the movie, I know. But I still think it's cool to collect them. Like, I have Bugs Bunny as Batman. Just stuff like that I think is awesome. Next, we come to a scene with Al G and Dom. They're playing a game together, they're talking, and this is where the film decides to explain how the Goon Squad were created. It's a scene they show where it takes place in the past, pretty much before all the events in the film take place. You see Dom with the 5 NBA players of today that they chose to be in the film, and I think they have pretty cool picks they have to play the Goons in the film. And I think think the scene they had together, they had a little bit of chemistry and they were kind of fun to see them all interact with each other, but it was super brief, and I really feel like this scene should have been earlier in the film. If you look at the deleted scenes, there's a little more footage, actually, of that scene where Dom meets them all and films them with his phone. I don't know why those were removed from the movie. They screwed up a little bit with the goons in this film, and we'll get more into it as the film progresses, but looking at this, analyzing this scene where you see the players who become the goons, we really don't get to we barely get to spend any time with them, like one little scene. Maybe they are funny together, but we don't get to spend enough time with them to know if they're funny on screen together, like making jokes with one another. Whereas in the original, the 5 players that were the Nerdlucks chose to be, and they became the Monstars, those 5 players had so much screen time in the original. They had so much space to make all these jokes, and they were all really funny and well written. We just got to see them more in the original. Whereas in this movie, it's like super quick, like just blitz by them, and I think it's a mistake. Now, you don't want it to be exactly like the original movie, so you still could have had the 5 players interacting with each other, just maybe not in the same way they did it in the original, but it still should have happened, because I think the Goon Squad are amazing. I think they're super cool. We'll talk more about them later, but I just will quickly say that I think the Goons should have been more in the movie. Like, the first time they appear, it's only when, like, before they do the final game. That's bullshit. And it wasn't terrible, really. It wasn't, like, super bad or whatever, but the Goons should have appeared, like, in the middle of the film, and they could have just talked to Dom or something, or sent a message to the Looney Tunes that the Goons are coming, or like we should have got to see more footage of the Goons in the movie before the game. Like, they did such an excellent job with building up the Monstars in the original Space Jam, where you got to see all these scenes with the Monstars and the Looney Tunes together before the final game. And it was amazing, the storytelling, and you got to know the Monstars before the big game. So much so that even though they were villains, you loved the Monstars because you got to see all their chemistry together. And they were funny. Even though you want the Tunes to win the final game, when you get to the final game, the Monstars are now lovable to the audience. So now some people would like to root for the Monstars in the final game because we got to see them make jokes, be funny, interact with one another. We didn't get to have that with the Goons. And it's not that the Goons aren't funny. Some of their designs are funny, and I think they have really great designs, and they have good personalities. But we did not get to see them joke around with each other and be charming and all that stuff like earlier in the film. Having them only appear like just before the final game, it's kind of unacceptable. But other than that stuff, it's just like, I still think they did a great job with the Goons when they were in the movie, but they definitely, absolutely should have been throughout the film. At least 1 or 2 scenes before the final game. And they should be at least mentioned. Like, they're really not mentioned, really. Like once, maybe. And that's bullshit. Now, this film is trying to balance a lot of things, so I'm trying to give it some credit where they may have felt like they didn't have quite enough time to do this idea of having the Goons show up more in the film. Because it seems like so much screen time is dedicated to the conflict of Dom, LeBron, and involving Al G, with these like scenes, these long dialogue scenes where they're talking about their feelings and stuff like that. I think that's okay, but we do get the message of what they're going for, the lesson. We already know the lesson before the film ends, right? I think they gave the exposition to LeBron and Dom's relationship. I think they went a little too long with it. We didn't have to have every single scene, all 3 of them together and stuff, re-explaining and re-talking about their feelings and all that stuff. We get it. It's just, they dedicated a little too much of that, whereas, some of that stuff could have been cut down, and then we could have gotten more of the Goons. We could have gotten to see more Looney Tunes on other planets that got rescued and stuff like that. It just would have given the film more room for more fun stuff. Like, this film is not supposed to be the lesson of Father and Son, the movie, starring the Looney Tunes. No, this is a Space Jam movie, and the original Space Jam had lessons in it also. But the lessons in the original Space Jam really were not the meat and potatoes of the film. The meat and potatoes of the original Space Jam were the special effects, the humor, the imagination, like all that stuff. It was the spectacle of it all, not the big lessons and all that stuff. And it's cool that's there. But yeah, anyway, you get my point. Tunes gathered together for a portrait taken by Porky, and we get Daffy Duck saying, "Mother." How awesome is that? After all these decades, they still remember Mother. They still remember Daffy's Mother joke, which was used in Back in Action and also in the original Space Jam and stuff.
Close.
Not hitting that wall, stay on. Mother.
Taking you to Mother.
Best team in the whole wide serverhood. Mother.
And that's always been like one of Daffy's most memorable jokes that a lot of us remember from our childhood, and it's just amazing to see it again. And I'm so happy they didn't forget about it. It's just that moment that we get to see Daffy say Mother, it just goes to show that they really did their homework in rewatching the original Space Jam to make it feel the same, because that's a little moment. But to us, Looney Tunes fans, it's a big moment, because we always laughed so hard when we were kids hearing Daffy say Mother. And even as an adult, it's still funny. Our big superstar is not here, Lola Bunny, but Bugs knows where she is. Now we go to Lola Bunny in the comic book of Wonder Woman, where she's training to become an Amazon, and we see Bugs in the crowd, and they follow Lola around, and they're explaining about what the problem is, and we need her help, and all that kind of stuff. Now, Lola Bunny is the best ball player of the Tunes by far. There's no debating that. It kind of made her an interesting Looney Tune character in the original Space Jam. Because of all that, it makes sense that she would, be trying to be a Wonder Woman. It's kind of a cute reference, because she was like Wonder Woman in that first movie. One of my favorite couples of all time is Bugs Bunny and Lola Bunny, and I know I'm not alone there. I think they did an amazing job building up their relationship in the original Space Jam, even though we all wish that we could have gotten more time with them together in the original Space Jam. But what the time they had, that they gave them, it was still used well. And after the end of the original Space Jam, we assumed we would get to see Bugs and Lola in more stuff. And we did a little bit, very little, and it should have been way more and stuff. And I'm not counting the Lola from the Looney Tunes show, because yeah, she's a different Lola, so. Anyway, even though it's an entertaining scene and the graphics are great looking, the animation, this scene with Lola, Bugs, and LeBron, I think it's a little too feministic in its message. They make Bugs come off as being kind of whiny, feeling like he needs his woman to do something for him, and it's just kind of emasculating to Bugs Bunny a little bit. I don't know. Like the whole thing, it's like Lola got too angry at them when they were asking for her help. Like clearly she's busy doing something, and I get that. But it's like Lola didn't even care in the slightest that Bugs was in trouble and LeBron was in trouble. And the only reason she turned around to ultimately help them was because LeBron said he was trying to find his son. If LeBron didn't mention his son, Lola would have been like, "Screw you, Bugs, I'm doing something," and that's it. It's like, that's not really right. Your man needs you, and you're like completely dissing him. Like she has no dialogue of like remorse for Bugs, or she doesn't say anything like, "Oh, hold on, Bugs. Well, we'll talk about it later, honey," or nothing like reassuring him that, "Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Once I get this torch, once I figure this stuff out, I'm just a little busy." Like there's nothing sweet that she says to Bugs, like at all. Like none of it. I get it. You're trying to be Wonder Woman, but it's like Lola is still a feminine character, so I didn't like that, and I think it should have been done better. But other than that, I still think the scene's entertaining. I really do. It was amusing that Wonder Woman refers to the game they're trying to beat as "Go win the Battle of the Baskets." I thought that was kind of a funny line. But again, it's like it's kind of funny, right? It's not like, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter funny. But it's a funny line. Like, to me, it's like you have to work with a movie. So give them a little bit of props when something is a little bit funny. You know, it's like that one was a zinger. It was good. It was good. I give them that line, you know. And it's a small line. It's not a big joke, really. So any joke that's, you know, good enough, it's like, take it. Here, take that joke and run with it. Moving on. Ah, yes, the scene where Dom gets his super basketball powers. Great scene visually. I love the dialogue in this scene. You can see Algie really getting frustrated with Dom. And you can tell that there's a moment where Dom is debating whether his alliance with Algie should be the way it is. It's just really well done the way it's in the movie. One thing that's really noticeable about this scene is they play Pump Up the Jam for like a second, or, you know, like whatever, like 6 seconds. And it's like, I was like, wow, when I first saw that. I was like, really? Oh, now in the film you're going to play this? What happened to the intro, or, you know, earlier in the film? How come you didn't play it there? How come Pump Up the Jam wasn't played in the intro of LeBron's montage? And, you know, why isn't it the Space Jam theme that they play, which I think would have been a little better? I don't know, it's just... And the fact that they only play it for like a couple of seconds, it just shows how cheap Warner Brothers were with this film at moments. It's like, that was kind of pig shit, okay? That was Porky Pig shit, is what that was. Don't be fucking cheap, okay? Songs like Pump Up the Jam should have been playing all throughout the big game later on in the movie. You know, the classic Space Jam tunes to give you that old Space Jam kick-ass feeling. But no, we get one tiny moment where Algie and Pete play a trumpet and they jig around a little bit for a second. And that's all you get of the old school songs. Fuck that. Anyway, it's still a cool scene. And in the final moment, we get to see one, not... all of them, for some reason, just one of the goons. Why? It just seems like they're building it up so you get to see all the goons for the first time before the final game. Come on. Now. I want to see them all now. I want to see more of the goons. We get to see White Mamba. A very cool, real tiny appearance, which is annoying. Now, here's one thing I want to mention, this isn't a minor thing, and it's important to the film, actually, this thing I'm going to talk about now. They did not give the Goon Squad their own theme song. Do you guys remember the Monstars had their own theme song in the original Space Jam? They had a whole rap video and everything, and it was absolutely stellar. It was amazing. It was one of the most memorable things in the 90s, period. And it was such a kick-ass song that every one of adults, teenagers, kids can get into. And there really wasn't much cursing in it, and it was so badass. And they play it a little bit in the movie Space Jam, too. So they gave the Monstars their own theme, but why not the Goons? The Goons don't have a theme in the whole movie. What the fuck's that all about? And then I found some fans actually made a Goon Squad theme song, and it kicks ass.
The Almighty.
Boom Squad, boy, all up in your face. Trying to take it to the rim, but we all up in the way. Competition doesn't stand a chance. Never quitting, yo, cause victory was always in the plans. Boom Squad, boy, dunking on this bunny. Keep your chuckles to yourself, cause show I promise nothing's funny. Competition doesn't stand a chance. Never quitting, yo, cause victory was always in the plans.
This that big body bad boy beast in the baseline, straight from the tip, gonna float at the same time. Beat you at the summit when you come and try to dunk it, that'll block that shit every time with a game high. Yeah. I go hard in the paint like Waka Flocka. If it ain't me, I got a squad to stop you. Pull up on a J, you better call a doctor. Reject you like a savage, reject you like a bad bitch. Them tricks ain't fooling anybody, you just a silly rabbit. Developing a habit like a meth head taking all the cash.
And it's a rap song. So why couldn't this song have been used in the film? Why did it take the fans to give the Goons a theme song? Why wasn't it in the movie? That's fucking pig shit. Anyway, moving on. Now we get to see the Looney Tunes practicing basketball in Marvin's UFO. This is another good scene in the film. It has funny moments. It has really creative moments. I thought the joke of Yosemite Sam literally shooting the ball was kind of funny. But again, it's just a little bit funny, you know. Granny slam dunking the ball and breaking the glass, like going on a scooter over like 5 school buses, was hilarious. And she's like, team blouses, what? You didn't expect to see that from Granny. But the old bitch still has stuff that she's not done yet. Again, she's more powerful this time around because she was in The Matrix. So they actually do explain how Granny becomes like more powerful as a character. Not that she was never powerful, but they actually give an explanation in the movie, which is pretty cool. And I love Granny. Granny's one of the greatest Looney Tunes of all time. We all know that. No debate. Love you, Granny. In the practice scene, we get to hear a song in the background called Mercy, Mercy Me or something. And it's by the Jonas Brothers. And I actually quite like the song. I just gotta say, it's surprising to hear a Jonas Brothers song in a Warner Brothers movie. Back in the day, like, completely different times we're living in, guys. Back in the day, you'd never hear a Jonas Brothers song in a Looney Tunes movie. I mean, back in the day, Jonas Brothers were, like, all about Disney. So it's weird to hear something that used to be a Disney thing. And it's a good song. It's probably their best song ever. Now, just like how in the original Space Jam, there were certain lyrics to the songs in the soundtrack that actually connected with the events of the film, there are certain lines in the new songs on the new soundtrack that are stuff that appear in the film. The lyrics to Mercy, Mercy or whatever, it sounds like it's stuff that Bugs Bunny is saying in his mind about Lola Bunny. He's like saying, "You're unbelievable." It's like Bugs subconsciously saying, "Wow, I get my girl back. Here she is. She's so unbelievable. She's still the best basketball player of all time. Mercy, mercy me." It just seems like Bugs is like saying the lyrics himself. I don't know. It's something I thought of. Okay, to give an example of a song from the original soundtrack that has a moment in the lyrics that connects with the film in the original, the song "For You I Will," which is amazing. One of the lyrics is, "For you I will die." This is a reference to Bugs Bunny sacrificing his life to save Lola Bunny's when she was about to get crushed by Pound the Monstar, and that just shows how much Bugs loved her. So really, "For You I Will," that song is all about Bugs talking about how much he loves Lola Bunny and how much he's falling for her. So that song is not just a generic sappy love song. It actually connects with the plot of the original movie. Just like how there's certain songs in this movie that have lyrics that connect to the plot also, which is awesome. Like in the new soundtrack, there's the song "My Guy," which is referring to LeBron in Space Jam 2. He calls Dom "my guy" a few times in the film, so that's what that song is referencing. Yeah, so actually I quite like the new soundtrack for Space Jam 2. No, it's not as amazing as the original soundtrack, but it's just like the original Space Jam. It's not as good, but it's still good. Now the Looney Tunes finally land back on their old home planet. Frickin' Marvin gets crushed by his door. Then you get to see the Looney Tunes in their old school uniform, their old school jerseys from the original Space Jam, which was amazing to see it. But really, like seriously, like right after Marvin got crushed by the door, when they're practicing, Marvin should have showed up. He's all wrangled or whatever. He's got his gun and he threatens the Tunes, and then Bugs or the rest of them, like LeBron, they're like, "Well, listen, Marvin, we're sorry about all that stuff, but we need your help." And then he joins the Toon Squad, because even though Marvin is an alien, like this film is trying to convince you that Marvin is not a Looney Tune, which is pig shit. Marvin the Martian is a fucking Looney Tune. Marvin's definitely a Looney Tune, and if they had him join the Toon Squad there, it would have been cool, because the only reason Marvin would have joined them was because he knows that the Looney Tune world is now threatened. And he's a Looney Tune, so the Looney Tune world is part of him. Even though he doesn't live there, he's got his UFO, he still visits the Toon world a lot. So the Toon world should be important to him, because he wants to rule the Toon world. He wants to claim it in the name of Mars and all that stuff. So he doesn't want the Goon Squad or Algae Rhythm to take over Toon World. So him joining the Toon Squad would be like, he'd be forced to do that for his own ambitions. So it would have been awesome. Like, that's a golden opportunity for Marvin to join. And then we would have gotten to see way more of Marvin in glorious 3D later on. And it's a damn shame we only got to see like a second of him in 3D, because his helmet looked so amazing. Oh, there's one more thing I want to mention about them. The Looney Tunes getting picked up on all the planets. The Looney Tunes all got separated by Algae Rhythm because he convinced them to leave one another. When they were rescued by LeBron and Bugs with Marvin's UFO on each planet, there should have been scenes where Elmer says he misses Bugs, or Taz, or Sylvester, all these other characters. Foghorn Leghorn, they all should have talked to each other when they were taken back to the UFO, they all should have had scenes where they convinced them, hey, it's time to come back to Toon World. Like, we're special. We belong together because we're a family. And they don't do any of that. They just pick them up on their ship and they just take off. Like, wait a minute. The whole point of you guys taking them away is because Bugs feels lonely without them, because he misses them, because he loves them. How come they don't show that? They don't, like, say that to one another when they all get picked up by the ship? And I get that there's a lot of stuff going on in this movie, and I guess they didn't feel like they had enough time, but you still could have had one fucking scene, like before they took the portrait on the goddamn UFO, they could have had one scene, one motherfucking scene where they talk to each other about how we're glad we're back together, how we shouldn't have been separated, we shouldn't have listened to that mean old algae rhythm. But that didn't happen, so that's a mistake. Next, we see Bugs Bunny make fun of MC Hammer, and I'm sure, like, most people didn't even know what that was a reference to. But if you're an old school rap fan, then you knew it was MC Hammer. And I love that the girls laughed at him in the whiteboard. I thought it was a really funny moment, and it makes me laugh every time I watch it. And it also makes me nostalgic. Like, even though it's not the 90s anymore, like this isn't the 90s Space Jam 2, it's still cool that they're referencing the 90s in the sequel to Space Jam, because the original Space Jam was so ingrained as part of the 90s culture. So it's like Bugs doing the MC Hammer dance. It's like it's showing that the 90s is still alive. So it was funny. I liked that. And also kind of mirrors how Daffy was dancing around in the original, kind of. Anyway, now LeBron and Bugs have their famous argument in front of the whiteboard where LeBron is being really bossy to Bugs. He's not letting the Toons be themselves, so it mirrors the whole thing of LeBron not letting Dom be himself. And so I liked that. And I also really liked that Bugs and LeBron hated each other. Pretty much until, like, later on in the film, like towards the end and stuff, then they started liking each other and they became friends. And I loved that early on in the film they had disagreements with one another. They like bickered with one another, and that was awesome. We never ever got to see that between Bugs Bunny and Michael Jordan in the original. They just didn't want to go there. Like, Bugs and Jordan were just so palsy-wowsy with each other in the original, which was cool because Bugs and Jordan relate to one another. They're both the best at what they do. They're both the coolest. It fit their pairing. It was like a natural chemistry. And it was cool, but it still was a little hokey though, quite honestly. Bugs and Jordan never really had some kind of big disagreement. They had like little disagreements, I guess, in the original, but it was cool that they showed that there was a build-up to the relationship between LeBron and Bugs Bunny. They showed that it was getting there, and like life is a journey, and you're not going to like everyone right away, and it was good. I liked that. So anyway, the timer on the clock goes down, and then we see this giant, digital basketball court emerging out of nowhere. And there's a moment where, and it's quick, so I don't know if you guys caught it, but Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, they both hug each other as they stare before their doom, before they die or whatever. I loved that moment. I loved it. No one gives a fuck and no one talks about it, but it was great to see that despite all their hiccups with one another, Wiley and Roadrunner actually care about each other, and they hug each other for a second because they think they're about to die. Like, despite the fact that Wiley was trying to murder Roadrunner for like decades, they're out in the desert and it's just the two of them for like forever. So it kind of makes sense that they would have a connection with one another. So it was cool to see them hug each other before their doom or their demise. I really liked that. It was like a little quick moment in the movie. And it's like, it makes you think, oh, is this the first time Wiley has touched Roadrunner? Because, in the old cartoons, we never see him touch the Roadrunner because he's never able to get him at all. But actually, there's one old cartoon where he does get to touch the Roadrunner's legs, but nothing really happens because Wiley is tiny in that scene. So it's not the first time they touched each other. But this time was like the first time where they like hugged each other, and it was weird. It was interesting. It was a cool little moment. Anyway, now let's talk about the clock for a second. Get it for a second? All right, anyway. Now, I have mixed feelings about this clock. I thought it was kind of stupid the longer I thought about it that it's even there in the first place. There's quite a bit of plot stuff in this movie that feels like it's rushing. Like the film feels like it's really brisking through a lot of things I already mentioned that would have made the film way better if they took more time with. But they devoted a little too much time to LeBron and Dom's relationship with Al G, right? And we got it, so we didn't need to get it hit with a hammer on our heads. We understood it. So with all this, bearing all this in mind, the fact that the clock is also there makes the film feels like it's rushing even more. And it just kind of bothers me. I should feel like I'm taking my time with this because there's a lot of stuff to enjoy and invest in the characters and the plot of the story. So to have a fucking clock in the air being like, it's time, and I don't know, it's just, yeah, I don't know. So Looney Tune World gets devoured by the digital powers of Algae Rhythm, right? And their whole world gets turned upside down. And it was a cool visual scene. Even though it was kind of short. I loved the moment where Speedy rescues Tweety from being hit with the mailbox or whatever. That was a cool moment because they're both the smallest Looney Tunes characters. And you really absolutely never see Tweety and Speedy do anything together. I mean, I can't even remember a time where Speedy Gonzales and Tweety Bird actually even talked to one another. Maybe they have, but it was just a cool little moment. Get it? A little moment? Okay. So anyway, Algae Rhythm shows up, of course, wearing like this workout outfit, this glitterly workout outfit of his, and that's an outfit I liked seeing him in. That was kind of charming. It's way better than his stupid silver jacket from earlier. Now, I would argue that this is a controversial scene that either takes you completely away from the film, depending on how cynical you are, or you just think it's kind of cool. The Looney Tunes get turned into 3D. I actually like the way they look. It seems like they took a lot of time to make sure they looked pretty cool looking. I don't know. I do prefer them being 2D, of course, and I mean, it would have been cool if they were still 2D throughout the whole movie, but still, throughout a really big portion of the movie, we do get to see the Looney Tunes in 2D, like their classic original designs. So it's like half the movie we get to see them in 3D, and the other half it's in 2D. So it kind of evens out, in my opinion. Pretty much, it's even. Now, what's significant is a moment where Algae says, "I think you can all use an upgrade." And Bugs is like, upgrade? What are you talking about? That was awesome. Why? Because it confirms what I was saying earlier about how Algae feels about the tunes. He feels that they are outdated. Old 2D animation? That ain't popular anymore. No one gives a fuck about that. You tunes need an quote-unquote upgrade. What's cool is that for all the people that don't like the fact that the Looney Tunes are in 3D, the film expresses that because the tunes don't like the fact that they're turning into 3D. They feel like it's not really them or how they're supposed to look. And that's cool. It's a challenge for the Looney Tunes to face. Again, like I said earlier, this film amps up all the stakes for the Looney Tunes, even more than in the original Space Jam, believe it or not. I do think the tunes still look good in 3D, but I have to admit there are moments where they're a little wonky looking, but it's kind of a little wonky looking, kind of like how old 90s video game graphics were charming. So it's okay. Now, I read some critic for this fucking movie that complained about them being 3D in the movie and said something like, oh, when Bugs Bunny turns 3D, he looks like a stuffed animal you'd buy at the airport. And it's like, yeah... So, there's Bugs Bunny stuffed animals before they were 3D anyway. This just seems like the dumbest line you could say in reviewing the movie. I get it. Maybe they wanted to make the tunes look fluffier to market it, for appealing to children. Having them be look a little like that in 3D for, the kids, the kiddies. So, they still look like the Looney Tunes. They still act the same. They're still cool. So fucking what? I mean, having them in 3D doesn't ruin the Looney Tunes. The film is not promoting this idea that the Looney Tunes are supposed to be 3D. Algae, the villain, turns them 3D against their will. So the way it's done is, it's clever, like the Looney Tunes themselves. Now, while I'm still here with you guys, I'd just like to briefly talk about the remaining Looney Tunes movies from the last decade and today. Just briefly, Rabbit's Run was a 2010s Looney Tunes movie. I believe it was the only one in the 2010s, and I didn't see it. I liked the cover. kind of. The cover of that movie looks like a classic 90s Looney Tunes cover. So the cover's kind of fun. I saw bits and pieces of it, and I thought it was alright. You know, it was basically like the movie version of the Looney Tunes show, and it's kind of better than the Looney Tunes show, and I was glad it was the last version of the Looney Tunes that way, because I wasn't a fan of the Looney Tunes show. You know, the Looney Tunes show, I won't go rambling on forever about it, because that's not what this video is about, but the Looney Tunes show was okay. I don't think it's a terrible show, but I wasn't a fan of it, and I think it was a mistake that they kept going on and on with it. I mean, it had things in it that were enjoyable, but yeah, there is one great moment in Rabbit's Run I did see. Is when Lola was really upset, and Bugs showed up out of nowhere, and he started saying to her, he's just like, "What's up, Doc?" The way he said "What's up, Doc" to her in that scene by the water, that was so touching. We never heard Bugs say "What's up, Doc" that way before. It's like a different way we heard him say that phrase in that moment. Like, Bugs has always said "What's up, Doc," like as him joking around, or he's about to like give someone the business, you know, or there's always something really silly going on. But here his girlfriend is all upset, and she's like maybe about to cry, Lola. She's like all emotional. And Bugs, being a good boyfriend, he's just like, "What's up, Doc?" And he's like all calm and sweet, and it's like, that was really cool. That was a really awesome moment in Rabbit's Run. That's like a different interpretation of that quote, for Bugs Bunny at least. But yeah, I saw a little bit of it, and it's alright. Not very good. It's okay, I guess. And then in the 2020s, so far, it's a young decade right now, as of this recording. We've had Space Jam 2, A New Legacy. I love that movie. I'm going to do a whole review on it eventually. I do disagree with people about it. I don't think it's a piece of shit. And also, there's a new upcoming Tweety Bird movie coming out called King Tweety, something like that. And I saw the trailer, and I really hate the animation. I like the plot. The plot is kind of fun. And this is actually Tweety Bird's second movie now. So, from Tweety's High Flying Adventure, now it's Tweety's second movie. Which is pretty cool, but it's ruined by the presentation, in my opinion. It's ruined by the animation. I heard a lot of people in the comments section for that video, the trailer, saying, "Don't judge the movie yet, you didn't see it yet." I agree with that. All these commenters talking about how bad the animation is. We're not saying that the movie is bad already. We're saying that it looks bad. Remember, pay attention to people's language. Or like, don't judge the movie. They're not. When people say looks bad, looks this, looks that. Looks means we think it looks bad. We're not saying it is bad. So all the people that say that don't need to be saying that. If the comment didn't, if someone's like, "Oh, it's just definitely bad," then say that. But no one does that. Usually most people say looks. So stop with the stupid comments. So I got a chance to actually see King Tweety, and I thought it was pretty good. I was surprised, because I thought the animation in the trailer looked really bad, and I thought it was just going to be a bust, but it was actually a pretty good movie. The humor that you typically see from the Looney Tunes is in this movie. There are parts where it's a little bit cringy, but it's still humorous, and I find Granny, Sylvester, and Tweety, they all act the same. And the animation, I mean, I kind of like the backgrounds, but I'm just not a fan of the way they look in particular, especially Sylvester. But Granny looks fine, and Tweety looks okay, actually. Sometimes in this film, the characters make exaggerated face expressions, which kind of reminds me of like some cringy memes you would see on the internet that some like really young person would find hysterical, and then if you're older, then you're like, oh, jeez, you're like grown at it. But it was only used sparingly, and it was only used like a tiny bit, so it really wasn't that bad. I actually like the plot of the film. It's been done before 1,000 times, but who cares? It's kind of cool that Tweety has another film, because this film is kind of like it's Tweety's second movie after Tweety's High Flying Adventure from the 2000s. I think last year or something, the 80th anniversary of Tweety Bird happened, so I think they were making this film close to that anniversary to like honor Tweety Bird. Tweety Bird is a very popular Looney Tunes character. In fact, I'd argue he's one of the most popular Looney Tunes characters across the board. So it does kind of make sense that Tweety would have another film. Granny is just as awesome in this film as she ever was. She's a badass riding her motorcycle. She helps save the day. She's funny. I can't say anything weird about Granny in this movie.
This, folks, is a Warner Brothers television production.
Now, my favorite part of the movie is actually the villain. I thought he was entertaining. I thought he was interesting. I like that he became like super huge and powerful at the end of the film. It really like harkened back to those old Disney/Warner Brothers animated movies where the villain turns like all big at the end and they're all powerful. Kind of like the end of The Little Mermaid where Ursula's like giant and stuff. It was real cool, and they had to figure out a way to defeat him. It had some cool dramatic stuff at the end there. One pretty interesting thing about this film to hardcore Looney Tunes fans is that Aooga returns. Oh my god, I can't believe it. We haven't seen Aooga since Tweety's High Flying Adventure. Much like how in Space Jam, by the end of the original Space Jam, you assumed the Nerdlucks were going to be part of the Looney Tunes family and they were going to appear in other things after Space Jam, and that literally never happened. Well, the same thing happened with Aooga. Everyone who liked Tweety's High Flying Adventure assumed, oh, look, it's another Tweety Bird character, and we're going to see Aooga and other things, right? Nope. Same thing. But now Aooga's back. And I really liked her in the original Tweety's High Flying Adventure. But the only thing negative I would have to say about the film is that I really despised Aooga's voice in this film. Maybe not her voice, but I just thought her character made all these like jokes that were supposed to be funny, and I just hated every joke that she made. I did not like her in this film. I really just I hated her, kind of. I just thought she was obnoxious, and she didn't act anything at all like her original character. Not even slightly. Another thing that really bothered me a lot, because I felt like it was a huge missed opportunity, is how come Tweety Bird doesn't remember her at all? It's like everything that happened in Tweety's High Flying Adventure didn't even happen at all. It's like Tweety and Aooga were introduced to each other in this film. That's fucking pig shit. Or bird shit. They had a whole adventure together. It would have been an awesome like tie-in connection to that first movie, and Tweety remembering her would have made this film feel like a sequel to Tweety's High Flying Adventure, and it would have had an awesome connection with the past. But instead, they just ruined Aooga. I mean, everything. Just no. Fuck! Damn you, Warner Brothers. Fuck. Overall, though, I would say I'd give the film a pass. I think it's a decent film. Surprisingly, because I really thought it was going to be a pile of bird shit, but it wasn't. Following the demise of Mr. Swackhammer, Michael Jordan continued in his pursuit of the game of basketball. Meanwhile, in Looney Tune land, the Nerdlucks have enrolled at Acme University, where hopefully they can learn a thing or two about comedy from Bugs and the gang. All was peaceful in Looney Tune land until he came to visit. A strange and nefarious mastermind known as Berserk-O has invaded the home of the Toons, along with his henchmen, Oh No and Oh Yes. Their plan is to destroy the Looney Tunes. Berserk-O's rage for laughter and anything whimsical is the reason for this invasion. The Toons cannot handle their strange and unorthodox ultra powers. Tweety Bird manages to escape to Earth level, where he calls upon the help of MJ. Michael Jordan returns to Looney Tune Land, ready for battle, in a more challenging basketball game than before, against the new team, the Goon Squad. Can the Nerdlucks become the Monstars once more? Because unlike last time, this time, MJ is going to need all the help he can get. What's up, guys? This is SuperPat98, and today I want to talk to you about my custom-made Space Jam 2 VHS tape. If you've watched my channel before, I've showed this tape off in 2 other separate videos, but I never really talked about why I created this, and really what's the point behind this, what's the history behind this. Space Jam 2 actually began production a year after the original movie was completed. So they actually wrote a script, and they developed a character named Berserk-O, and he was supposed to be voiced by Mel Brooks. They did this in 1997 because they thought that Michael Jordan was in on the project.
What's going on here?
And once Michael Jordan's people told them that Michael is not actually interested in making a sequel to Space Jam, or in other words, not appearing at all in the sequel to Space Jam, they completely canceled the project.
Oh, brother.
Shattering my heart to tiny itty-bitty pieces for 25 fucking years until we get the next Space Jam movie with LeBron James. I think they should have made Space Jam 2. I don't see what the problem would have been to not have Michael Jordan in it, because Michael Jordan is only one of the best things about Space Jam. He wasn't the only thing that was good about the film.
You'll be our star attraction.
It bothers the shit out of me. Hello, these are the Looney Tunes? Remember them? Remember how much people love them?
You know all those mugs and t-shirts and lunchboxes with our pictures on them?
Does anyone ever think about that? Why is it people only talk about fucking Michael Jordan when they talk about Space Jam? I mean, really?
He is not washed up. Michael's the greatest ever.
Shut up.
It helped adults see the film because Michael Jordan was a huge basketball name. And it helped adult humor as well. So it brought kids and adults together, which was the magic of the 90s in kids' movies. But what about the damn Looney Tunes? The Looney Tunes have a history of adult humor, so they themselves already had adult humor. So bringing them to the silver screen again, a celebrity was not needed. This could have just been the Space Jam adventure starring Bugs Bunny and friends. You didn't even have to have a celebrity in it. And the film still would have been successful. Was it 10 times more successful with Jordan? Of course, but Michael Jordan is not what made Space Jam magical. It was the Looney Tunes. It was the story. And Michael Jordan. It was a combination of everything. Anyway, so this tape is basically a fantasy. Considering that they first developed Space Jam 2 in 1997, I propose that the film would have been released effectively in 1998, because they needed a year to film and complete the movie, right? So Mel Brooks would have gotten top billing. It made sense. They got Danny DeVito to voice the main villain of the first film, so they wanted another famous comedian to voice the villain in the second film. This is actual concept artwork drawn for Berserk-O. And unlike Swackhammer, who basically just wanted to use the Looney Tunes actually as the mascots for his theme park because he saw how popular they were, Berserk-O was quite the opposite. The way his character was written is that he despised the Looney Tunes and wanted to destroy them because he despised laughter. This is a different change of pace. It ups the ante. It's actually more threatening to the Looney Tunes because in the first film, the threat was that they were going to be slaves. But in the sequel, the threat was that they were going to be murdered, pretty much. So perhaps this film would have taken a slightly darker tone. So on my cover here, I showed off the Nerdlucks here because now, in the sequel, the Nerdlucks would be good guys. And also, I put Pinky and the Brain in here. Because why not? The Animaniacs were huge. Imagine if they were the announcers instead of the 2 mice in the original Space Jam. And here you got the side of the tape with Berserk-O on the bottom. I put all this extra little shit at the bottom to make it, look like it's from the 90s, right? Even the family entertainment stuff. And when you put the original tape side by side with my fan version of the tape, I matched them closely.
Very, very close.
As much as I could. But I wanted the space in the background to not look exactly the same, so I made it a little lighter in color. Now, hopefully, in 1998, when Space Jam 2 was released, Marvin would have been playing as a member on the Toon Squad.
Mind if I use my own ball?
And if this was released in 1998, Space Jam 2, it would have came out the same year as The Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. So it would have been a year of sequels. 1998, the two biggest sequels of the two biggest films of the 90s come out. 1998 also gave us Mulan and the Rugrats movie. So really, Space Jam 2 would have fit right in with all these other amazing 90s animated films in 1998. And then Space Jam 3 would have been Space Jam New Legacy much later on. You know, even though Michael really was not an actor, and he fancied himself more as a businessman and an athlete. But why couldn't he have just appeared in one scene in the film? Just one damn scene. Because of Michael Jordan, what Space Jam was, it became completely abandoned. What seemed like an eternity. So it was really Michael Jordan's fault. And Warner Brothers, pretty much. Because there should have been other people at Warner Brothers that should have said, hey, you know, kids of the 90s love Space Jam. Let's make the sequel anyway. They could have even released it on VHS. After all, Lion King 2 was just released on VHS alone, not in the movie theaters. And although this film is mixed by fans, a lot of people love it, and so do I. And I think it's a great sequel. So the same shit could have happened with Space Jam 2. No fucking excuses. Okay? Since this is a theoretical film and it doesn't actually exist, I tried to fit as much words on the back of the tape to really bring you into what the film could have looked like and the plot would have been. As you can see, the Animaniacs are here. This is another concept art that Warner Brothers officially created for Berserko. I colored in this one. This is my colored version, because this original drawing was in black and white. This was colored in by someone on DeviantArt, and I don't remember the person's name, but excellent job. Not a bad idea for the color scheme. Mine does look a little different, though. As you can see, the Illuminati eye is on full display here. They even made a fake review from a movie person. Space Jam returns for another slam dunk at the box office. It's a dazzling affair. Ebert Roper. And I also added this little cool stuff they put for films on the bottom, you know. I'd like to talk about a little bit of the stuff I added here. As you can see from the beginning of my description of the story, it takes place right after Space Jam 1. So in the original Space Jam, when the Looney Tunes are under the Earth, they always refer to it as Looney Tune Land. Whereas in Space Jam: A New Legacy, they refer to it as Looney Tune World, like their own home planet. So technically, it has a name. It's not just Toon, Looney, Lure, World, Land, or whatever. No. It has a literal name. It's said twice in the original film. Looney Tune Land.
Yes, Pip! No sweat. This is Looney Tune Land.
So I got the title right. And the Nerdlucks have enrolled at Acme Looniversity. All you Looney Tunes fans know where that's from, right? From the Tiny Toon Adventures, which was extremely popular at the time, right? And especially in the late 90s, they started airing Tiny Toon Adventures as reruns on the Kids WB. Could this film have included a scene with the Tiny Toons? And Acme Looniversity, like this could have been a tie-in to Tiny Toon Adventures. And that's why I include an image of Porky being the teacher to the Nerdlucks on the side of the tape. Wouldn't it have been amazing just to see that? And it makes sense what I wrote, because now the Nerdlucks want to be like the Looney Tunes. Even though Bugs said and declared at the end of the original film, I don't think you guys are loony enough. They tried, and now with some schooling, hopefully they can learn a thing or two about comedy from Bugs and the gang. And all was peaceful, etc. So I wrote down his henchmen, Oh No and Oh Yes. Concept artwork for one of the henchmen was drawn, and these were their actual names that they came up with. oh no and oh yes. Very weird, right? I think that actually works, that they're weird, because the Looney Tunes are weird, so all the characters are supposed to be odd and mysterious, especially since we can assume that Berserko is probably an alien, or, something like that. The villains of the original Space Jam were aliens, so it's pretty perfect, actually. I have to explain they have strange ultra powers that intimidates the Looney Tunes, and they need some help, right? Because they're destroying Looney Tune land, pretty much. Just like how the Monstars were a big threat to the Looney Tunes. The Goon Squad I mentioned here, like this film could have been where the Goon Squad from New Legacy first appear in. The Goon Squad could have came from Berserko, and the henchmen found the new talent for them. Because I think the Goon Squad were the coolest part of A New Legacy. And then also I wrote how the Nerdlucks would become the Monstars again and play on the team with the Toons against the Goon Squad. So it could have been an all-star team of the Nerdlucks, the Looney Tunes, Jordan, the Animaniacs, all teaming up on the same team, including the Tiny Toons, possibly, on a bigger team with more antics, more special effects, and it could have been an amazing film that actually could have toppled the first movie.
Right. And I'm a Shakespearean actor.
I mean, who knows? This is like a dream movie, a fantasy film. I even included the proof of purchase at the top. Isn't that something? Let me know what you guys think, because I think I'm the only one on Earth that actually did something like this for Space Jam 2. At least a original Space Jam 2. Because I like to call myself the #1 Space Jam fan, and maybe I am, but I know I'm not alone, right? I just don't understand why I don't get more comments about my Space Jam videos. I pour a lot of passion into them, but for some reason, people just don't really care that much. And this is my custom-made Space Jam New Legacy tape. But again, the reason I bring it here is because this could have been the third movie. It could have been Space Jam 3, and if Jordan was receptive enough and respectful enough to the fans of Space Jam to make a cameo in the 1998 Space Jam 2, then I expect he would have done the same thing and actually appeared in a cameo in Space Jam: A New Legacy. But no, that didn't happen. Granny fights Cronus, right? I have a description and everything. Not bad, huh? And by the way, this is actually a real review from an actual film critic that actually liked A New Legacy. Thank God there's one person out there, because 99% of people despise New Legacy. Even though I love the film, I think it's a great film. I made an entire review about it. I think it's like an hour long. I think I made the longest review of Space Jam: A New Legacy on YouTube, like by far. Possibly on all of the internet, but no one cares. I mean, anyway, this is my special little video. Let me know what you guys think. Would this have been an amazing film back then? I just want to talk to you about why Space Jam is so special to me. You'll notice on this channel I make a lot of videos about Space Jam. It's my favorite movie, and I want to go into that. The reason why I think it's so special, not just to me, but to the Looney Tunes in general, and this is something that I think there's a lot of Looney Tunes fans that don't understand this, but the people who really get the film Space Jam and why it's special, I do think they understand this. It opened up the world of the Looney Tunes. It opened up their whole realm of the imagination of their world, and it explained things about the Looney Tunes world that were never explanations before. For instance, Space Jam explains where the Looney Tunes live. You know, they established that, and how it made sense in the real world, how they lived underground, and it was very mysterious. And there's a lot of world building going on in Space Jam. Another reason why Space Jam's special, the second reason, is because it was the Looney Tunes collectively facing the biggest threat they ever had before, where now the Looney Tunes, they were always enemies with one another, but they were forced to team up with one another to take on this new terrible force known as the Monstars. This kind of concept of all the Looney Tunes forcing to team up with one another was never done before in any of the old shorts, or even any of the old, like, 70s and 80s movies they used to have, like the compilation films that I love. But this is also another thing that made Space Jam special, is that it showed that the Looney Tunes are a dysfunctional family. And that's very relatable to people, because I honestly think every family is dysfunctional. People like to pretend and that their family is not dysfunctional. And people think that all the other families aren't dysfunctional and they're perfect. That's not true. That's a fallacy. It's 2024. We all know this to be true. Every single family is dysfunctional. So it was cool to see the Looney Tunes be a dysfunctional family with one another, because, you know, they're a really raggedy bunch. They get angry. They're really, they're nutty characters. And even though they'll get angry at one another, they'll still like to laugh with one another, because deep down, all the Looney Tunes share a lot of traits with one another. So it's kind of like a family where they all got to know each other through time, and even though they had their spats deep down, collectively, all the Looney Tunes are a dysfunctional family. This idea of presenting the Looney Tunes as such allows the Looney Tunes to be utilized in other kinds of ways and other kinds of future ideas with them as characters. Because before Space Jam, every Looney Tunes thing was just them beating the crap out of each other, which is hilarious. It was a formula that always works. We love that. It's entertaining, and it was legendary. But how many Looney Tunes cartoons are there going to be where it's literally the same exact thing? I mean, hasn't there been thousands of the same thing? So why not add a little bit of something that changes that, but it still keeps the Looney Tunes characters the same. You see what I mean? Space Jam does not ruin the Looney Tunes. It expands the lore and the possibilities of the Looney Tunes while still keeping their integrity of their characters and their charm intact. That's what I don't understand about all these people who claim to be hardcore Looney Tunes fans out there on YouTube, and I'm not going to mention any names because I'm a YouTuber that doesn't like to do that. But there are YouTubers out there, and they don't have to be on YouTube, of course, but there's a lot of hardcore Looney Tunes fans, and I consider myself a hardcore Looney Tunes fan. I own all the Golden Collections, the Blu-rays, I own all the old cartoons, I own all the old movies before Space Jam, alright? I got Space Jam toys. I grew up with the Looney Tunes. I still love the Looney Tunes. So I'm a hardcore fan too. But for some reason, there's a lot of hardcore Looney Tunes fans that they view Space Jam as being like this stain on the legacy of the Looney Tunes. And I don't understand that. And they always say things like, oh, it changed the Looney Tunes, like it made them different. I don't know about all you guys, but have you all seen this movie? Do the Looney Tunes act any differently in the movie Space Jam than in any other thing they've ever appeared in? Like, do they act differently in Space Jam than they do in the shorts? The old cartoons? No. They all act exactly the same. How does Space Jam ruin the Looney Tunes? I don't understand this complaint or this argument. There is one thing that people say is that, oh, it 90s-eyed the Looney Tunes. Like, it made them a 90s version, which is cool. I mean, I love the 90s. Why would I have a complaint about that? I guess you could argue there's a little bit of moments in Space Jam, like very little. Like there's one or two tiny moments where they act like it's the 90s in the movie Space Jam, but it's like I think it's only like one single moment, honestly. There's a moment where they put all their hands in just before they start the big game, and Daffy looks at Jordan and he says, "Let's take it to the rap, Jack." And he says that very quickly. And that's like sounds like something a rapper would say. and rap was enormous in the 90s, so him saying that felt like, oh yeah, it's the 90s, alright, baby. I thought that was cool, but it was a very tiny moment that most people didn't even notice that he sounded like he was being almost urban-esque when he said that line. But, I mean, really, is that like a big deal? And also, on the Space Jam soundtrack, and people point this out too, Bugs Bunny did a rap song which was written by Jay-Z. Now, I like the song. I think it's a charming song. I'm not offended by it as a Looney Tunes fan. I enjoy the song. It's clever. There's something nostalgic about it. Even though I didn't listen to it back in the day, there's just something about it that it gives off like this charming 90s vibe with the Looney Tunes. And I don't know, it just doesn't really bother me that much. And besides, like, that was not in the movie. That was just a song on the soundtrack. And yes, in the new Space Jam, they made one of the Looney Tunes rap in the movie. Porky did a rap. And I can understand people feeling mixed about that. But even still, in A New Legacy, when Porky raps, it's still a very short scene when you look at the film as a whole. So, I don't know why there were a lot of people that made that a big deal. I thought it was cool, but whatever. We're really here to talk about the original Space Jam, you know. Now, the third reason for me personally why I love the film Space Jam so much, and I think a lot of people can really strongly relate to this. Growing up, watching it, it made me want to draw cartoons. It made me want to create my own cartoons. I wanted characters that were like the Looney Tunes, and I felt something really, like it just spurred my imagination watching that film as a kid, especially as a kid. That's why I say to any parents growing who have children, when they reach a certain age, like 4 or 5 years old, show them Space Jam. And when they're like 7 or 8, show them it again. There's just something about that original movie that I think is special. It has a certain kind of specialness that is different from other 90s movies. Another reason why the film Space Jam is so important to me is because it's the greatest time capsule in video form of the 1990s. There's no other movie that's more like the 90s than Space Jam. Like, Space Jam is the most 90s thing ever in just one film. So if anyone who didn't grow up in the 90s and they didn't get to experience how amazing it was, show them Space Jam and basically tell them the 90s was like this movie, or the vibes of this movie. So in other words, that's another thing that makes the movie Space Jam so special to people, is because this film really encapsulates what people loved so much about the 90s. But I notice nowadays there is like a new trend where, and I'm surprised it's people my age that are acting like this. There's a new trend now where people view, especially 90s movies and stuff, they view them with like a disdain. Like, that was the 90s and now it's so cringy. Like, especially when people look back on certain films like Independence Day and the old Flintstones movie with John Goodman and Rick Moranis. Now there's people that hate the old Flintstones movie. I mean, really, what the hell is going on? And now there's people these days, like as soon as the 2010s fucking happened, now there's people that are like, oh, fuck Space Jam, that movie sucks. And I don't understand, like what is this whole thing where now there's people that look at the 90s like, ugh, that was the 90s, ugh. Everything in the 90s was all better than now. So I don't understand what is this new thing where you guys think you're like cool and like interesting and you're like harping on something that's 20 years old that people 20 years ago thought was really great, and now it's not for some reason because it's not the 90s anymore. I mean, people still love disco, and disco is from the 1970s. Do you have to only be in the 70s to appreciate disco? If something's awesome, then it's awesome for all time. It wasn't just awesome to the people in the era. Like, people still love stuff from, like, the 30s even. Like the Three Stooges or the old Universal Monster movies. There's not many fans of that anymore, but still, they are out there. I think it really comes from, there's a kind of cynicism these days that comes with movie critiques, with movie critics. And I'm a movie critic, and I love to analyze movies. And I think it's really fun to watch someone do a review of a movie on YouTube. And a lot of people do it, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's awesome. I think it's amazing. We get to discuss the film and all this stuff. But there is such a thing. Now, hindsight is 20/20. And I understand that sometimes we look back on old movies and we're like, oh, it's not as good as today, like how we view it. But I feel like there are movie critics that overly criticize movies and just in general. Not every single microsecond of a film needs to be overanalyzed to death in every single aspect. You can if you want, and that's cool if you do, but don't like overanalyze it to a point where now you're ruining the point of the movie. There are things, I think, in movies that aren't meant to be analyzed that deeply. Certain moments and shit, but some are. But it's just like, I think if you overanalyze anything at all, you're always going to ruin it for yourself. Say if it's a great book, or even Star Wars. Like, we love Star Wars, right? The original trilogy. But if you overanalyze the original trilogy, then you're going to find all this shit in the old movies that you hate, or you don't like. And it's fun to talk about all of it and laugh at it, but don't let those little moments of like stupidity in like an old movie, don't let those moments like make you think, oh, this movie sucks. I never realized it sucked before. What? No. You're just being a dickwad and you're overanalyzing the film. There is such a thing as enjoying a movie or trying to enjoy the movie. The whole idea of watching a movie is to relax. And then afterwards you can talk about all the shit. But just people, I think there's a lot of critics of movies nowadays that a great movie will come out, but everyone will hate it because people overanalyze the thing to death. They don't give it enough time to think about the movie. It's just, now I think for people who watch, there's a certain population of people that just love to talk about the movie itself and not enjoy the movie. Like, if a new movie comes out and they just want to talk about everything in the movie. Okay, but did you enjoy the movie though? Yes or no? Like, let's start there, and then you can talk about, like, it's just something that really fucking irks me. And all this negative energy and overly cynicized movie critics these days, especially, all those kinds of fucks are the same ones that despise Space Jam. Not in every argument they make against the film, not every single argument, but in a lot of arguments they make towards the film are like really ridiculous. Another reason why Space Jam is so special is because the animation of the way the Looney Tunes look, and I talked about this on another video, but I mean, just look at the damn thing. They look so much better in this one fucking film than they do in all the old shorts, than they do in anything they ever appeared in after Space Jam 1. They spent so much time, effort, and energy and cash into making the Looney Tunes look fucking gorgeous in that original Space Jam. Even scenes that are small moments where you see them standing around with Jordan in like the gym and shit, you can see all the shadows on their bodies. There's a lot of shadow work going on, and it looks really nice, and like you can tell they're really trying to make it seem like the tunes are real and they're with Michael Jordan, who's a human being. And they put so much detail and effort into all the times the Looney Tunes appeared in that film with the animation, the way they moved around, and they did a lot of close-ups. They really wanted to improve the animation of the Looney Tunes and really present them as the superstars that they are and give them like this really incredible polished treatment. And they still look how they're supposed to look. It's their original versions, but they just look a little nicer. And they did look nice like that in Looney Tunes Back in Action, because there were still shadows on them and shit, but they still looked better in the original Space Jam. Yeah. And then in the new A New Legacy, and I love the New Legacy, but the way the Looney Tunes look in that film, they look pretty good looking. They do. But they're very decent looking in A New Legacy. There's a little bit of highlights in here and there, but they really don't look nowhere near as good looking as they look in the original Space Jam. You can just tell by the way they look animation-wise in A New Legacy that they were trying to save all this money. They didn't want to add all the shadows to them. Like, they really didn't want to spend... They spent money on things that shouldn't have been spent on, where it should have been spent on more things that animation fans and hardcore Looney Tunes fans adore. And that's the animation of the Looney Tunes, how they look, how they're being presented on screen. And especially to people who haven't seen them in a very, very, very long time in their original versions because of that crap stain, the Looney Tunes show, the 2010s shit. And I already made a video about the Looney Tunes show. I ranted about that. But, and so, like, they were thinking about the fans in such a way where they did want the Looney Tunes to look how they originally look in A New Legacy. But, they still, I don't know why they chose, like, they didn't choose to make them look as charming looking as they did in that original 90s movie. I think it was just being cheap. I mean, it was laziness. It was being cheap. Now, the budget for A New Legacy was really skyrocketing. So I think they were trying to balance the money and make sure they just spent just enough so that they made sure they had enough money to make a profit back. But they really fucked up because they put a new Legacy on HBO Max literally the next day after it aired in the theaters. That was a huge mistake, and I disagreed with the decision at the time, and I know no one gives a rat's ass now because people hate A New Legacy, so no one even wants to talk about this movie anymore except for me, but I thought that was a huge mistake, and let me know if you guys agree with me or not, because they were trying to, they think the trend now is that people would rather watch movies on streaming than go to the theater, so why not put A New Legacy on HBO Max to get people to watch HBO Max because the new Space Jam's on HBO Max? Yes, it's true. There are a ton of people nowadays that would rather see a movie on streaming. And that's a damn shame. I feel it's sad. I don't want the movie theaters to go away. I love going to the movies. And you young people got to understand that back in the day, when it was the 2000s, every time a new movie came out, it was like a huge event. Whether it was a Harry Potter film or Shrek or whatever in the 2000s, when a movie came out, it was a big event. Big event. Now it's not so much anymore. Even movies that are a big deal that come to the theaters these days, they are a big deal. A little bit, but they're nowhere near as much of a big deal as they were back in the 2000s. So it's sad that people would rather sit home and watch it on streaming. It's really sad. I do kind of blame these new fucking giant TVs that people have in their houses, these enormous TV sets. Because if you got a big screen at home, people are like, oh, well, I'd rather save money and watch it at home with a big screen and all that. They shouldn't have made these enormous fucking TV sets.
And that's all, folks.